I'm uh I'm alive and kicking.
He's alive and kicking. You know, he's alive, and then he's going downtown and he's kicking a few people.
They disrespect the family. I don't talk. I don't take that kind of disrespect lightly. I'm gonna teach them the way. That's why I got my boy Vinny down there right now. He's working the streets, if you know what I mean.
Huh, funny. I've heard about him. I heard that he plays both sides. He's working for you and he's working for the other bosses.
Well, see, that would be a thing if Vinny didn't have a good reason to be loyal to me. See, Vinny, let's just say he had a come to Jesus moment. Now, he might have lost a couple of digits in the process, but, I showed him a little mercy and let him keep his life. But, that's neither here nor there.
Come to Jesus moment. You don't happen to mean.
I will send you to Jesus.
Tell me. What, did Vinny suffer any
Emotional damage!
I'm trying to keep in character.
No, I just ruined the whole thing.
Let's just say Vinny. Screw it, I can't do it.
What?
Oh God, that gets me every time. I do that at work, by the way.
What?
And like they'll say something, so like I got a coworker Kenny, and then my manager
Yep.
Mike will say something to Kenny, and Kenny will be like, "Oh, come on, Mike," and I'll just like slam the counter. I'll be like, "Emotional damage." They're all like, "You do that way too well."
It was like last week when I was on the stream I was on, one of the guys on the stream would say, "Yeah, my son is neurosurgeon. How old is he? He is 9." I tell you, you find those videos and they just hit you the right way. They hit you in the funny bone.
Mm-hmm.
You can't help but laugh, and that's what this one does.
It is, and the thing is, it is so relatable. It's just way too relatable. It really is.
So to get underway with our first article here, I have it from Dual Shockers. It's by Siobhan Gulati, and it says Dragon Ball Super superhero film release date delayed indefinitely. And part of the reason why it's being delayed is probably due to the Toei hack. Somebody hacked their systems and now they have to delay everything. But let's go ahead and read the article and see what the reason is. All right. So it starts off by saying recently Toei Animation confirmed that the theatrical release of Dragon Ball Super Superhero has been postponed. Well, here's everything you need to know about it. Dragon Ball Super Superhero is one of the most awaited anime films of 2020. Toei Animation released the first trailer for the movie last year and confirmed a theatrical release in Japan for April 22nd, 2022. The anime community is excited that they'll get to witness a new Dragon Ball Super project this year. Toei Animation is working on the movie, and the CG animation looks surprisingly good in the trailer. However, Toei Animation is going through a difficult time, and because of it, the studio has decided to delay Dragon Ball Super Superheroes release indefinitely. And it goes on to say, go ahead.
It's not that surprising given everything that's come out over the past 2 weeks.
No, it's not. For the unacquainted, Toei Animation's internal network was hacked, I'm sorry, on March 6th of this year. The breach affected several ongoing anime projects under the animation studio, including One Piece, Dragon Quest, The Adventure of Dai, Digimon Ghost Game, and Delicious Party Pretty Cure. Well, it looks like the recent hacking attack also affected the Dragon Ball Super movie, along with other anime series. The movie was only a month away as it was scheduled to release in April 2022, but now we don't know what would be new screening. All right, let me start that over again. But now we don't know what we would be. Okay, it's not just me. New screening date for the anime film. Toei Animation confirmed the sad news on its official website, in which they stated that the movie would get a new release date in the future. It's been a while since we've seen a new Dragon Ball project on your screens. Fans have been eagerly awaiting for Dragon Ball Super TV anime series to come back with a season 2. However, there's no update regarding the TV show's second season. Instead, Toei Animation announced another anime film, which of course is a great thing, but unfortunately, we'll have to wait longer to see the movie in theaters. Because from what I understand, this hack is nothing to be messed with. What do you know about it?
You mean in reference to the whole controversy?
Yeah.
So supposedly the guy basically did some stuff with underage kids, and that's the big thing. To my knowledge, if there's other stuff, I'm not aware of it. That's the big one I heard making the rounds in the pages and the YouTubers I follow. So that's what I heard, and you still get the Vic Mignogna thing going on, and then so the Vic Mignogna thing, unfortunately, affects Dragon Ball too heavily because Vic Mignogna voiced Broly, and I think he voiced even one or two other characters as well, even. And then the whole thing with Monica Rial and Jamie, I can't remember her last name, but Jamie something. So it's the problem is that the whole Vic Mignogna thing happened, and then COVID happened. Then you had so that delayed any Dragon Ball stuff. And then with the new revelation of one of the big players in Dragon Ball supposedly doing stuff he shouldn't have been doing with underage people, that hurts it even more. So I think at this point, if we'll never get anything Dragon Ball related at this point because of just finding the right voice actors to voice certain roles in Dragon Ball, because certain roles are iconic, and some of these voice actors, they've been doing it for like a decade plus, so we've come to know their voices when we associate them with certain characters. So I don't think we're getting anything Dragon Ball related for a long time. I'm not saying never, but I think it's going to be a long, long time.
Yep. Because, like you said, there's just too much going on behind the scenes that needs to get sorted out.
Yeah.
You gotta get out there and get rid of the old garbage before you can bring anything new.
Yep.
Which, it's unfortunate that we're not going to be seeing anything from them for a while because of all this. I mean, fans have been clamoring for this. You see people reacting to it online, going, "I can't wait for this to come out," and now this comes out that it's being delayed. People will either say, "Well, I'm willing to wait," or there will be people that will be willing to wait only for so long before they lose interest.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to say this to anybody who has not heard of Team 4 Star. Some of you have, some of you haven't. But to anyone listening now or listens later on when they rewatch this, check out Team 4 Star and watch Dragon Ball Abridged. It is so funny. The Team 4 Star group, they voice over every single person in that. It's still Dragon Ball Z, and it starts all the way from when Raditz first appears all the way to the end of Cell.
Okay.
And it is so funny in many ways, and they make it very comedic, but it still retains us that certain love of the it still retains a certain love because they still use the actual footage. They just cut it down so every episode is like 7 to 10 minutes. So it is cut from a standard episode, but they do all the voice work, and it's pretty impressive because some of these guys actually sound legit like Vegeta, like legit, and it's just so funny. But it's a fan project, but it's done with the love of the franchise, just with a little more with some sarcastic humor in it. So I would go check them out if you want good Dragon Ball stuff and you want to watch the old stuff. I'd check out
Okay.
Team 4 Star and look up Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
I definitely will, because I will be perfectly upfront with everybody that as far as animes are concerned, I don't particularly care for Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and that's
I,
fine. Not everyone does, you know.
I know there are people who love it, and by all means, love it, live it,
Hmm.
enjoy it. But I just don't enjoy that particular series. However, I do enjoy My Hero Academia.
Yeah.
And good morning, Christian Phantom Geek. How are you, brother?
Morning.
And real quick, before I get too far ahead, as always, Pop Talk is an open panel. Even though I'll admit I do ask people ahead of time if they want to come on. But for anybody who would like to come on this morning's Pop Talk, you are more than welcome. I have gone ahead and put the link into the chat, and I have pinned it to the very top. So, yeah. Not to say if this was coming out, I wouldn't, try checking this out. I would, just to see, because, I may end up watching something of Dragon Ball Z at one point and go, that was pretty good. It doesn't mean I'm going to become a Dragon Ball Z fan overnight. It just means that I found one particular thing that actually caught my interest and I was able to enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, and that's why I bring up the Dragon Ball Z Abridged, because it's just, again, it's Dragon Ball Z, but it's shortened. Every episode is shortened, and then they do the voiceover work, so it's like it's just so funny. Like there's a whole, like when Goku first goes Super Saiyan and he's battling Frieza, and when Frieza's like, "Let me reach my full power, right? You want to do my full power?" And he's like, "No, I'll give you a pizza. No, with stuffed crust. Wait." And then you see King Kai talking to him telepathically. "Goku, now hear me out, King Kai. Stuffed crust. I can't believe we're having this conversation. Stuffed crust, King Kai. You can eat it in reverse. This is my star pupil. I don't know what I'm doing with my life anymore."
I'll check it out.
Yeah,
I will check it out.
Yeah, that's why I say it's much more comedic and humorous, but it still has that awesome epicness you still get in Dragon Ball Z. But it's, like I said, watch the first few episodes and then see if you like it. If you don't like it, you never have to watch it again. But I think you would enjoy it because it's much more humorous.
Okay.
So,
All right. And let's go ahead and move on to our next story here. Make sure it shares it. And this is from Bounty in the Comics. And it says, The Rise of the Shield Hero reveals official Season 2 release date. And this is by Spencer McCauley, and it was released on Friday the 18th. All right, so it starts off by saying the return of Naofumi, Raftalia, and Philo and their adventures across the sword and sorcery world of the Rising of the Shield Hero is just under a month away. As announced by the Rising of the Shield Hero official trailer Twitter account, the second season of the popular anime adaptation of Eniko Usagi's original light novel series will begin its Japanese broadcast on Wednesday, April 6th. Thanks to its licensing by anime streaming giant, the Rising of the Shield Hero's second season will also receive a simulcast for English viewers courtesy of Crunchyroll. Adapting the spirit Totorzi, or Totozi, I'm not sure which way to pronounce it, to be honest with you, story from the light novel's 6-volume Season 2 of The Rising of the Shield Hero will see the aforementioned trio of heroes and their allies set out to stop the Guardian Beast and its familiars from destroying the world. A previous key visual released by the series production team shows the season's protagonists preparing to meet their massive foe in battle. The Rising of the Shield Hero's second season will also see the return of the series' principal voice cast, including Kaito Ishikawa as Naofumi, Asame Sito as Raftalia, and Rina Hayaki as Philo, as well as the introduction of Kana Hanazawa, Chiaki Nanami, Danga Rampa. I'm trying. I know I say that a lot, but I am trying. As the physical manifestation of the spirit toward Tozi's soul, Ost Horai. Also reprising the roles are Yoshi Sugu, give me a second. Matsuoka as Ren Amaki, Makoto Takahashi as Miyoto Yaso, Kitamura, and let's see, Yoshitaka Yamaya as Itsuki Kawasumi, and Maya Uchida as Milty, and Kikuko Ino as Morelia. I'm trying to familiarize myself with Japanese names, and it's not easy, but I'm going to give it a try, even if I stumble and fall. Further, both Matt Kidd and Chia Fujikawa, who provided both of last season's opening and ending themes, are returning to provide new intro and outro music. And that's the thing I like about the animes I've watched, is they don't stick to the same intro and outro music throughout the whole series. They like to change it up. Matt Kidd's Bring Back will open the show, and Fujikawa will end each episode for the foreseeable future. Okay. Goes on to say, however, in the face of these numerous returns, season 1 director Takeo Abo declined to be one of them. As such, he will be replaced in the role by Masato Jimbo, whose portfolio includes such anime directorial work as Chaos Child, Shinru Soju, and Watamu. And honestly, am I excited about Rise of the Shield Hero Season 2? Yeah, I've actually started watching Season 1. It was recommended to me by Brandon, the anime guy, and I'm actually enjoying it. So I look forward to Season 2's premiere on April 6th. It's a good series.
I haven't seen it, so I mean, I'm glad that it's getting a second season because obviously there was enough of a demand for it. I remember when Attack on Titan came out, that first season, the when they adapted it from the manga, they had only gone in the manga. They had gone just a little after they had stopped writing the manga, not long after the equivalency of the end of season 1, and they did, and it became like viral overnight how loved the anime was, and they're like, crap, we got to really kick up the manga so we can get more seasons out. So that's why there was a long delay between seasons 2 and 3. Sorry, 1 and 2, because they didn't even think, oh, there's not going to be a large demand. Little did they know, when at all the cons that year, all these people were dressing up from Attack on Titan. They're like, holy crap. So I'm glad a show is loved to where they're like, hey, we're going to give you another season. So, I mean, now what they do with the second season, that's going to determine probably the future of the show. Because you get season 1, great. People love season 1. Well, the problem is that when you get season 1 and then they say, we're going to give you season 2 is where you can start losing people or you can start gaining people. So I'm just curious to see what's going to happen.
As of mine, granted, I still have to finish watching season 1, but like I said, from what I've watched so far, I'm really enjoying this series. And I wouldn't be watching it if Brandon, the anime guy, hadn't recommended it to me.
Mm-hmm.
So, Cash, how are you doing this morning?
I don't know. How am I doing? I think pretty well. Pretty good. Rise of the Shield Hero first season is overall very good. You feel bad for the Shield Hero because you can put yourself in the place of him and how he feels about things and how he's being treated in this world. And I won't, since you haven't finished it, I won't spoil it. But from what I've heard from other friends of mine, the manga is actually better. They go in deep into certain things, but that usually happens. But the first season is very good. It's like, well, where are they going to go now? So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
That's the question. Yeah. Where are they going to go now? Is this going to need another season? So that's are we going to recycle some of the same ideas? Are we going to have some new characters? What adventures are they going to go on? So yes, it's yes. So, but I don't want to spoil. How many episodes have you watched, Mike?
I've watched 3 episodes so far.
Okay, only 3. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you already know about that woman. She's a. Well, we'll just call her what she is. The queen's the king's daughter is. You want to throw her through a window, but yeah.
Yeah, Brandon recommended this series to me, and he says, make sure you finish it before season 2 starts. And I said, I will.
Yes, it's a very good series. It really is. I was quite impressed, but I like a lot of that fantasy, and yeah, no, I like a lot of that fantasy adventure dialogue. The situations are cool, the characters are interesting, which is always important, and all I can say is that I think you're gonna like what happens to the Shield Hero.
Yeah. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah. Smoking Patriot knows he's watched all of it. So
Oh, totally. I'm its biggest fan. I'm its biggest fan.
No, but see, that's the thing. When you're going around on TV anymore, or you're checking out all these different streaming services, and you're not able to find something that's worth watching, you do try to look elsewhere. And a lot of people have looked toward anime to see,
Yes.
what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Anime can be great for new ideas too. You're feeling like, well, what can I do with this character? And anime over the years, from what I've watched, they can do a really good job of when characters die, they make you actually feel something like, oh, that just happened. Oh, that's not good. And they want you to feel for the characters. So, yep. Mm-hmm. Then sometimes in anime, there's too much fan service. I got into this argument with my friend the other day. We were playing a game and we were talking about it. He's like, how dare you say that about that show? And I'm like, well, sometimes the fan service is just too much, or they recycle the ideas. This happens in anime too. And if you watch a lot of harem animes, if you decide to, you're always going to feel like, oh, let's see, episode 15. Is it time for a beach sequence? Oh, there it is. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, I they do that a lot. I mean, the one thing I will say, and love it or hate it, I am glad that we got what was it, Star Wars Visions, basically Star Wars and all these various styles of anime. Because I've always asked the question, what would Star Wars look like if you did it anime style? Like I had always asked that question, and again, love it or hate it,
No.
I'm glad they branched into the anime area. Now, granted, I didn't see all of them. I only watched the first two. I need to keep watching them, but that first one,
the first one
holy
is really
crap.
good. There's 4
Mhm.
is really good. I remember 5 was really good. 9 I didn't care for too much. I just didn't like the story, but as much. But 4 was really good, but I don't want to spoil that. The only one I haven't seen is I think 6 is The Elder, which is one of a lot of people like that one a lot.
Yeah, the
I need
Elder's
to keep
good.
watching
But
them.
The Village Bride was good.
yes, I like The Village Bride a lot.
And
And that's
go ahead, Patriot.
well, no, I was gonna say just quick. That's the beautiful thing about anime. You can tell a short story, 15 minutes long, in the Star Wars universe, and it doesn't have
Yes.
to be deep, but it can still have impactfulness, it can still have epicness, it can still have values and everything. You can do it in 15 minutes in anime, and you
Yes.
get more out of that than you would sometimes even a whole movie. Sometimes.
Yeah. It's hard. It's going to be hard with certain people who are Star Wars purists to connect to anime because they don't all the stories are different. So it's going to be hard for them to connect. If they were all connected with all the 9 episodes, then maybe it would connect people more. Because I don't know how many people were really excited about Visions. I like some of Visions, but some of Visions, even as an anime fan, I was like, no.
Yeah,
No.
and that's the thing. I think that was the only letdown with it was that it wasn't all because I mean they show all the various styles of anime when
Yes.
with all of them, and I'm not a fan of all styles of anime. Like that's why I liked the first one because the very first one kind of gave me a little bit of Attack on Titan, gave me a little bit of kind of Dragon Ball Z in a way. Gave me even I'm not Gundam, but Sword Art Online a little bit.
Yes,
So,
and if you played any MMOs, like what goes on in Sword Art Online, especially that happens in real life. I've experienced that stuff. That happens when you actually play MMOs like that. That's how people actually act. It's astonishing, but yes. And so I couldn't imagine being stuck in an actual world where you can actually die, but it would be pretty amazing though if when we get to the point of VR and you can put on, but those kind of things could definitely happen where people could be sucked into something, and then if the person wanted to, they could try to. I don't know. It's scary. It's a scary thought. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Be
Yeah,
sucked into a coma, and oh man, yeah.
which is why I love the sword art. Which is why I like it so much, is because when even after they get out, they still keep the
Yes.
idea, but they take off, they put like limiters, they redesign it to where that can't happen again. But you
Yeah.
still have people that are traumatized by it.
Yes.
They're called what do they call them? The survivors or something. I forget
Yeah.
the term they use.
Yeah, and they went to the school, but then they're also dealing with like their family issues, which would make sense. But then there's also stuff like I think I'm on season 2 or still in season 1. I don't know. I don't care all so much about all this fairy stuff.
It's just more of a
Yeah.
continuation of
Mhm.
the original story, kind of like the
Right.
aftermath and a continuation kind of thing.
Yeah. I liked I wanted more of the gun game situation. That was probably some of my favorite stuff that I
Well, they
saw
created a
with the
whole
whole
separate anime
Sion
solely
and
based around that.
oh
I think it's
yeah, I
called like
guess they did. Yeah.
yeah, they did. It's not the same characters, but it's still
No,
the
it's not the
same
same character.
premise.
Right.
Yeah, and then that
Yeah.
standalone movie they did that links to the very first season. They did a standalone movie,
Oh, I haven't
and
watched that yet.
yeah, so the premise basically is that the dad wants to it's like Sword Art Online, but it's in real life. So you wear these almost like sunglasses, kind of like visor,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's kind of like it's kind of like Pokemon Go and Sword Art Online merged. So you're walking around, and then there's this big, boss battle, and you're literally right in the middle of the streets, and people are like, what the hell are they doing? But you have the
Yeah.
visor on, so you see them. So it's the same. It's kind of like if you took Sword Art Online and Pokemon Go, and you merge the two together, and it's like the next gen version, kind of. That one was really good because that final battle with that epic boss was just incredible.
Yeah. The game's pretty good. Fatal Bullet. They have you in that world as a
Yeah,
different
I
character,
started
and then
playing
you
it. I
like.
never
Yeah, I
got
haven't finished it.
too deep into it. Yeah.
It's pretty good for a Sword Art Online game. That was pretty good, and for some reason, I don't think I ever put money into it, but I did play. Put in a good deal of time in the mobile game, the Sword Art Online. I was just curious about it. So,
I never played the mobile game.
it's pretty good. It's not great. It gets repetitive, of course, but I'm like, I don't want to spend money on this.
Yeah,
Because you
yeah,
can play a lot of it for free. Yeah.
yeah. A friend of mine, she's huge. She loves Sword Art Online, and I guess there is a VR version of Sword Art Online out there,
Mm-hmm.
and you can play it and everything. And she'll send me these TikTok things, and it's like, I can't wait for Sword Art Online to be reality. And I'm like, we got to form our own clan, right? She's like, oh, we're gonna totally form our own clan, and we're do this. And I'm like, as long as I get to be the epic archer. She's like, what is it with you and bows? I'm like, I get to kill from a distance. I get to live out my Hawkeye dream. Don't hate on me.
I want to join too, smoking. So if that happens, I would play that
Yeah.
VR for sure. I'd join you guys. Just make
Yeah.
sure I want to be able to take off the helmet at the end of the day or whatever.
5
Yeah,
years.
you don't want to get trapped in that world.
No, I don't. No.
Yeah, that is one thing I will say about Sword Art Online is a lot of people don't give it credit for the weight that show, especially the first season, portrays.
Well,
'Cause-
you have to if you've played any MMOs, people, like I said, act like that. They're mean, they're nasty to people, like they act like it's like some kind of high school nonsense. It's just really weird. So the way that those people are acting, those PKers and that stuff happened when I played Lineage 2. It was something crazy for sure, but that stuff actually does go on. They're not joking about that. They certainly did their research. I'm on the episode right now. Well, I don't know. Are you going to be watching this specific or Sword Art Online?
I am.
Okay. Well, I don't want to spoil
check it
too
out.
much, but I kind of stopped at the episode where it's like, oh well, he has to show this girl who's dying around smoking, and now we have Echo. Yeah.
I think I know which one
At
you're
the
talking
school.
about. Yeah.
She ran
I
into
am
the-
here.
Oh man, that was super loud.
Oh yeah, she's dying and everything, and they meet.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I know exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then she's putting like the camera on her shoulder to show her, like, give her a school experience. I kind of stopped. I'm like, is this starting to recycle? So I guess I'll watch it though. But I was like, I think this is kind of a throwaway episode for me.
Because that's the one I think where because she has like a legendary like super attack, right? I think.
I think so. Yeah, she's
no,
in this hospital. It's these people are dying for kids and stuff, and she has this horrible.
And that's
disease.
and that's her escape
like
out
cancer.
into the world. Yeah, it's not a recycled episode. It actually does carry weight because it more plays with Asuna and with her and her development and with this girl. So it's not it's a slower episode, but it still has some weight with Asuna and her development.
You mean Asuna, right? I think the Japanese say it. Yeah,
Asuna,
you got it, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, Asuna. Yeah, she's a great character. She really is.
Oh yeah.
I'll watch it then. I'm gonna get to it. I've been also going back and watching other animes. If you want to watch a love story that people are like, "Oh, this is creepy" and stuff, I don't agree with that. Watch Suzaka. Suzaka is pretty interesting if you want to watch an interesting love story with drama.
Okay, I'll check that out.
Mm-hmm.
No, I need to get back on Fire Force though. Fire Force was
I don't know Fire Force. I'll look into it.
I heard that was fire.
Yeah, it's basically like pyrokinetics, people who can control and manipulate fire. And then what if that was the world? And then what if there was a secret organization secretly trying to bring about the end of the world through backdoor means? And then you have basically they're like the equivalency of firefighters. But what they do is that people at random will just turn into fire monsters. So their whole mission is to battle these fire monsters while unraveling their origins, which leads them into a secret organization, and then which has deeper ties to one of the main characters. So it's like constantly developing story, but it's just so cool how they think of a world where you can either create fire or you can manipulate fire in all sorts of incredible ways.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Do we need to move on, Mike?
No. I was gonna let you guys finish talking.
This is your show, dude. So
I'm gonna let you guys finish talking. I'm not gonna be rude. I'm actually enjoying listening to you guys.
Okay, just making sure because.
All right.
I saw something on the screen of research and so, of Star Trek. So I was like, all right, well, if you want to continue on, because smoking and I probably be talking about anime for days.
Probably.
It's all right. It's all right. As I've said before on Pop Talk, I keep everything loosey goosey. Got to have some breathing room.
Yep.
Room to spread out. And,
older anime stuff like Outlaw Star, Trigun.
I'm glad you mentioned Trigun. I started watching that yesterday.
So it's considered a classic. It's just amazing.
It's borderline
and it gets
OTT
crazy.
though.
Yeah. Is it?
I put Trigun and Cowboy Bebop in the same category as anime classics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The movie's really good too.
Yeah, I need to get my Hulu back because that's where I was watching Trigun, and then I
Trigun Badlands Rumble. Yeah, that one. That's a really good film too. I got that. I got that for Christmas. I decided to buy that for myself for Christmas. That was a Blu-ray. Some of these animes don't come in Blu-ray. Like I wish they would remaster Trigun because I only had the DVD, but it's all right.
Yeah. Although I don't mind that. I mean, some of them though, I'm afraid if they remaster them, it's not going to have the same look though.
Yeah, maybe it wouldn't, but just make it lighter and I don't know, make it a bit cleaner and just because it is a bit dated, but I still think it holds up pretty well. And I still like that animation. So it's still 90s. It's still now at 98. So
yeah.
Yep.
The good old days of anime.
Yep.
But before we continue on, I do want to say good morning to Chaos. How you doing, brother?
Hey. You know.
Yeah, what's up, Chaos?
What up? Yeah, just recovering from last night. Oh, man. I went to my friends that I've known, 22 years?
Nice.
And he does stuff in Hollywood, and apparently I'm going to be auditioning for a movie role coming up.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot his name. It's one of the he's done some stuff, but the only thing I can remember is he was one of the Black Power Ranger on one of the Power Ranger shows, and now he has his own production, and he's doing a movie, and Nicolas Cage and all. I'm like, oh,
are you talking about Walter Jones? Because he was the original Black Ranger.
No. He's a Hispanic guy. I can't remember his name because but
I'm going through every single Power Ranger season now. Wait, Power Rangers in Space, the Black Ranger was a Latino Hispanic guy in Power Rangers in Space. Yeah. He was Latino. I'm going through literally every single season of Power Rangers in my head that had a Black Ranger in it. So
I'm looking it up right now.
They're like, we're gonna find this guy. Yeah.
Comes to the girl like, I know the host of this. I got one of those spots is already mine.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to think all the Black Rangers that I can think of. Only one of them was this. Carla, yeah, you know what? Let me.
I don't know if I see a picture of him, but yeah, that's the guy. But yeah, so just chilling.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so Mike and I were talking
Roger
about
Velasco.
Okay.
What's his name?
Is that the friend? Mike and I were talking about this earlier, Patriot.
Yep, that's him.
Oh. If you decide to ever play Andromeda again, you should play it with mods because it's so much better with mods.
Roger Velasco. Yep, Carlos Valterre, the Black Space Ranger. Yep, that's exactly what I was thinking of. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's a more recent picture of him. Yeah, that's the guy.
I didn't know he started his own production company. That's interesting. He was only in that one season. He was that's right. He did take over the green Turbo Ranger from Adam in Power Rangers Turbo, but he was more prominent as the Black Ranger in Power Rangers in Space.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of Power Rangers stuff. So.
Okay, yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
I still watch to this day, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
You shouldn't be. I mean, it's something you grew up with. It's something you love. Keep talking about it. I mean, that's why I like to talk about Star Trek from 1966 to 2005, because I still love that iteration of Star Trek. I'm not going to deny it.
Yeah. So, but Smoking Patriot, if you ever play Andromeda again, play it with mods. I was talking to Mike about that earlier on BC. So
pretty much everything is better with mods.
He's like, you should bring this up to Smoking Patriot. I said, all right. So I don't know if you played Andromeda on PC or not, but you got to play it with mods, man. It'll be a better experience for you if you decide to play it again.
See, I mean, for me, it was kind of buggy. It was more of the story that just irked me because I told Mike, I said, let's see, we're going to a whole nother galaxy on these giant arcs with zero protection. Our only sort of defense is the quote-unquote militia, which is basically just infantry. No air support, no space support. We're going to a whole new galaxy.
Hold up. Did General Miley come up with this plan?
I don't know, maybe. I'm like, because I even told some former friends of mine when Andromeda came out, I said that what they at least should have done is had had three or four ships from every major race as like escort ships, and that is your little defense fleet. It's not enough to colonize. It's not enough to conquer. It's just enough to where you have maybe 24 ships of varying classes, and they are there solely to protect the arcs. And when they all come together in that massive structure, that massive space station, they're only there for defense until you can get some official defense force. Like, that's what you should have done. But no, you have to go to where, hey, we're going to fly around in shuttles while all our adepts shoot little warp blasts at other starships. That's going to be our big air attack.
I mean, I would slightly tweak that, but okay. If you're going to do a long-range expedition mission into unknown territory, you need to send a big-ass fist, because that's going to be trillions of space bucks or whatever worth of technology, personnel, and whatever. So you would send in like I'd say kind of like a scout force, small, fast, powerful ship, but they're not too intimidating looking. So in case you run into another species, you don't look like you're trying to invade. Like, oh, my bad, we were just here to look. Then you keep the fist of an angry god a couple of light years away, just in case goes wrong, and and proceed that way.
So in other words, if crap goes wrong, you're going to tell them
I
that.
will send you to Jesus.
Exactly.
Basically, because I mean that's the whole thing, is that when you finally find all the arcs and you finally start getting your new society starting to kind of repair and rebuild from the disaster of how the game opens, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, there's this malicious an alien species with malicious intent out there. Our only source of defense is the quote-unquote militia, and it's a bunch of infantry. That's it. That's the only defense. Oh, and by the way, the hero ship, unarmed. Even the hero ship is unarmed. For all they're flying around this new galaxy, unarmed.
What?
Pretty much. It, like I said, it is so stupid, the premise of the game. The game had potential. I'm not gonna lie. Andromeda had so much potential to be mind-blowing. New universe, new challenges, new discoveries, new alien races, all this stuff.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it did succeed. It is mind-blowing. Mind-blowingly bad.
Well, no, that's just called a brain aneurysm.
Emotional damage.
Yes.
Like I said, I need to do a video one day about me fixing some of the big problems with that game and how you could have made it great.
Well, the modders help
want to pull a
fix
critical drinker
bugs
for video
and
games.
stuff.
Yeah, I see. I played. I bought it for Xbox though.
Oh,
see,
see,
I pre-ordered it
bought
for
it-
Xbox.
if you got it for PC, then you could have modded it and you would have had a better experience. That's what people are saying. So
See, I don't have it. I've never had a good enough PC to play really like high-end games on. I've never been able to afford one. It's either like, hey,
let's take a word from our sponsor, Giga Pete. No, I'm like the quartering. Go ahead.
the quartering.
Or Ben Shapiro. My God, that man. Speaking of your computer, have you ever checked? Oh God, no, Ben, stop it.
I mean, you're going to another galaxy. Have you had all your affairs in order? You should really get that will and properly done. With
What is?
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
You don't even know what he segued. He's like, "Oh right." He's like, "Wait, whoa, what? When did we turn left?" He didn't even blinker.
Do you all know who Kyle Dunnigan is?
Hell yeah! He's oh my God, he's my favorite. Yes.
when he did his, whenever he did his like Star Trek like parody. It was so funny because he had Ben Shapiro playing the role of Spock. So he'd be like, Captain, we have absolutely no idea what this is going to do. And Captain, by the way, do you have your will done? Because on eForms.com, you can totally get your will.
I watched that exact video last night, which is why it's still fresh in my head. I was like, oh my God, it's so true. That is exactly what he's like.
Oh boy.
We're under attack. Like, oh my God, our shields are down, main power's offline. Speaking of power, have you guys know that solar energy is cheap and efficient? Oh my God, no! Stop it!
Well,
Oh God.
This has got to
speaking
stop.
of Star Trek. Speaking of Star Trek,
Yes.
got
No.
a game to check out here.
All right.
So here we go. This
Yeah,
game is coming out on PS4 and Xbox S and X. And also, it'll be available on PC through Epic Games.
Epic? Oh, nope, I'm out.
Oh, Epic?
Nice work,
Yeah.
Carter.
Nope.
Nothing
Nope.
to it, Millie.
I'll get
Why
it on
do I feel like
Not a
I'm
PS4.
watching a
moment too
cutscene from
The
Star
boss
Trek
wants us down
Online?
in engineering. Like, now.
I wish the cutscenes on Star Trek Online looked like this.
Right?
Oh, this is pre-progress footage. Okay.
Yeah, this is DS9 time.
DS9 or just after DS9, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, we're actually. Were they listening to us when we said we wanted more Star Trek
Well,
games? Weird.
Hold on though.
Let's see.
because
Let's
all-
see. Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
My problem with Star Trek Online is it's just always off bridge. It doesn't feel like Star Trek to me. You know, like Bridge Commander is still, I believe, the greatest Star Trek game of all time. That felt like Star Trek.
I like a game that takes elements of Bridge Commander and expands on it by adding away team missions and
Yeah.
Ooh,
And
the
that every
ship's pretty
mission
cool.
doesn't end in a gunfight because, you know.
Okay, I'm not hating
All right.
this.
The
Right,
ship's pretty cool. I'm not. Okay.
Hey, I'm feeling this.
Okay, I see the ship on the L-cars. I want to see an actual in-space shot of the ship now.
Screw that. I want to see the bridge that you can command from the bridge.
You should be going to the bridge now, I think.
Engineering.
Okay.
The
That's,
face-
I heard the new Ecto just
The
arrived.
faces are
Won't
pretty
be long
cool,
before we get
actually.
underway.
All right.
They're
I
not
just hope
bad,
whatever
yeah.
Chovok
Not
I'm
puts
bad.
feeling
down
this.
for it's
I'm
something
feeling
good.
this.
I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degousing plasma manifolds.
Oh,
Hanging upside
you
down
actually
makes me
get
cool.
like the whole Mass Effect.
What's the matter,
or,
Millie?
Like,
Afraid of a
Yeah,
little
man.
hard work?
A little
Or-
hard work,
I'm
really?
feeling this.
A little.
I'm feeling it.
6 months of putting this ship back together is a lot of hard work.
Okay.
Yeah, and here we are. Just about ready to go.
Yeah, pop culture. That's what I was talking about. That's the best one. Dominion Wars is pretty decent as well.
Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
We were just looking for you, Commander.
Petty Officers Ed Solar, Diaz.
Ooh.
I was beginning to think you would be late. We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you. A point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Ed Solar on repeated occasions.
Almost.
Don't
late
do it. He's
is
a
not-
Vulcan. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Commander Chovak.
Oh, he
Isn't
did
it
it.
true that if we were almost late, it categorically means that we were not late?
That is correct, Mr. Diaz.
I mean, if anything, Ed Solar and I are following the schedule to the letter.
Yes. Perhaps I should adjust the schedule accordingly.
Vulcans.
So, I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Equip yourselves in EV suits to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity field for optimal performance. The subspace distortions and ionic interference we are experiencing are
I want to
preventing
see
the
what
proper
kind of ship this is.
calibration.
That L-car.
This
that-
ship must be
that
ready to
schematic
depart
is not
shortly.
helping me.
Despite
Why
the
would you
storm,
have to exit the
precise
ship
nature
to work
of these
on the structural
disturbances are not
integrity? Never
fully
mind.
understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide
they're going to be
band of
working on the
emissive
outside of the ship, repairing the hull.
How
He
concerned
said structure
should we be
integrity
about the
fields.
storm?
Those generators are inside the ship,
Are
not
you worried?
outside.
But if the
Vulcans do
integrity
not
fields
worry.
are down,
We
they
calculate
have
the
to be
variables
repaired.
and take appropriate precautions to mitigate
They're
the
inside
risk.
the vessel.
we
not
don't know
outside.
we
That
don't know the
entails
full
making
story of the
critical
game yet.
preparations. Because
True.
long-range sensors show that these disturbances will be more severe at our
Yeah,
destination,
this is Star Trek
the
Online.
Hotari system.
Oh my God, Star
You
Trek
have your
Online.
orders.
No, DMC.
Do
This
not
is
delay.
actually Star Trek
Yes, Roger,
Resurgence.
I think that's a Centaur class, by the way.
This has
I wa-
potential.
Whoa! What's that? Is that battle? I want to see it. No, that's Picard. Okay,
No,
It's
no,
for,
that's
it's for a game that's not worth playing. It's for a
Gotcha.
game that's not worth playing.
Oh,
yeah, that's what is it? Star Trek. It's that mobile.
Star Trek
game.
Timelines.
Star Trek Mobile, suck your wallet dry, and yeah, no.
Yeah, no, mobile. Not suck your wallet dry. It's spend a lot of money, and basically no one can stand against you, and you can just harass almost every other player on the game.
Oh, what a great game. Let's all sign up. Let's not.
Yeah, because I actually played it when it very first came out, and then all of a sudden, within a month, the people who could afford to just spend $30, $40 to buy the high-end ships were going around just raiding your ships constantly, so you can never harvest the proper materials to upgrade.
I don't know.
Within a
I
month.
want to.
Damage.
I would love another Star Trek game like the first Elite Force. Man, that was a great game.
Wait
Honestly,
for Bridge Commander 2. Bridge Commander
Really
2.
like that one.
Honestly, I want another game kind of like Armada and Armada 2.
Oh, I challenge you to that.
But here's the thing: I want it during TMP era.
TMP?
I don't want it in like next gen DS9. I want to see like the Connie refit, the Miranda. I want to see like
that's
those.
What about the?
Why
What was
not
the one
just ban
that?
both?
What was the virtual reality one that came out a few years ago
Oh,
for
that
console?
oh,
I heard
those-
that
oh,
was
I know,
pretty good.
I know which
yeah.
one you're talking about. Yeah,
I heard that was pretty good actually.
I
must
watched.
be fun.
Yeah, I watched Trek Yards. Trek Yards did live streams for a bit on that, and they did.
Star Trek
they did
Bridge
them
Crew.
all.
Star Trek Bridge Crew is the name of the game.
That's it.
Where
Bridge
Yeah.
Crew. That's it.
It's-
Bridge Crew. Yeah.
it's on VR, but they also released a patch where if you don't have VR, you can play it without the VR headset.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah,
have it
'cause that
on
was the-
PS4.
Is it
'Cause
pretty?
was on
It's pretty
sale,
good,
and I picked it
right?
up.
Is it
Yeah.
pretty good? Yeah.
It is. The only thing that takes a lot of a learning curve is when you're piloting the original Enterprise from the original series.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because a lot of the I remember that because Captain Foley, he hated playing the original Enterprise because on even the Kelvin timeline, the Enterprise E, the Enterprise D, all their consoles, everything was kind of labeled to a degree. On the original Enterprise, nothing was labeled, so you literally would press a button and figured out what it would do. So you had to really learn
sounds
which
safe.
buttons did what.
That sounds really safe.
Well, it was funny because one time I remember when Captain Foley was doing that, he was helm officer and he's trying to pilot the ship in battle and he would go in reverse. He's like, I need full impulse. We're going in reverse. you hear another guy, I'm trying to fire phasers, but all I keep firing are torpedoes or lowering the shields because nothing was labeled. So you have to literally hit a button and try and figure out what does what.
Oh,
Yeah, you do. I mean, when I first started doing it, I'm going, okay, what the hell am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to run this ship. What
Wait,
kind
so,
of captain
okay.
am I?
Does the game only is only in the Kelvin timeline? Because I looked at it.
No.
Only...
It's
No.
in next gen Kelvin, original series, and like DS9 era.
Okay,
Like
now.
with the Enterprise E.
Okay, I'm down to get that and us stream that. Yes. Okay, that I was like, if this is only Kelvin, I'm like, nah, I'm not touching that.
Yeah, no, it's got 4 different bridges, I want to say. Like I said, like TNG, and then the Enterprise E, then the
Nice.
original series, and then the Kelvin timeline.
What's the not emotional but financial damage?
I don't
Now
know.
it's
I
probably
never looked
cheaper
into
than it was. Probably around $20, depending on what
Come on, guys.
platform you're going to play it on.
You know we're gonna have to do it. Star Trek ridiculous. We have to.
I already have it on PS4. I just don't stream it because it's usually only me. It's one of those games where it'd probably be a lot more fun if you had 4 people, because you can have up to 4 people, and somebody's in the captain's chair, somebody's at tactical, somebody's at navigation, and somebody's the engineer.
Oh yeah. I'll be picking that up on PC probably pretty soon now. Oh yes, that sounds all kinds of what I've been looking for.
All right, and I do have some more video for Star Trek Resurgence that I'm going to start playing right about now.
I'd like to see some battle. No sound.
All right, this is StreamYard. This isn't me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know.
Yeah. You know what game I never played where it was kind of like it was in the I want to say mid 2000s, and it was you build a base on a planet, and then it was kind of like, imagine like, you know, like the Age of Empires, like one of those style games, but it was Star Trek. I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, and but you built a ground base, and then and then you had your miners.
Are you talking about Armada?
No.
Armada and Armada 2?
No. It was strictly ground. It was strictly a ground game. You had the Romulans, the Klingons, the Federation.
Never heard of that ever.
There was one by Interplay that came out, if I remember correctly.
I need to look it up because it's going to drive me crazy. It didn't get as much attention because like Age of Empires was still really big, and then you had like Red Alert Command. You know, you had your
Wait. Are you confusing it with the Star Wars game like that?
No. It was a Star Trek game.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Nope. Not even a little bit.
I'm looking it up right now because it's going to drive me insane.
Okay, well, you're looking that up. I'm going to play some other footage from Star Trek Resurgence.
Any battle footage?
Ambassador Spock, my senior staff.
That's a bad sign.
It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense, whereas I am very much focused on our present circumstances.
That guy does a very good Leonard Nimoy impression.
To suggest you were stuck in the past.
Your experience comes from the past, but our present situation calls for it.
True enough.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. 2 formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
Indeed, and the tension between them grows fiercer by the hour. Elydia and Hotari. The Elydians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Elydians have shared a mining operation there. The Elydians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently. The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Elydians from their system. That is the official story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
What are the Hotari defensive capabilities? Do they stand a chance to hold on to the mines now that they've taken them?
It is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would prevail against the Elydian fleet in open war. But it would have been equally unlikely to predict they could take possession of the mines until they did just that, which leaves many unanswered questions. Left unchecked, this conflict will result in more bloodshed, which is what we are here to prevent.
And the
It definitely
dilithium
feels
trade
like an
hangs in the
episode.
balance.
Yeah.
Clearly, the Hotari have
That
been
Leonard Nimoy
exploited in this
impersonation is
relationship.
pretty damn
Maybe
good.
persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing. Peace is our objective, after all.
We can call it profitable or mutually beneficial, but at the end of the day, the Hotari are still being exploited for their own resources.
True peace is not merely the absence of war. And as such, this conflict will surely come again.
Neither the Elydians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Elydians as a source of dilithium.
That certainly changes things.
Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
That means the Hotari have no reason to trust us.
I wouldn't go that far, Commander.
We are completely neutral in this matter, on neither one side nor the other. Any suggestion otherwise would compromise our position. Given the Federation's involvement in the Elydium dilithium trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the ion storm has done to our ship and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Elydian fleet has had problems with it as well. This recent surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent weeks.
That may answer why the Hotari were able to strike back after so long. They finally had an opportunity and they took it.
That would also explain the Elydians' restraint.
And reason to learn as much about the energy anomaly as we can while we are here. We do not want to be caught at a disadvantage of our own. So I trust we understand our circumstances.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
I want to speak to both of you privately.
Ambassador Spock, I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander, as you are aware, there are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity as representatives of the Federation. But someone in an unofficial capacity, your first officer, for example, would not be bound by those restrictions. Commander Rydek could ingratiate herself to certain parties behind the scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
She certainly goes her own way. Maybe that helps in this case. It would be unconventional, but I'm not opposed to it.
With all due respect, Ambassador, I'm not a trained diplomat.
That's exactly what we're going to leverage.
I began my time in Starfleet as a science officer, not as an ambassador. We must be adaptable in the line of duty.
Well, I hope Commander Rydek will have more luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic channels.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
So, what'd you guys think of that?
Interesting.
Nice cutscenes, nice cut part. I want the battle.
I want to see some. I want to see some footage outside of just dialogue, because that's all we've got is just dialogue scenes and whatnot. I want to see something, either ground combat, space combat, show the ship flying around in space.
The damage model.
If this is all the game is going to be like, I'm not as interested because I can play a game like Mass Effect and get the same thing. You know, like you got to sell me more than just dialogue stuff like that.
I want to see, one, the damage models, and two, the damage control. You having to run around the engineering and fixing. I want to see. I want the meat and potatoes.
Well, I have played the trailer on Pop Talk before. I've been going to play it again, and this way you guys can see. What they
Oh, by
show
the
in
way, I did
trailer.
find that one game. It's called Star Trek New Worlds.
Yeah,
it was,
and
it
wasn't
was
that
published
by
in
Interplay?
2000. Yep.
Well,
and it takes place in the TMP era. So, I never got to play it, but I always wanted to, just to see what it would be like to play a real-time strategy Star Trek game.
Well, I think if I remember, even in Elite Force, like you could touch the computers, and besides, if the Borg got on board, and there was a lot of cool stuff that you could do with that. And that's what we want.
Played it.
I think if I remember, you could use the computers on the ship.
Yeah, you could assign. Yeah, you could tell
in
them
certain
like,
areas.
yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, kind of like how it is in XCOM. I mean, Star Trek Elite Force was the XCOM before XCOM ever came out, I think.
All right, so are you guys ready for the Resurgence trailer?
Okay.
All right, let's see it.
Oh, another one? All right.
I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere, see new worlds, look up at a sky no one's ever seen before.
It's been a dream of mine since before I can remember. So I would be honored to become a captain someday. We need to learn everything we can.
Ooh.
I'm not gonna die. Not if I have anything to say about it.
This can't be right.
Time to impact 1 minute. Jara, I need you to do the right thing.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
Yep, I was right. It is a Centaur class.
That was in
Okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. I get Mass Effect vibes.
Yeah.
When I see that trailer.
Yep.
And I'm just gonna tell you right now, I'd rather play Mass Effect. I don't want a Star Trek game in the Mass Effect with Mass Effect-esque stuff. Like,
yeah.
Well, unless it's actually interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what irritated me about Mass Effect. Okay, especially it wasn't because I first played Mass Effect 2 before I did the other ones, and I'm buying all these upgrades for my ship. I'm like, all right, I'm ready for this ship battle, and the ship battle is a cutscene. I'm like,
that's one thing I think with the Mass Effect universe is that it's on the space side. It's never been tapped into like it could have been, because if you look at like the index and everything, there is a lot of rich lore for the science and the tech and the ships in terms of offensive and defensive and everything. There is so much there. It's like you could easily make a you could do a Star Trek Armada style game. You could do a Star Trek, kind of like on how it's in Star Trek Online, where you control your ship and you can have, there's so much on the Mass Effect Starship side you could do.
I got you, Comment. Just buy Sins of the Solar Empire and download the Mass Effect mod and giggity.
I'm just saying, I would love to take command of like an Alliance cruiser and then just go into like epic battle up against, Geth, Asari, just go up against like all these other again, like kind of Star Trek Online where you can actually control your ship. Like, give me kind of something like that with how it's like in Star Trek Online, but with Mass Effect. I think that would be incredible.
I mean, it would be cool to actually guess they did some stuff with bridge crew that you can be a captain of a ship, but you just need more options. Don't limit us or limit the players to things like Squadrons did. It's like you can't even walk around the ship in Squadrons and Star Wars Squadrons. That sucks. I know it's small,
No,
but it still sucks.
Yeah,
I was disappointed with Squadrons.
Yeah, well, it was only a $40 game, but EA certainly abandoned that game. Just said, nah, the hell with it. Oh, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Now, when it comes to Resurgence, I'll give it a try. I'm always willing to try a game because even based on the trailer appearance, it's not deterring me from wanting to play it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, okay, it's not. I'm not being deterred from playing. I'm just my hype level is not up. I'll say that.
I'm not saying you are being deterred. I'm just saying, by that trailer, I'm not deterred. I'm not speaking about your personal thoughts on it. And
yeah, I mean, all I've seen, this does look like massive, freaking reskin Mass Effect. Okay, I want more from a Star Trek game than reskin Mass Effect.
Yeah, but I'll give the game this. At least it looks like it's sticking to a Star Trek story. Yes. Meaning you're going out, you're meeting these two new species that we've never heard of before. And we're trying to negotiate some kind of peace. That is very Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not sure about the game, I would just wait for user reviews and see, because they can do a better job than actual critics who are getting paid, because they go, "Oh, this game's amazing." I'm like, "Are you sure?"
Well, I have to say that, so I keep getting access.
Not only that,
and then wait for the actual gameplay footage to come out from users as well.
But right now, me personally, this seems more like a game I would watch someone else play streaming than spend money on myself so far. So, I want to know what
I was going to say, even if you spend money on it, whether you're on the fence about it or not, wait for it to go on a discount.
Right?
Yep. It's not necessarily one that I'd pick up at full price.
No.
I
don't think so. We just don't know enough about it yet. So
I better see some space battle on the lines of Star Trek Bridge Commander quality of space battles.
Yeah.
It'd be cool to be able to, give the order to fire phasers, fire photon torpedoes, tell them exactly how many photon torpedoes to fire, give me a full spread of photon torpedoes off their port bow.
Yeah. I want to run into engineering. I want to see coolant leaking or spewing out of the freaking reactor core. Oh yeah, secure that leak.
I want to hear the computer come on overhead saying, "Warning, 5 minutes to warp core breach."
I want to see consoles exploding.
Yeah. Oh, good. Vanity Fair. Maybe I can listen to Daniel Radcliffe's Useless Politics. That's always fun. So.
Lol biscuits.
Well, this article from Vanity Fair says Daniel Radcliffe is not interested in returning to Harry Potter right now.
Oh,
in an interview with the New York Times, Radcliffe said he has no desire to star in a film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Cursed Child.
Oh no.
Not terrible.
And it goes on.
Medical care?
And the article goes on to say, although the Harry Potter cinematic universe continues to live on, Daniel Radcliffe has no desire to return to the franchise just yet. In a joint interview with the Lost City co-stars Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum, which that movie, I'm going to say it looks stupid. It looks absolutely stupid.
Well, Channing Tatum was in a movie recently called Dog, and if you watch the trailer, you said, "Oh, that's great." It's really not, but yeah, it's wonderful.
But they were doing this interview for the New York Times, and Radcliffe made it clear that he's content to keep his distance from the wizarding world for now, telling the Times that starring in a Cursed Child adaptation is not something I'm really interested in doing right now. No, but I can guarantee this. They offer him the right amount of money, he'll be willing to do it.
Yeah, he probably will.
Says Radcliffe's comments came after Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone director Christopher Columbus, or Chris Columbus as it says in this, told the Hollywood Reporter that he'd be interested in returning to the Potter world to direct a film adaptation of the Broadway play Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. A version of the Cursed Child with Dan, Rupert, Emma at the right age, it's cinematic blitz, said Columbus, expressing a desire to reunite the film's central trio of Radcliffe, Rupert Grint, and Emma Watson for the future film adaptation. If you're a film nerd or cinephile, it's kind of like what J.J. Abrams did with Star Wars. And yes, I'm doing that on purpose because it's already given me
emotional damage.
If it's people, if it's people that work at Vanity Fair, well, they they have some good articles. We'll just leave it at that, I guess. No, you know what? Yeah, some. Yeah, a few. 5, maybe 6. Okay.
Yeah. It says Star Wars really started to be great again when I'm
What?
sorry.
What? What?
Star Wars started to be great again when JJ made the film and we had all the original cast back. There's no question if you're a Star Wars fan, you're moved just seeing them on screen. Seeing Harrison Ford as Han Solo again and Chewie, it was very moving.
What?
Columbus drew a parallel between Ford returning to Star Wars and Radcliffe and company one day returning to Harry Potter. I think that would be the same situation for Harry Potter fans, Columbus said. To able to actually see these adult actors now back in these roles. Oh yeah, it would be amazingly fun to make that film or 2 films. While Columbus is gung-ho about the idea, Radcliffe is not itching to get back on the broomstick despite participating in HBO Max's Harry Potter 20th anniversary Return to Hogwarts retrospective special earlier this year. This isn't the answer that anybody's going to want, but I think I was able to go back and enjoy it because it's not part of my day-to-day life anymore, Radcliffe said in reference to the special. I'm getting to the point where I feel like I made it out of Potter okay, and I'm really happy with where I am now, and to go back would be such a massive change to my life. Although Radcliffe has no intention of donning the lightning bolt scar anytime soon, he hasn't rolled it out entirely. To explain his reasoning, he too cited Star Wars. I'm never going to say never, he told the Times. The Star Wars guys had like 30, 40 years before they went back. For me, it's only been 10. It's not something that I'm really interested in doing right now. So Potter fans, it looks like you'll have to wait another 20 to 30 years before you see Radcliffe cast another spell.
If J.K. Rowling's not involved in this, isn't it a problem in itself?
Yes.
Anytime you don't have a creator of an IP directly involved, it's a problem anymore.
Yeah, and Radcliffe's doing something else. My brother said something about it the other day. What the heck is he doing? He's starring in something. We'd have to go to IMDb or something.
I can do that. I can pull it up real quick.
Mike, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I think my whole thing is that with Harry Potter is like they're trying to cash in on the whole Fantastic Beasts momentum. Although I don't know truly how much momentum is there,
right?
But that's what they're trying to cash in on it. Rather now, if there were no Fantastic Beasts that came out, if that trilogy had never come out, I think Radcliffe might be a little bit more open to it. But seeing as how it's you have these 3 Fantastic Beasts movie to then just do another movie that's set around Harry's child, to me it just feels like you're just trying to cash in on an opportunity rather than actually wanting to explore more of the lore.
Congratulations, you figured it out.
And right now,
I had my
Radcliffe is casted as Weird Al Yankovic in the movie Weird, the Al Yankovic story.
That's what I was thinking about. Yes, that's what. Yeah, that's so crazy to me. But I guess, sure, an English actor, if that's what Weird Al himself wanted, because this is about his life, and I'm interested in that for sure. But Daniel Radcliffe, sure, I guess maybe. I guess I could see it. He has done some interesting roles besides Harry Potter, so yeah.
Honestly, I think the guy to do that would be Russell Brand. I'd rather have Russell Brand. He seems much more. When I look at him, I'm like, he could easily play Weird Al.
He's not really interested as much into Hollywood anymore. Like after that movie he was in, Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Yeah, he didn't really do that much after that. So
yeah, he did Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and then he did what was it, Alfie? I think that one
Alfie,
remake,
right? Yeah,
which the original Alfie is a classic, but I'm like, I just heard the new one was so terrible.
Yeah, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. Weird Al. Yeah, my brother mentioned that earlier, and I said, "Really?" Well, yeah. Maybe.
I mean,
sure.
Maybe I'd have to see a trailer first before I would commit to seeing it.
Yeah. Yep. But I'm not against having a movie about Weird Al's life for sure.
No, neither am I.
Yeah, because I like to know how he keeps avoiding aging.
It's true.
I got my own theories, but I don't know if they're YouTube appropriate.
Bruh, what are you doing? I want some of that.
It was like that picture of Emma Watson going around this week on social media, and I'm looking at it, and I'm going, that's got to be Photoshop.
Oh,
that was my first reaction to it.
Did she grow her hair out again? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she did, and apparently some people are saying, this is what veganism does. I'm thinking, no, this is what Photoshop does.
Veganism?
Yeah, I'll try to find the picture.
Oh, no.
Give me a second.
It will cause damage.
I don't know if it's going to cause emotional damage or if it's just going to make people go, what?
As long as she's not wearing that pixie cut. I'm sorry to tell some women this, but they can't pull it off. Actually, you know what? Most women can't pull off the pixie cut. I'm sorry, but they can't. Maybe something with their face. I know that sounds terrible, but who cares?
Right.
Just like a guy can't pull off certain haircuts. I know it's shocking, but it's true.
Oh my God. A man actually having an opinion as to what he thinks doesn't look good on a woman. Oh my God, you misogynistic prick. All the feminists out there are just, foaming at the mouth and
right?
It's like a great many voices cried out.
I personally,
The people who don't, yes, there's a lot of fake feminists out there. I know. I said something else shocking. I bet I'm gonna get canceled, Mike, on your channel.
No, you're not.
That's okay. They can cancel me too for all I care.
They can, they can cancel.
This is the picture of Emma Watson that's been going around, and people have been saying, "Oh my God,
she looks sickly."
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
Come on, dude. Is that actually her? That is not a good.
That can't be right.
Come on. Is that actually her? She looks terrible.
And then I'll show you other pictures that have been popping up, which
that's her.
Me.
Did she stop eating? What's going on?
And you know, it's a thing because, and the reason I say it's a thing is in this picture, lighting makes a difference.
Man, she looks different. Is it her? She changed her hair a bit.
Mm-hmm.
These pictures. That's her. What is she, about 31 now or something? No, she was younger than Daniel. She's younger than Daniel Radcliffe. So
She's probably in her
31 or something.
Yeah, I'd say in her 30s.
It has to be her early 30s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess that's her, man.
Honestly, I'm telling you, because if you looked at her, if you just looked at her body, she did not look well. In the arms, in like her upper chest, in the neck, she lost way too much weight.
Yeah, she looks like a stick, like one of those supermodels that threw up. Gotta get skinny, anorexia, right? Ugh. Maybe she's not that bad, but do you have other pictures?
That's what I'm looking for right now, Cash.
Remember the Beauty and the Beast movie, the live action that she starred as Belle? That came out only not even 6 years ago. She looked way better in that movie than she does there.
This stream has turned into Fashion Police.
No, this stream has turned into damn. She needs Jesus.
Oh man.
Yeah, see, like
you can see her bones.
That's what I'm saying.
Shit, dude. Holy, you know what? No, that's wow.
There's two looks on women that have never been attracted to
Why
me. Women that are so skinny where you see their bones, or
why
women that have a literal six-pack.
Why do we see her rib cage? Oh my gosh, dude! How much weight has she lost?
All of it.
She lost a lot.
She was never fat, unless, or even. Wow, that is just not.
No, I thought she looked good and everything. She wasn't fat, but she wasn't she was more. She was slim, but she wasn't like sickly. She was always had more of a slim figure.
She needs a sandwich. I agree with Pop.
She needs to eat a biscuit, definitely.
Sandwich? Yes. Screw that. She needs like some deep fried chicken, some collard greens cooked in bacon grease.
He said she needs some soul food.
She needs to give this girl some barbecue and soul food. She'll pork out real quick.
So this has been going around social media, and people are saying it's brave and progressive because she's a vegan. Yet it looks like she needs to eat.
Right?
Even if she is a vegan,
eat food. My gosh, we can see your rib cage.
You can afford it. Okay.
Let me see. Can I see my rib cage? Nope. All right. I had to check if I could see my rib cage, so I don't think I'm that skinny.
What is happening?
It's like when these supermodels, when you see those Victoria's Secret supermodels, and they're just like, you're so skinny. You got that bulimia or something? It's like an episode of Family Guy. I want to take her on a date so I can
feed her.
You know what? Emma Watson needs to go to Golden Corral and get that all-you-can-eat right now because she needs something.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Even at I guess you could say her quote-unquote fattest, which I'm not even saying she was ever fat.
No.
She never looked bad ever.
No, she looked healthy.
Wow. Yeah, she looks healthy.
That's a great
which, as you know, healthy now is to be 600 pounds according to certain magazines, and that's what's considered healthy. Like what? I don't know if you guys ever saw that video.
Yes, I've seen it, but guess what? Look,
I have. I'm purposely withholding comments. I'm purposefully because I could go off on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying I know people don't like honesty, a lot of people, but if they think being 600 pounds is healthy, they need health. help and health. They need better health.
It's making it better for us dudes. The more women that go out there thinking that that's a cool look, the less chances we have of getting snagged and put into slavery. I mean, marriage.
Oh, wow.
You guys keep doing that. I will stay free.
Well, and today on Pop Talk, you have just heard our feminist dating advice from Chaos.
Yes, I was going to say on that note, I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next story.
Yes. What? Oh, y'all thinking it too?
1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts! Great Scott!
My calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Do you have any clips? Do you have any clips from Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Not yet.
Mike?
Not yet.
Okay, all right.
Not yet.
Oh,
I'm
man.
working on it. So there's a reason why I played those two particular clips. That's because, according to this article from The Hollywood Reporter, Star Wars, Christopher Lloyd joins The Mandalorian Season 3.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, Marty. I think I know what I can do. I can build Grogu a suit with a flux capacitor, and when that suit hits 88 miles per hour, Grogu can go back in time and prevent this.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
Marty, your kids, Marty.
Something's got to be done about your kids. What's the matter with us in the future? Do we become assholes or something? No, Marty. You and Jennifer turn out fine. It's your kids, Marty. Something's got to be done about your kids.
What happened?
All right.
They reelected Nancy Pelosi. Oh, shit.
Oh, goodness.
Run!
Chaos.
Yeah, Chaos. You took that to a new level we didn't expect.
I'm not commenting.
So
I'm getting me food right now.
This article from The Hollywood Reporter says Star Wars Christopher Lloyd joins The Mandalorian Season 3. Where he's going, the actor won't need roads, but a hyperdrive might help. When this starship hits 8 parsecs an hour. All right, I know. No
it's
such
dead,
thing.
Jim. It's dead.
Christopher Lloyd is adding another iconic sci-fi franchise to his storied career. The Back to the Future actor is on the call sheet for The Mandalorian, the Disney Plus Star Wars show that is currently filming its 3rd season in Southern California.
Oh, they're back to California now. Good. Maybe it's always been here. No.
Character details for his role are being kept locked in the trunk of a DeLorean, but it has been described as guest starring in nature. Lucasfilm could not be reached for comment. Lloyd played time-traveling scientist Dr. Emmett Brown, or Emmett L. Brown, in the Back to the Future trilogy, with the role becoming the most enduring in his long career. On the sci-fi front, he has played the villainous Klingon Commander Kruge. In Star Trek III, The Search for Spock, he is a multiple Emmy winner, including for the seminal sitcom Taxi. Recently, he appeared in the Bob Odenkirk action movie Nobody for Universal, as well as the George Clooney directed The Tender Bar. Goes on to say, The Mandalorian has a record of bringing in characters from legendary franchises. Michael Biehn, the star of The Terminator, appeared in a memorable Season 2 episode, for example. That was also the one where Rosario Dawson debuted as Ahsoka. But of course, when it comes to Michael Biehn,
I'm the dude.
I'm Batman.
I'm your Huckleberry.
I am Boba Fett.
Wrong one, sorry. Wrong.
Wretched slugs. Don't any of you have the guts to fight for blood?
I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
That's one of my favorite roles of Michael Biehn.
I'm your huckleberry.
All right, so it goes on to say The Mandalorian from executive producers Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni launched in November 2019 as Disney Plus flagship show, helping propel impressive subscriber growth. Season 2 ran in late 2020 with the first spinoff, The Book of Boba Fett. The Book of Boba Fett. What's there to say about The Book of Boba Fett?
Like a bantha. Yes?
Yes, like a bantha. Like we wanted a better show, but we didn't get it.
We did.
I'm just gonna say this. This is the same Boba Fett that had to be told no disintegration. He's gone from being told not to disintegrate Han, but now he's saying like a bantha.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you watch the Boba Fett show, though, Patriot?
I watched the two episodes with the Mandalorian in it, and then that was it.
That's the only thing you probably need to watch, but it still doesn't belong in the Boba
I didn't
Fett
even
show.
see this finale
Mando
because I'm like, I did see the clip of the go Tatooine Rangers.
Oh, that's the best.
Oh wow!
Dude.
I was just waiting. I was
arms.
waiting for them to. I was waiting for them to fuse all their cycles together into the great Tatooine Megazord.
I was waiting for one of them to make the head, though, but I guess that didn't happen. So.
And then they
I
decided
could
to
say something, but I'm gonna. Yep, I'm gonna. Nope.
I know.
I'm gonna restrain myself. Nope.
back.
No.
Do it.
No.
I'll do it.
The thing that I'm worried about, and going forward with the Kenobi show, is even if Favreau and Filoni are involved in it, are we going to actually bring back the action? Are our main characters going to die if they need to? Are they going to make us care about that? And those are my worries for this Kenobi show. And after watching the Book of Boba Fett, I'm just not that excited about Star Wars again. I'm just waiting to be excited again about Star Wars and the new Star Wars.
Well,
Mandalorian I liked a lot overall, but Boba Fett was a mess. And
after
as a big Boba Fett show fan, whatever. Go ahead. Yeah.
And after what Doomcock said about Kathleen Kennedy's influence in Kenobi, I have lost interest whatsoever. I'm like, nope.
She's going to be around, though, so people are just going to have to accept it. I mean, yes, there was a lot of grumbling, but she's going to be around. So.
Oh, I don't got to accept anything. At least I know I don't have to. I'm not going to be wasting any money on any future Star Wars. Okay, I'm like, shit. Nope.
Yeah.
Well, some of us will take the hit and review it.
I know, because see how your guys' channels do that kind of stuff.
I will actually watch the Obi-Wan show.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a try.
To me, I'm only doing it to support Ewan McGregor.
Yes.
Because he put in the work, he put in the time, he put in the effort to, I'm sure probably get back into shape, to kind of get in that mindset of I am Obi-Wan Kenobi and everything. So I want to do it to support him, not to support Disney. Because the fact that him and Hayden Christensen went through the training, went through the working out, went through all the effort to reprise their roles again in the Star Wars universe, I want to support them because they're legends. They're Star Wars legends. I mean, Ewan McGregor did a great Obi-Wan in episodes 1 through 3. Okay. You can love or hate the movies. I liked him as Obi-Wan, and I want to support him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
He captured the spirit of Alec Guinness.
But not have that happen again. Look what Kathleen Kennedy did to freaking Luke Skywalker. What do you think she's going to do to Obi-Wan? Let me guess. She's going to meet some stunning and brave POC toaster black chick or whatever.
We don't.
And then the show's gonna be all about her now instead of him. Okay, fool me once, you're not fooling me twice, Kathleen. No,
But dude, people like Doomcock also said about 100,000 billion times that Kathleen Kennedy was going to get fired, and I know he did say he was wrong on stream because I had heard about that. But unless it's accurate with Lucasfilm coming out, Disney Lucasfilm coming out and saying it's just not going to happen. So if she's in the background, she was still around for the Mandalorian. Look at how that turned out. That turned out well. So I would say, yeah.
Yeah. I have a feeling that she's going to give Obi-Wan the same treatment that Luke got. Her track record proves it. Track record proves it. All the legacy characters she gets her hands on, she fucks them over. That's her track record. She has 100% track record for doing that.
Well, according to this article from Bounty in the Comics, it says Kathleen Kennedy and Ewan McGregor's explanation of Obi-Wan Kenobi's mental state shows their complete lack of understanding about the Jedi.
Yep. No surprise there.
Yeah.
None.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. The show hasn't come out yet, so it's May 25th.
That's what they said about the Jedi. That's what they said about
the Book of Boba was a mess. But the thing is, they can't mess this up because if they do, then Star Wars is going to be literally on life support.
So, it already is.
I don't think it's gotten to that point yet, but we'll see what happens.
Star Wars and Star Trek are both on. I would even say that Star Trek is not on life support. It's on. It's like right now it's being resuscitated,
sodomized.
Yes. Clear. I'm like, it's dead, Jim.
Hello, Captain Trek. How are you, sir?
What's going on, man?
If you'd like to come on the panel, the link is in the top of the chat.
Well,
you're more than welcome.
Star Trek at this point is just a walking corpse. It's not. That's basically what it is.
Yep.
It's not even alive. Star Trek died during, I'd say, Discovery season 2, because then you brought in Spock, and what you did with Spock in Discovery season 2, you killed it.
Should be illegal.
And you further cemented that killing with what you did with Picard. So yeah. Star Trek is dead. You cannot bring it back because now it's been revealed that Kirk is going to be bi.
Oh God.
Yeah. So they've passed, to paraphrase Doc, once you cross that windmill, there's no going back.
Mm-hmm.
They've already gone off the bridge already. Star Trek. Yep. They passed the windmill. The windmill was Discovery season 2. Discovery season 1 came up on that windmill. Discovery season 2 passed the windmill. Once Discovery season 2 happened, and what they did with Pike and Spock,
they drove through the windmill.
They crossed the windmill. There was no going back.
He drove through the windmill going 180 miles an hour.
Well, I will say this. I don't think some of you guys know crit. Well, some of you, I know Mike does, obviously, and I do. Yeah. But one of my friends, he showed me the season 2, episode 1 of Picard, and I was like, oh wow, because he had shown me the whole clips of in season 1 they just trashed on him, like whatever he said they didn't care, like F off Picard. Mm-hmm. And this, I was like, wow, this is insulting.
Yeah.
And how are you this morning, Captain Trek?
Luckily, I lost no brain cells on Discovery or Picard. Not any.
And so when I was watching this episode, I was like, well, they're actually showing Picard respect, and this seems somewhat decent. And then the Borg Queen popped up. This was just... and she looked like a bad Marvel character with that helmet on. And then I saw her in another picture, and I was like, oh, she took her helmet off, and now she looks like the Borg Queen again. Well, that's odd. It just like it was just weird because it was like a bad Doc Ock female or something. It was in the first episode of Picard season 2, season 2. And I was like, but they were actually saluting Picard and they were showing him respect. Unlike season 1, and I was like, well, this is somewhat decent. And then I saw Q, and then he was like, Q, he was getting all upset. I was like, dang it, Q, going out and bothering Picard again. You jackass.
See, what I would have done if I was writing the episode is instead of, Picard going Q, SOB, I would have had Picard turn around, see Q, and say, I should have known.
Yeah. Yep, I like that. Yeah, and Guinan popped up, and however, I wish Whoopi Goldberg was more like Guinan.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Guinan
Yeah,
is
I mean, honestly, do you know
person-
what would have been amazing?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. You can finish.
I just, it was like, yeah, and when I was talking to Crit, I was like, yeah, this is decent, but we know that these shows, a lot of them now are going to do this bait and switch situation, so it looks pretty good. And then I'm sure later episodes it's going to be a problem again, because I kind of did like he's got this what was it, a Romulan, I think, woman that he liked. Was it a Romulan? I don't know. You guys haven't watched that much. Oh, you did. Okay, it was a Romulan.
I watched season 1.
Okay.
Yeah, her name was Laris.
And she seems pretty interesting, but it's like I'm not gonna let this show try to trick me. I'm just not. So if I watch another episode, I was like, yeah, I might watch another episode, but I was like, there's gonna be some bait and switch at some point in this season 2. I'm
It
sure.
usually is.
I can just see it. So
it's like the name of the game right now. It's like their modus operandi. Because as the drinker said, it's always, instead of storytelling, the message. So it's like the playbook.
It's what we see with our own 2 eyes. We don't need the critical drinker or any of these people. But the bait and switch is there, and if they do it with Lightyear and this other stuff that's coming out, it's going to be a problem, because why is the show called Lightyear if it's not about Buzz Lightyear and it switches to something else? That makes no sense.
No. That's how they've been operating in the past.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
Well, I mean, they've already announced that. I guess they had a same-sex kiss in Buzz Lightyear, and then they pulled it out. Well, because of everything that happened, with Pixar and Disney and Florida and all that stuff, they decided to reintroduce that back into the movie as kind of like a go F you. So to me, all these franchises, they have to earn my reason to view.
Agreed.
They have to. Star Wars gives me just a tiny bit. It gives me enough of a reason to be like, you can do this. Okay, you failed me. Okay, but I know you can do this. Come on. Star Trek, it did that. It showed it can't do that years ago. It just showed it can't do that.
No, and before we continue, I do want to say good afternoon, good morning to you, Captain Trek. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
Can't complain, brother.
Well, I can say this. See, Star Wars may be on life support, but Star Trek is a corpse. Yep. It's dead.
That's exactly what I said. It's a walking corpse at this point.
It's dead, Jim. It's dead.
Well,
at least Star Wars has an easy way, has some easy outs where they can actually fix stuff. Star Trek, there's no way they've gone beyond hope of ever saving it.
They can't stop taking, especially a wrecking ball, to establish characters. I don't understand. People will be like, "Oh, what, you don't want Kurt by?" No, that's not his character.
Right?
So why don't you guys make a new character that's also bi and interesting? Sorry, I know I blew your mind. I know.
You guys, okay.
Well, that's the thing too. In the promotional image that they released, the stripes on Kirk's uniform are captain's stripes. I'm thinking he wouldn't be a captain during that time.
Nope. Okay. Again, like I said, they're trying to push a message. You cannot make interesting in whatever characters when you care more about pushing a message and good storytelling. So therefore, they have to hijack existing characters and existing fan base to try to shove it down your throat. Because if they made their own original characters with their shit pumped into it, no one would give a shit. That is why they keep doing this. And they keep doing it and failing. They still keep doing it over and over again. I don't understand why. It's like, that's the definition of insanity. Doing the exact same stupid shit over and over again and expecting a different result.
Yeah, I know, TK, but it just blows my mind. It's like if somebody's like, well, what would you do if you made a transgender character? I wouldn't make it a victim. I'd be like, someone say, oh, you're trans, yeah? And go F yourself. You got a problem? Right. You know, like that's just that's the way I've always seen characters. You've got to develop them. They need to have a backbone. It doesn't matter what their gender is or not their gender is.
Who the hell cares?
Yeah, exactly. And so if you're going to make that part of the character, you need to make people care about these things. And that's what we will continue to miss in entertainment. So they're like, well, we're going to reboot X-Men, for example. Or we got Seth Rogen rebooting Turtles, as we talked about recently.
Oh, God.
You can't. You have to follow the blueprint that's already there. You don't follow the blueprint, it's just going to be a mess. If the blueprint's already written, follow most of the blueprint. You don't have to follow everything. But this whole thing about, like, we're going to take established characters and we're going to change them, like, it's just lazy. Well, we're going to race swap this. Would you guys want a black Blade? Or, well, there is a black Blade. But, I mean, would you guys
want
a
White Panther?
White Blade? Yeah. Yeah, White Panther, white this. No, because his race is part of his character. But when it becomes the main part of the character, woe is me all the time. People don't like me because of my race. Blah blah blah. We need like characters that all have to be superheroes. It's like, this is not that interesting. That's what the CW
Hollywood
did with
apparently
Superman.
Hollywood thinks we're all narcissists. Oh no, I can't relate to a character unless it's the same skin tone as me and likes to hook up with the same things I hook up. No, that's how narcissistic do you have to be?
Yep.
Well, it goes back to what I've told Mike many times. You had a great opportunity in season 1 of Discovery with Stamets, okay? Him and the Doc, they're in a relationship. I guess they were married, but they didn't say that they're married, but they're in a relationship. So you're in a gay relationship. Okay, great. It's the future. That would be happening. I mean, it's happening now, so obviously be happening in the future. Okay, I got no issue with that.
Happened in the past.
The problem I had with it wasn't that it was a gay couple. The problem I had is you didn't develop the characters. You didn't mature them. You didn't age them properly like you should a good character, and so they really shine with this like, holy crap, Stamets, he's an amazing thing. You wouldn't give a crap that he was gay, but they kept pushing the fact that we're a couple. Okay, you established that like 5 episodes ago. We don't need to keep establishing it. Give me more character development instead of pushing we're a gay couple.
And here's another thing I noticed when I was watching Discovery. Anybody who was part of the LGBTQ community, they were always in a scene together. They weren't intermingling with the other crew members, other characters. It was only that group together. I'm thinking, no, that's not Star Trek. That is not Gene Roddenberry's vision. That's not what we saw in the Berman era. And if this show were written in the Berman era, we would even know who was gay, who was straight, whatever. We would know about the characters. We might find out about, their personal lifestyle later on as the seasons go on. But it wouldn't be a forefront. It wouldn't be something that they would push to make us even think, oh my God, I have to care about this character because they're this, they're that. No, I want to care about this character because they're a strong, well-developed character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what's also funny about these characters is like, yeah, I enjoy your character, but you as a person could be a better person. And it's funny because you hate me because of my politics, because of this, whatever. And it's like, but we're supposed to enjoy your work, but yet you hate people like me. Fans,
Mhm.
like, I like Guinan a lot, but Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh God, what a piece of garbage!
That's right, I'll just say it.
Oh my God, that woman! Oh, that woman's insufferable.
I know, but it's just her roles that I have seen on shows, even like Glee, Star Trek. The woman can act. There is no doubt
Mhm.
about that. But I would like to see more Guinan in Whoopi Goldberg, and that would make me happier.
How can you play such a wise woman yet be so stupid?
Well, looking at Whoopi Goldberg on screen now, I'd say we are seeing Guinan in Whoopi Goldberg.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
I love the fact that she, at least the episode that I saw, that was episode 1, season 2 of Picard, where you saw that scene of Guinan, and she, of course, has her own bar, which makes sense, but she's giving Jean-Luc Picard advice. I was like, that's awesome. But I know there's some, yeah, exactly, old school. That's gonna, but something's gonna happen in this. So I might watch another episode of Picard, but I just don't know. Yeah.
Well, if your head doesn't explode, then let us know.
Maybe my head won't explode. I'll let you guys know about that. Yeah.
From what I've seen is what makes this confederation any different from the mirror universe. From the clips I've seen, it makes it no different from the mirror universe.
Mm-hmm.
And let's go ahead and get back to this article from Bounding into Comics by John F. Trent. It says, recently, Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy and actor Ewan McGregor attempted to justify an anguished mental state for Obi-Wan Kenobi while promoting their upcoming Obi-Wan Kenobi Disney Plus show. Their explanation clearly show that they do not understand the character of Obi-Wan Kenobi, but also fail to understand what it actually means to be a Jedi. Speaking to Entertainment Weekly, McGregor told the outlet, "We find Obi-Wan Kenobi at the beginning of our story rather broken and faithless and beaten, somewhat given up." He further elaborated on this idea in a much more in-depth article from EW about the show. He said he's a broken man after what happened with the Jedi Order at the end of episode 3, but also what happened with Anakin, that he lost him to the dark side. He feels an enormous amount of responsibility for that and guilt. Kathleen Kennedy would echo this characterization of Kenobi, telling the outlet, "We're looking ultimately to make a hopeful, uplifting story. And it's tricky when you're starting with a character in the state that Obi-Wan would be in coming off Revenge of the Sith. That's a pretty bleak period of time." Goes on to say, she added, "You can't just wave the magic wand with any writer and arrive at a story that necessarily reflects what you want to feel." The show's writer, Joby Harold, also stated, "When we last saw Obi-Wan in the prequels, he was very emotional. There's a passion in him, and when we get to see him again in A New Hope, he is the Zen master." That was the story I wanted to understand, and what happened to Obi-Wan between the guy that Ewan McGregor had brought to life and the guy that Sir Alec Guinness brought to life. Excuse me. It goes on to say, first off, Harold must have forgotten how Revenge of the Sith ends. Yeah, because I was just going to bring up the fact that in this scene, Yoda is saying to Obi-Wan that he's going to teach him how to commune with Qui-Gon.
That's right. He did say that, yes.
And let's see.
Yeah, he would
Goes on
have
to
to
say-
be emotional. I mean, imagine going through all that trauma. That would just, it sucks.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It really does.
And it goes on to say, and I'll just read this first sentence again. First off, Harold must have forgotten how Revenge of the Sith ends because Kenobi is not emotional at the end of the film. He is emotional following his duel with Anakin and leaving him to die on Mustafar. However, at the end of the movie, Kenobi is not emotional. He volunteers to watch over Luke Skywalker and then dutifully takes up training to learn how to commune with Qui-Gon Jinn, assigned to him by Yoda. So the whole idea of Kenobi has to go from this passion in the Sith to a Zen Master in A New Hope is in all purposes a crock of crap. It's made up. It doesn't exist. Unfortunately, it appears to be the whole crux of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, aside from the Inquisitors hunting down Jedi throughout the galaxy and another rematch between Kenobi and Vader. With that out of the way, this idea that Kenobi is somehow emotionally broken, faithless, and defeated due to the destruction of the Jedi, the betrayal of Anakin, and the and the ascendancy, or I probably just mispronounced that, of the Empire, ascendancy, sorry, of the Empire flies in the face of what it means to be a Jedi. If you recall in The Empire Strikes Back, Yoda tells Luke, a Jedi must have the deepest commitment to the most serious mind. This is not a long time I have watched. Okay, do that over again. This one a long time I have watched. All his life he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was. And no, I'm not going to do it in the Yoda voice because it'd be even worse. What he was doing, adventure, excitement, a Jedi craves not these things. Yoda told Luke, you are reckless. Then, while beginning Luke's training on Dagobah, Yoda would provide more details on what it takes to be a Jedi. A Jedi's strength flows from the Force, but beware of the dark side, anger, fear, aggression. The dark side of the Force are they. Easily they flow, quick to join you in a fight. If once you start down the dark path, forever it will dominate your destiny. Consume you, it will, as it did Obi-Wan's apprentice, Yoda instructed Luke. Yoda would also advise Luke that he would know the good from the bad when you are calm, at peace, passive, Yoda added. A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. After Luke attempted to lift his X-Wing out of the swamps of Dagobah, and Yoda proceeds to prove to him that it is indeed possible. Through the Force, Yoda explained the reason why Luke failed is because he lacks faith. Luke tells Yoda, I don't believe it. Yoda responded, that is why you fail. Later on in his training, Yoda would chide Luke on lacking control when he dropped R2-D2 and a bunch of his boxes and supplies from the X-Wing. Let's see, it says, clearly Jedi have strong faith in the Force. They are in control of themselves. They don't let their mind wander in more ways than one. They stay focused on the present and are aware of the temptations and dangers of the dark side. They shield themselves from anger, fear, aggression to prevent them from being consumed by it. On top of this, they also practice detachment, which is outlined by Anakin in discussion with Padme and Attack of the Clones. Padme brings up the topic of saying, must be difficult having sworn your life to the Jedi, not being able to visit the places you like or do things you like, and it can interject or would be with people that I love. Padme then questions, are you allowed to love? I thought that was forbidden for the Jedi. Padme, okay, let's see. Attachment is forbidden. Possession is forbidden, explains Anakin. Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love, is central to a Jedi's life. So you might say that we are encouraged to love. And then it goes on to say George Lucas would provide clarification on his idea of attachment back in 2010. The idea of the movie ultimately is that you have the light side and the dark side, Lucas explains. The light side is compassion, which means you care about other people. The dark side is you care only about yourself. You are obsessed with yourself, getting your pleasure and getting all your stuff. The other one, you give it to everybody. You give goodness and health to everybody else. So the issue of love, there's a line between loving somebody compassionately and caring about them and helping them. But the other line is not to be greedy, or once you are greedy, then you get fearful. You don't want to lose what it is you have that you are getting. So you have to learn to give up everything. And ultimately, for a Jedi Knight, it's very easy to give up, Lucas elaborated. And it goes on to say, what does all this mean? It means Obi-Wan Kenobi would not be rather broken and faithless and beaten, somewhat given up. He's not a broken man after what happened with the Jedi Order at the end of Episode 3. A broken and faithless man would no longer be a Jedi, something that George Lucas made very clear did not happen in either Revenge of the Sith or the original Star Wars film. Does Kenobi have an emotional reaction and briefly succumb to his passions in Revenge of the Sith following his battle with Anakin? Yes. Despite being a Jedi Master, he is still human after all. In fact, Kenobi shouts at him, "You were the chosen one. It was said you would destroy the Sith, not join them. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness." When Anakin replies, "I hate you," Kenobi responds, "You were my brother, Anakin. I loved you." However, by the end of the movie, he's back in control of his emotions. He clearly hasn't abandoned his faith in the Jedi or the Force, despite the nigh complete destruction of the Jedi Order. The transformation of the Republic into the Galactic Empire and the fall of his Padawan to the dark side and his corruption into the Sith. His training allows him to guard himself against the quick, easy, and seductive path of the dark side that would lead him to despair. Kenobi is committed to the Jedi Order and has a serious mind. This is all shown in his resolve to bring Anakin heel. His rebuke of the Sith, and ultimately his choice to cut Anakin down on Mustafar. Instead of falling into despair, as Lucasfilm now claims he did, Kenobi volunteers to protect and watch over Luke Skywalker on Tatooine. He then is tasked with further training to learn how to commune with Qui-Gon Jinn, and then eventually learn how to become one with the Force with him. These actions clearly show he is not broken, faithless, and beaten, somewhat given up. He's not a broken man. In fact, it's the opposite. He's still faithful, resolved, and dare I say hopeful when he hears of Yoda's instruction to train under Qui-Gon Jinn. Yeah, because he does perk up. It's like, I get to speak with Qui-Gon once again? Show me how to do this, Master Yoda. It's almost like the promise of eternal life through oneness with the Force can blunt this whole idea of an Obi-Wan Kenobi falling into despair that McGregor Kennedy and Harold describe.
Yeah.
And if you want real-world parallels of people being faced with seemingly crushing events and still not giving up their faith, look to thousands of martyrs of the Catholic Church. One such example is Saint. I don't know.
Philomena.
Saint Philomena.
Yes.
I had to look at it and then I had to sound it out in my head. When Philomena was 13 years old, she took a vow of consecrated. Yeah, I got it. Consecrated virginity upon arriving in Rome. Emperor Doctrine wanted to marry her, but she refused. In response, Philomena was brutally tortured, scourged, drowned, and even shot with arrows. However, she still refused. Eventually, Diocletian wanted to have her beheaded. Another example can be found in Daniel chapter 3. Shadrach,
Meshach, and Abednego.
Meshach and Abednego refused to worship the false idols. King
Nebuchadnezzar.
Yes. I can never say it right anyways.
That's
I will admit that
we're here to help you.
they told Nebuchadnezzar, there is no need for us to defend ourselves before you in this matter. If our God, whom we serve, can save us from the white-hot furnace and from your hands, O king, may he save us. But even if he will not, you should know, O king, that we will not serve your God or worship the golden statue which you set up. Nebuchadnezzar then threw the three men into his white-hot furnace and attempted to burn them alive. However, the three did not fall into despair and give up. Instead, they sang God's glory, and in the end, God spared them. It also saw Nebuchadnezzar convert and decree that whoever blasphemies the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and
Meshach.
I know. I'm going to say some words wrong. And
I'm helping
that's
you
what
out
you guys
here.
are here
I'm
to help.
helping you
I know. I'm just getting frustrated. I'll admit it. I'm just getting frustrated. That's
damn ancient, crazy sounding names.
And if Dick, and I'm not, you know what? I'm not even going to try. She'll be cut to pieces. Yeah, Abednego. Thank you. Shall be cut to pieces and his house made into a refuse heap. For there is no other God who can rescue like this. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to have to read quotes from the Bible this morning.
Well, you don't have to read the whole article if you don't want to, Pacific.
I'm not going to. I'm
not-
stopping from there because it's
It's
torture
up
for
to
you
you,
guys,
man.
and it's
It's up
torture
to
for
you,
you
dude.
guys, and
It's not torture. It's just,
It's not torture.
It's torture
You just
for
don't
the
sound
viewers.
like you're having fun.
Right.
You throw
Honestly,
somebody out a window.
Something that I don't think that this article realizes, though, is that remember after the whole Order 66, and he pretty much almost cuts Anakin in half. He's around other friends. He's around those that he feels a certain sense of comfort with, a safe space, essentially. But imagine now Obi-Wan is alone. Okay, what happens when you're alone? Your mind, you will start to replay things in your mind, and Obi-Wan, remember, at the end of Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan didn't get any time to really digest what happened, because it's like it's like how some people, when they'll lose a loved one, a best friend, car crash, cancer, whatever, they die. Some people, you will not see a reaction at first. They'll go on like life is normal, but then all of a sudden that moment hits them and they are a literal broken heap for months, if not years sometimes. They're just a broken heap once that hits them. And that's something I don't think that they understand, is that Obi-Wan is now alone. He has no friends. He has no allies. He has nobody but himself. Now, his job is to essentially watch over Luke as a silent protector in the in the shadows. Okay, that's what his sole thing is now, to be a silent protector of Luke in the background. So when he's doing that, he's alone. He's alone to his own thoughts, and he has to reflect about where he is right now.
Yep. Yeah.
They don't understand what that would do to somebody like that. Remember, Obi-Wan, within the span of a decade, lost his master in combat, went through the Clone Wars, that also killed many of his Jedi friends and brethren, okay? He saw the Sith rise, his own apprentice fall to the dark side, challenge him in to a lightsaber duel, and he almost killed him, somebody who he looked at as like a brother, had such a deep love for. This is all hitting you. You have 10 years of this, and you think, oh, he's just going to be fine. He's got leprechauns and rainbows.
Yeah, exactly.
And
100% exactly. My girl that I knew since I was 7 years old and she was 2, she died in 2015, and to this day my brain keeps going over everything I could have done differently to possibly have saved her. So his entire order, everything, oh god, his mind must be fucked up, thinking what can I have done to prevent my entire order being wiped out?
And they even mentioned some of this in the New Hope, or we'll just call it Star Wars 1977, whatever. But,
it was a New Hope. It was initially titled Star Wars, but it was then rebranded as A New Hope.
Right, which is fine. I like that title.
Yeah.
Anyways. But they mention it like he's this, hermit. People don't want to be around him, but it would be hard on anybody. So, of course, and people would feel that way. Somebody comes in, they're acting all crazy. People don't want to be around him. That's why they mention that a little bit in the New Hope. His uncle does, Luke's uncle. So I don't know. Sometimes I think that bounding into comics is always trying to find some kind of edge about something, but it's okay. I like they can be tying it to all Kathleen Kennedy or other people, but I mean, it's just, I've read other articles, but it's just, sometimes I think, and they're not the only ones who do this, but yeah, I mean, it can be a concern because we've already seen what happened with the Boba Fett show. So Kenobi, but if they mess it up for whatever reason, if they decide to do that, Star Wars is going to be a mess and not a good
Star Wars will be dead. Star Wars will be
Common.
dead if you
It'll
mess
be on
up
life
Kenobi
support for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Common, your description of that is like perfect because I can see, the heat of the moment, the adrenaline is still pumping. He's, okay, this is what I got to do. Finally gets to Tatooine, sits down in his little hut, and just.
Thank you for coming, Internet. Things have changed, and we need to talk.
Do we? We need to talk. All right.
It's one of those ads.
I know.
Oh,
We
okay.
need
I
to
was like,
talk,
hello, new person.
Yeah, we need to talk, Internet. Yes. All right. Yes.
Yeah. So,
I mean, like I remember when. So I had so when I used to work at a local theater, I was very close with two of the managers, and actually one of the managers, he was a regular employee, and then eventually got promoted to a manager. And I was close with him. Even when I left the theater, I'd still stop by all the time and just talk on like slow nights when I know they were working, and we would just talk and everything. And we had, we would try, we tried to set up plans to go to the gun range and everything like that. It never ended up working out just because stuff would come up, but we always tried to hang out whenever we could. I I remember they went with the owner of the owner of the theater, and he was a co-owner of a little Cessna. Well, he decided to take these two managers flying. The plane crashed upon coming in for a landing. All three killed. The only way they could identify one of the managers is they went to his girlfriend, his longtime girlfriend, showing a picture of just his calf. And on his calf, he had a big old Kool-Aid guy. He's like, I was drunk one night. I decided to get a big old Kool-Aid guy tattooed on my calf. That was how they identified one of the managers, was that. And it didn't hit me at first. But when it did hit me, I was very depressed and down and sad for about 3 weeks. Because these guys I was close with, we would play a bunch of the employees and managers would go out and play softball and go out afterwards and get some wings and beer and watch football. Like I hung out with these guys, and it was very hard for a few weeks to get over that. And eventually I did. I mean, I'm still saddened to this day whenever I think about those two guys. I mean, they were amazing guys. But just that example was, it didn't hit me at first. But once that weight hit me, like I said, to this day, I still get a little emotional when I think about all the good times we had together and knowing I'll never be able to hang out with them again. And that was in 2012. That was in 2012 when that happened. So we're a decade later, and I still mourn those losing those two guys. I still mourn it. Now take that and magnify it by a factor of like 10 million, and then that's what Obi-Wan's going through. And to think he's going to be perky and happy and okay. You people are smoking something, and I don't even think that it's legal. Yeah. It's legal nowhere in this galaxy.
I agree.
Her face still there too. Yep, every day.
Her face is my case. No, I'm just kidding.
What if I had done this? What if I had done that?
Yep.
She'd still be here.
And the thing is, we all have that person, and we all have that person, a close coworker, a spouse, a relative, even a pet. Even a pet, you'll be like, man, I still miss fill in the blank name from like 7 years ago. Even though I have a new pet, I still miss the old one because of all the memories.
The man I practically raised, trained, had at my side for decades, slaughtered an entire building filled with children.
Yeah.
That will fuck your brain all kinds of up.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to admit something. Last year when my mom passed away, and Chaos can tell you, I wasn't myself. There were times I was a downright asshole.
Yep.
Yep.
It happens. Well, it's just like other people. They don't understand what people are going through. It's like, get over it. What is it? A family member? Did you love this person? Blah blah blah. It's like, it's stupidity. But they try to. It's a mess. It's just a mess. But with Obi-Wan, yeah, anybody would be like broken after that. It's a mess.
Yeah,
it really is. You want to go to a bar and drink yourself to death, I guess, or drink and sit by yourself and think about things, and it's just a mess.
You might put on a brave face or whatever when you're at work, but when you get home, sit down and it's you and your thoughts. Bruh, no.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, that's something that I wish they would show in the Kenobi show. I don't think we're going to truly get that on. We're going to get something of it. I just don't think they're going to portray the weight that carries on him. Because remember, this is like what 5-6 years after the events of Revenge of the Sith.
Yep.
It's going to be that weight is still going to be there on him.
The one thing I just don't want to see in this show is I don't want to see him apologizing to random people for some reason. Be like, what? What's going on?
Going on an apology tour.
He just goes on an apology tour.
The funny thing is, it doesn't make sense for Picard to go on an apology tour, but it kind of would make sense for Obi-Wan to. It's like, if I'd listened to my instincts and not trained that little bastard, he wouldn't have murdered everybody.
Yeah.
Well, even Qui-Gon was warned not to train him.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Although, I mean, I mean, I know Star Wars theory is not liked by everybody, but I did watch a video he did. Is that what if the Jedi, what if Anakin had revealed to Obi-Wan, Mace Windu, and Yoda the fact that he and Padme were married, that she was pregnant, what would have happened? Kind of like an alternate possibility. And I like the way he played it out. It was very well thought out. It was very good, and
in the Clone
really
Wars,
brought the.
I think Obi-Wan knew, or at least I remember an episode where Obi-Wan was hinting, like, I know, I'm not going to say anything though, but I know, don't think you're going to surpass me. Like, I'm trying to remember the moment.
No, it was in Revenge of the Sith when he learned that Anakin was the father, but he had a feeling, but he couldn't place his finger on who the father was.
Yes,
but I think he had some hints and everything. Now, granted, in the the animated Clone Wars TV series, they kind of make it more that Obi-Wan knows that Anakin and Padme are tight. Now, he might not know that they're married and everything and doing deeds behind the scenes, but he knows that they're very tight. So he probably suspects something, but he probably hasn't connected the dots because, we're kind of in the middle of an entire galactic war right now.
That makes it even more. Adrenaline, excitement, danger, that makes you even more likely to want to knock boots. Okay, Obi-Wan he's a wise individual. There's no way in hell I'd be like, come on. Okay, come on, as a man.
Well,
you know your friend.
The fan theory.
You know when something's up. You know it.
Well, the fan theory that Obi-Wan and the Queen of Mandalore probably were in a secret relationship, right?
That's just theory.
I remember that. I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, come on. You're human, unless when you join the Jedi Order, you gotta remove your lightsaber, your organic lights. Yeah, exactly. Other than that, then hell no.
Yeah,
like come on,
that's
like
a whole other conversation about
right.
that.
That's a whole different channel, a whole different topic of conversation.
That's why I was like, there's no way Obi-Wan did not know. He would know. Okay,
I'm sure there were others besides Obi-Wan who had a feeling something was going on.
Bro, you can tell. You will catch your homie, give her a look.
Why do you think Mace Windu was so hard on Anakin? He knew. Mace knew.
You can tell how they look at each other because they'll try to hide it, but you always slip up and shoot that little look. Oh, y'all know what look I'm talking about. So you're like, oh yeah, they're doing. Oh yeah. Yeah, and you just give the. So what's going on?
You just hear Barry Manilow starting to play you're like, where's that music? What is that? What's that terrible music? And you just hear Barry Manilow starting to play.
Okay, I've been on both. I've been on both ends of that. Oh, yo, Aaron, what's up with you and homegirl? Yeah, no, we're just friends, and I get the. I'm like, yeah, okay.
I'm sure Anakin and Padme were listening to some Barry Manilow.
Listen, all right. I mean, I'm sure they picked up some random signals we were broadcasting here from Earth. They picked them up on some long-range channels, and they're like,
since they're detecting bullshit at long range.
Yes, but we also know that when Anakin saw Padme, he said that.
Hey yo.
And then, of course, this article is talking about Obi-Wan and, Anakin, their duel, and Obi-Wan's.
I will send you to Jesus.
With Anakin. And then, of course.
That was perfect.
And then, of course, after their duel, they were both suffering and are continuing to suffer.
Emotional damage!
What is that from? I've seen that a few times.
He's a YouTuber/TikTok person.
Oh no!
Freaking amazing!
Yeah, it's he does like all these like Asian things. He'll be like like he does a lot of like little skits where like his dad is like he's like first gen American, so his dad will be like, "What you'll get today in school? Oh, I got a an A in geography. Okay, good. I got an A in English. Okay, very good. I got
Got
an
an A-
A in
in
chemistry.
math.
Okay, very good. Okay, but I got a C in math. What the hell? How
Are you
do this? I
stupid?
send you to school. You'll not do well in math. And then all of a sudden he's like, what is 3 dumpling plus 2 bowl of ramen? Oh, it's $10.99. How do I know that? See, you stupid.
When I was your age, I opened my
He does like
second
these little
business.
skits like that.
When I was 9 years old, I opened my first business.
I might have
My,
to watch this.
my son is
And then
stupid.
the one where he hands him the nunchucks and he's like, I've never used these before. So he just starts using the nunchucks. He's like, what the crap? He's like, see you could do it, you stupid.
He just keeps calling his son stupid. That's great.
He's like stupid because it's basically kind of like, you know, like Asians. Oh, they're all Asians are good at math. All Asians are good at
Right.
this. So he kind of like he
Right.
plays off of the trope.
The stereotypes, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he does it beautifully.
He does it
I was like,
so well.
That's great.
Although
I was videos like if Asian, he's like if video games had Asian difficulty levels. And you see the character standing there, and he's like, "All right, cool." He's like, "Wing too strong," and the character dies. And then like one of the enemies comes up to him and starts going, "Ha! You were terrible in math," and the character just dies. And the screen goes, "Emotional damage." I was like, "What?"
You can play that
Put in the
emotional
link to his
damage
channel
in
in
so
both
many
the
places.
public and private chat.
Okay,
Second.
cool.
Oh.
It's
And there's
so
another one that
fun.
his character sat down in a chair, and then the character just dies, and it's on screen it says "chair too soft."
I want to see it in that one bit where he's like it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. And he's like, you underestimate my power, and then all of a sudden you just hear Obi-Wan say, I will send you to Jesus.
Too much.
Oh, I love Pop Talk, man.
All right, so I have this article from Forbes, and it's by Rosa Escadon, and it says Netflix introduces test to crack down on password sharing. So you better not be sharing any passwords anymore, otherwise we're going to charge you even more.
Evil Netflix comes to get you. Yes. Probably send over CNN or something. Who knows? Yeah, to cover it.
Are you kidding? I got an email from them this morning saying, on April 20th, we're going to raise your rate. I'm thinking, no, you're not.
Dang, yeah. The only thing Netflix is usually good for, I hate to break it to you, Netflix, is old programming. I don't watch a lot of new shows on Netflix. Really
Yeah,
don't.
I don't watch a lot of their new stuff. I watch, they have come out with some good movies and everything, like Outlaw King, Highwaymen, stuff like that. But
well, and of course, can't forget about Cobra Kai. So that is
Cobra Kai, yeah. And then I like their Voltron series that they did, except for the last episode. That was terrible, but
I don't know. Yeah, they did. They changed
I liked it.
Things. Keith is.
I know they changed some
things,
things,
and so
but
it's weird, man. It's weird.
Yeah,
what?
Again, I liked it. I'm not happy with some of the decisions,
The
but
art is
overall,
great,
it wasn't
though.
bad.
The art's
the
really
art
nice.
is great.
Yep.
Every time Voltron forms, I'm like, oh, that is such a beautiful sequence.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
I'll read the article here in a second. I'm just putting Captain Trek's link in the chat, and I'll put it in the private chat for anyone who hasn't subscribed and would like to subscribe to Captain Trek.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome, brother.
Well, it's like I told Pacific before Pop Talk started. I could get Netflix needing to raise their prices of $1 or $2 if they were giving us Infinity War level stuff, constantly putting out these incredibly big, massive productions and everything, but they don't. So I don't see a justification considering Amazon Prime. It's still $100. It's still $100, and Amazon Prime love or hate them, they have not raised their rates, but yet they still keep putting out. I mean, The Expanse, again, love or hate The Expanse, visually, it's a great show. Like, they put out great content that is very visually appeasing when it comes to CG and grand scale stuff, and they haven't raised their rates at all. But Netflix keeps upping theirs, but yet they're not giving us these grand scale, incredibly visually appealing stuff. So it's like, where's this money going?
True. Yep.
It's going into other investments.
Mm-hmm. I still want to watch Squid Game. I heard really good things about Squid Game.
I don't want to watch it. It's just it's not like my kind of thing. If people, those that like it, love it all you want. It just doesn't seem like my cup of tea. But I'm not going to hate on it.
Right.
All right. So we have this article from Forbes. Netflix introduces test to crack down on password sharing. And it says Netflix is planning on trying to crack down on password sharing. The streaming giant posted a release to its website announcing that it will be testing a program that has users pay for sharing their accounts with members outside the house. The test will be rolled out in Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru initially, which different price points for each country. Okay, it goes on to say, we've always made it easy for people who live together to share their Netflix account with features like separate profiles and multiple streams in our standard and premium plans, the blog stated. While these have been hugely popular, they have also created some confusion about when and how Netflix can be shared. As a result, accounts are being shared between households, impacting our ability to invest in great new TV and films for our members. The company's terms of service already say that accounts cannot be shared outside of a household. However, many users of the service do not follow this condition. The announcement goes on to say, we recognize that people have many entertainment choices, so we want to ensure any new features are flexible and useful for members whose subscriptions fund all our great TV and films. Well, I don't know that they can boast that they have great TV and film when I've seen some things that should have just been left on the drawing board. Goes on to say Netflix has tried to tighten the reins on password sharing before. In March 2021, the streamer started prompting some users to verify their profile through a text message. Other streamers have also tried to limit password sharing. HBO Max and Disney Plus have emailed users when they notice logins from various locations. The streaming landscape has only gotten more competitive in recent years, which has led streamers to invest in more content. Having big name stars and flashy new series might mean more eyes on the platform, but also means growing expenses. Repressing password sharing might help cover those expenses if it drives former freeloaders to monetization, but Netflix has to take a gamble on whether freeloaders will pay or lead for another app. Well, maybe if they provided good movies and TV shows, those people who are quote unquote freeloading would want to pay. But since we all know that that's not the case, people are willing to share out their password just so their friends could watch, because their friends are probably just going to be casual viewers. It's like, I'll watch it on occasion, but I'm not going to watch it religiously.
Dude, it's great to use like Discord or something to watch something with somebody else. You can do that. And, talk about it afterwards, or even during it. You can put on subtitles. It's just they want to limit options. Like, oh, we want more money. Then, maybe you should put on more programming. Like I really enjoyed Arcane.
Yeah.
I thought Arcane was a really good show. Even
Very damn good show.
Based on
Yeah, that's what you and
League
Crit
of
were telling me.
Legends. Oh yeah, Paul likes it too.
I was not expecting it to be that good.
No, I was not expecting it. It just after a
I
few
still haven't
episodes,
seen it. I need to,
after a
though.
few episodes, it just took off. I was like, wow.
Yeah, like
Okay.
holy. Like
So
the
you're telling me
characters?
I have to
Wow.
care about these characters? Wow. All right.
Yeah, they find out how they figured out real good how to make you care about them.
Yeah. And I think Captain Trek is concocting some kind of a drink or something in the background. I don't know.
No, sorry.
Are you dying in the background? Do we need to send in rescue ships?
There's a Captain Trek that needs some assistance. Hold on.
As long as it's not the rescue ships that were supposed to go to Romulus in the beginning of Picard, then as long as we don't send those.
Yeah, you're good, Captain Trek.
Common.
You're good. You're
Common,
good.
prep an away team and go check on the captain.
No red shirts, okay? We're not losing any more red shirts.
Yeah.
But remember, those who wear gold uniforms in the 24th century are sentenced to die.
Excuse me, Admirals. We're getting a
true,
communication from a yes, Mr. Jesus. He says no more red shirts. Please stop sending them to me. I see.
We always joke around about that because where I work, we all have to wear red shirts. So I'm always constantly making the joke. I'm like when a manager's like, "Hey, go help that customer." I'm like, "You just want me to die?" He's like, "What?" I'm like, "I'm just a red shirt, aren't I, Kirk?" And he's like, "What?" And then another manager who she's she and her husband are Trek Star Wars fans. She starts chuckling. She's like, "Shut up, Josh." I'm like, "Yeah, I know, I'm a nerd." She's like, "Yep," and everyone's just like, "You're a nerd?" I'm like, "Yes, I am." What, the lightsaber tattoo did nothing to show that off.
Nerds make the world worth living in.
We really do. Nerds
Dude,
are the best.
it's
I just wish
good
Big
to-
Bang Theory would have actually proved that.
Big Bang got the biggest problem. We go from talking about red shirts to Big Bang.
Here it goes.
The biggest
here
problem
we
with
go.
and here we go. The biggest problem with Big Bang is they went away from the nerd culture. If they stuck more with that, it would have been fine because there's a lot of stuff to actually like about Big Bang, even the rivalry between Will Wheaton and Sheldon. But it's so funny.
Shut up, Wesley.
So funny how much he hates. Because he always would say Wesley Crusher was so much like him, and I can see it to an extent. It's just, it was funny. But when the relationships came in, which I didn't mind, they just went away from the nerd culture, and even the monologues before the episode starts with the intro were just not always that good from Sheldon. They just seemed kind of lazy and they could have been better, but the show actually ended well. But I will say that Young Sheldon is overall a way better show than Big Bang. It's probably the best show I've seen Chuck Lorre
Sheldon
do.
was my least favorite character, so I'm like, I don't
okay.
want to watch a show about a younger Sheldon because he's my least favorite out of everybody.
Yeah, but his sister has such great lines in that show. She really does. It's great. They give her some of the best lines in that show. No,
I mean,
but if you didn't like Sheldon,
you're
you're probably not gonna.
Yeah. I just don't like Sheldon. I mean, I know people that love the show, and I'm like, hey, you like it? Great. I just don't like Sheldon as a character, so it's like I don't want to watch a younger Sheldon because he grated on me way too much.
Yeah,
checks out.
I'm like, I was a cross between Leonard and I think it was Leonard and Howard.
Yeah.
I think I'm a cross between those two in a way.
Howard when he ran into Starbuck in his dream, he says, "Yeah."
And then George Takei shows up out of nowhere, and they're having the conversation.
Yes, oh, that's funny. One of my favorite episode is James Earl Jones like, "You like Star Wars, don't you?" "Me too." And then they go on this adventure and they find Carrie Fisher. Oh my gosh, I laugh so hard. It's not funny anymore, James. Yes,
Yeah,
there is.
from what I heard about that episode, that was the first time that Carrie Fisher and James Earl Jones actually met.
Wow.
Huh.
Yeah, they hadn't met before then.
I guess that's possible.
I find that a
but-
little hard to believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's what they said.
I love the
So
one where
take it for a
Howard-
grain of salt.
Howard
Take it
and
with a
Bernadette
grain
get
of salt.
married.
No, it makes
And
sense.
then-
I mean, James Earl Jones was never in the Vader suit, so he could have recorded his lines anywhere.
Yeah, because you can do that with voice acting.
Yeah.
Especially with
But-
heavily technologically enhanced voices such as his was.
As Family Guy said, we only wanted you for the voice. Did you guys see that?
All I know is the episode where Sheldon and Bernadette, Howard and Bernadette, when they get married on the roof, and then Sheldon's going to start giving his speech, and he starts saying it and speaking it in Klingon, and then they're like, Sheldon, no Klingon. And he's like, fine, I'll say it in English, but it loses something in the translation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Dax in Way of the Warrior.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. That was the whole
What did he say?
thing, Yeah.
It was.
I read a
it
book
did have
somewhere where it was translated, but I can't remember what he said. Damn it.
What was it at the?
It was the Way of the Warrior book I gave you back in high school.
At the bar mitzvah in that one Frasier episode, Frasier started quoting Klingon. I couldn't stop laughing. Do you guys remember that? I'm sure.
Wait,
we can
no,
look that
I
up.
don't. I'm gonna find that
They
as
told-
soon as Pop Talk's over. I'm gonna go look try to see if I can find that clip.
Oh God,
so hilarious!
What is happening in my life?
Yeah,
I'd play it during
And
the
I like
stream,
Frasier
but
as
you
a
know
show.
how
Frasier was a
Paramount
good
is.
show.
Yeah, true. Oh well.
So, I got another article here. I know you guys are probably going, Mike.
You've done it again. An educated
Mike?
man, are you? Yeah.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow? Yo! I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Honestly, you could keep that on loop for the next 20 minutes, and it wouldn't even begin to sum up this headline. You could play it for 20 minutes, and you wouldn't even begin to scratch the surface.
So, this article, another from Bound in the Comics by Spencer McCauley, says that Halo showrunner Stephen Kane says writing team didn't look at or talk about the game. We talked about the characters in the world.
Yeah. Well, they said this wasn't going to be canon, Pacific.
No.
So.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
The red flags continue to fly for Paramount Plus upcoming Halo series, as in a recent interview, showrunner Stephen Kane has revealed that despite penning over 265 drafts of the live-action adaptation, he and the writing team did not look at or talk about the original games in any capacity. Kane revealed the Halo's writers' room proud ignorance of Master Chief's original video game outings during a recent interview with Variety given alongside various members of the production team in promotion of the series' upcoming premiere. Speaking with the trade outlet, he asserted, "We didn't look at the game. We didn't talk about the game. We talked about the characters in the world, so I never felt limited by it being a game." Goes on to say, turning to the topic of Master Chief himself, the showrunner asserted, "He's everybody, right? He's you, he's me, he's a 6-year-old girl, he's a 15-year-old person in a different country. Whoever plays the game is him." "We're going to tell a story about a man discovering his own humanity," he explained. In so doing, he invited the audience to discover the guy's humanity too. Recalling that he wrote upwards to 265 drafts of the series, first 9 episodes, of which 10 total comprise Halo's first season, Kane shared his excitement at the chance to put his own stamp on the Bungie created universe. There are characters that are mentioned once in a book that I was able to give a whole backstory to, and other characters that were already well written that I just had to drop in. He said, I have to give credit to Microsoft. You can pitch them something brand new, and unless it really complicated them in terms of the canon or the values of the show, they embraced it. All right. It says this decision to split from the story of the Halo video games was further touched upon by 343 Industries, head of Halo Transmedia, Kiki Wolfkill, who told Variety early on, we were thinking about doing something that could tie very closely with the game. What we were finding was trying verbatim stay with everything that had come before wasn't serving the medium. It also wasn't serving the creative teams and their need to express a story and build the world through their eyes, she elaborated. Speaking to the series' future, Wolfkill also teased that deeply exploring Spartan's personal life is maybe something that comes in Season 2 or Season 3. Admitting that he had never played the game prior to his joining the series, executive producer and director Otto Bathurst, Robin Hood 2018, confessed, I was nervous. How do you take a first-person shooter and expand it? There's no way I was ever going to grasp the whole thing, so there was a lot of phone a friend, Bathurst said. They were extraordinarily in their acceptance of the fact that they couldn't just try to square a peg round hole. In their 20-year history, gaming is a completely different medium. Though not a member of Halo's writing staff, Cortana actress Jen Taylor, set to reprise her role as Master Chief's AI companion in the upcoming series, added that Paramount Plus exclusive would be a new and exciting, different kind of beast. It feels familiar and different at the same time, she noted. I hope people will be excited about it. Okay, and it goes on to say, do you want it to be exactly the way you've already played it and already seen it? I'm not sure. It will be interesting to see how the fans respond to that. Well, not explicitly related to the series, ignorance of its origins, another red flag was thrown up when Paramount Plus Chief Programming Officer Tanya Giles revealed the streaming platform's plans for the series. This is a swing for a broad audience, she declared. My hope is this expands what the Paramount Plus brand can mean. What, crappy shows? However, though the Halo writers' room seemed to reveal in their refusal to engage with the franchise's source material, the same could not be said of actor Pablo Schreiber, who will star in the series as the regularly helmetless Master Chief. I quickly realized just how new I was to this medium, Schreiber reminisced. I spent the first few days of my Halo experience getting killed by grunts. Haven't we all? So basically, it's just Hollywood being Hollywood.
Yep.
What's interesting about this whole thing, and Crit and I are going to watch this. I guess where people, I'm sure, are going to be talking about this on stream. I'm sure we'll be talking about it at some point. I don't know if you guys are going to be watching the series or not, or trying it. It looks like there's going to be more action in this show than Book of Boba from the trailer, hopefully. I'm sure there will, but it also looks like they're focusing on this girl. And even though this is not canon, if they decide to go that direction with focusing more on the girl than Master Chief, or Master Chief actually takes off his helmet and they show a face or something, it's going to be a problem. And the third problem I can actually see playing the games, Cortana does not look like a hologram. And I know already Geeks and Gamers and other channels have made fun of this, but it's really easy to make fun of. So.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing is that what they kind of forget is that Master Chief was literally born and bred to be a killer who protects humanity. That's it. His humanity was stripped from him. But once you get into Halo 4, and I know Halo 4 is not always as beloved. I like Halo 4, but I know not everyone does, so I'm just going to preface that right now. But in that one, you see Cortana basically asking Chief a question, something along the lines of basically like, are you just like a human under there? Or, a human who is just single-minded and is like a machine? Or is there actual feeling and emotion? Like, don't just be a killing machine. And find your humanity. Like that was a big focal point in 4, because remember, Cortana, she was starting to lose it, split into all the various personalities basically of herself. That was the premise of 4. And you see Chief, you see the humanity in Chief coming out because he cares for Cortana. He doesn't want to lose her. He's breaking all the regulations and rules to save Cortana. And 4 really shows off the more of a human side of Chief than 1 through 3 do. 1 through 3 is kind of is just about Master Chief defeating the Covenant. That's it. But 4 gets more into the whole Chief starting to find his humanity.
Yep.
They covered that already.
They've done a movie already that my friend wanted me to watch where they're showing the academy and they're just showing like their friends were killed.
Forward Unto Dawn?
Yes.
Yeah,
that one's pretty good.
That's not about Master Chief, though. That's not
no,
about Master
it's
Chief,
not.
but
It's
it does.
not.
Yeah.
But yeah, Master Chief pops in, but it's still a pretty interesting story because you're like, yeah, I could see those things actually happening. It's brutal.
Forward Unto Dawn was so well done.
Yeah, that was the one where Master Chief comes in close to the end of the movie, and he's helping them out, trying to get the rest of those teenagers to escape from that academy, right?
Basically, yeah, like the Covenant attack and everything, and he's basically like trying to help get them, help them to get to the evac point where his team is waiting.
Yep.
Yeah,
you're just like, wow.
Yeah, that was such a great movie.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And they did Halo so well in live action in that. I mean, that's where they showed off Halo as a live action. And everybody was like, why cannot you can do it? You've just shown us you can do it.
Look, say what you want about some of these live action stuff. Even Street Fighter, they could do it right if they wanted to. Not Rise of Chun-Li or some nonsense. Look at what they did with the original Silent Hill. Look at what they did with the original Mortal Kombat. It still felt like the game. It still had the story.
Did you see that? I don't know which Pop Talk it was, but Pacific played a clip of fans that made a live action Naruto trailer, and it was freaking mind blowing.
Of course.
Oh yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago, I want to say.
Yeah, fans with no budget. Fans can do it. There's no excuse.
Because there's no excuse. The fans see it's the same with those Cowboy Bebop, and they're like 20 minutes, but it still feels like Cowboy Bebop. It still feels like the anime because these fans care enough to understand how important research is. That's what it just comes down to. But I know I said the wrong word. Where's Hollywood research? Hollywood research.
They do. They research all the time.
But like you watch The Last Duel. The Last Duel was really good, but it's also you've got Ridley Scott who directed that. But it didn't make money because people didn't care. And it's based on a true story, but people didn't care. So, but I was glad to see Spider-Man's made a ton of money. Spider-Man's past, Avatar, and as I said, I haven't watched Ghostbusters Afterlife, but I understand, and I will always understand why that movie made good money. why people. It was like an apology, I think, to a lot of those people who actually thought, "Oh, well, Ghostbusters 2016." You know, I have a friend who actually thinks that movie's not too bad, and I says, "Okay." I haven't watched
I'm
it.
not. I never saw it. And I
Seen
had no desire to see it
I've
because
seen clips. That's all.
like,
And when I saw the clips, I went,
well,
"What?" Yes.
Well, Cash, it's like I was telling Pacific. You know, Power Rangers was always thought to be a kid thing, like it's
Right,
only for
right.
kids and everything.
Right.
But if there's fan series, and yes, they are fan series that operate on a tiny budget. Tiny. We're talking maybe $50K at most, and it's all crowdfunded and everything. But they are getting actors and actresses from all throughout Ranger lore, like the actual actors and actresses to reprise roles in these fan series that are all that go separate, but they also link at the same time. It's like an interconnecting web of Power Rangers fan series, and what's so cool is that these are hardcore people that love the lore, and they expand upon the lore while still being original to it. So they expand on it while still not deviating from the foundation itself.
Yeah,
And
that's important.
And it's so beautiful
I saw
to
fan
see.
made
Like,
Power Rangers one. It was the woman who played Starbuck was in it. It was freaking awesome.
well, I'm not talking about that one. That one I didn't really like as much, but I know which one you're talking about.
I was just blown away.
Didn't
Like
that one as much. That didn't feel like Power Rangers to me, though. It just didn't feel like Power Rangers. It felt like something else to me.
Doesn't Power Rangers get dark or something in the comics that actually some Power Rangers
It actually does, yeah. It actually does.
I thought I had heard about
does
that
get dark,
before.
and there's actually a Power Rangers web series called Power Rangers Unworthy, where literally you have like the OG Ranger who became corrupted, and he's literally traveling throughout the multiverse, killing Rangers because he sees them as a plague upon the multiverse. So he's literally killing teams of Rangers and going through, and this current team of Rangers is battling him, and they just ended it where basically they're putting the call out to the multiverse, hey, any surviving Rangers, meet us at our Earth. We need your help. We're going to put up one final last stand against the Arbiter. And it's dark, but we're talking, it's got like 3 or 4 million views on YouTube.
Oh, of course.
Off of a fan series that literally was spawned out of nothing.
Of course, man, because they're willing to push boundaries. That's
they
one
are.
thing
I mean,
we saw a lot in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s is we saw companies pushing boundaries of these characters. You know, I miss
Pacific?
that. I want more of that again.
Guys, so speaking of fans doing it better, got another little I'm sending this over to Pacific real quick. Okay, Discord. I got another treat for you guys. Man, they never cease to produce.
I want to see a fan thing for Gundam. That's the one thing I want to see how a fan can do, how fans can do Gundam. Like, I'm talking like Gundam Wing.
All you would, if you're doing anything where you're going to have tragedy, because when you're in these robots, people can die, and especially if they're kids or so on, you could go pretty deep and then you have an emotional attachment. There's a lot of ways you could go with Gundam, I'm sure. I don't know the aliens that the Gundam are fighting, though, because I haven't looked into it, because I know I have one game of Gundam, so yeah.
I haven't. I mean, I think with Gundam, you could easily have it where, like a gun, like you have like your Gundams, and then like all of them are killed in battle except for like the lone survivor who just kind of lives in torment of, losing his friends in battle. So he's like a hermit, and then it's kind of like and like a redemption story and everything. Him taking on basically the armies that killed him and his friends, whether they whether the Gundams were good or bad, regardless, you could have a nice redemption story and show, his comrade, their Gundams exploding or falling to pieces, and then him like limping off in his Gundam to, away from battle, whatnot, and retreat. I mean, there's so many ways you could do Gundam as a fan series that has dark, deep impact, but still carries that spark and fire of the actual franchise. There's so many ways you could do it.
Yeah, that would be cool.
All right, I don't know. Did it go through? Okay, it went through. Yeah, that this little thing I sent you, Pacific. Yeah. Wow.
I'll play it after I get through these last couple of articles.
Roger that. Holy crap.
You see, the Batman has really showed Gotham your true colors.
Here we go.
Yep.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
So awesome.
How about a magic trick?
My father was a drinker.
You bought it. Yeah. Ta-da! There's so many great lines in that movie.
Let's not blow this out of proportion. You think you can just take our money and run? Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
He doesn't give up a big thing. He
Where
just,
does he
just
get
take our
all
money
those
and run.
wonderful toys?
Right. Yeah.
Ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
What?
That's what I tell all my prey. Yeah. So there's great lines. In
I
that
just like
movie
the way
too.
it sounds.
Yep.
All right, so
Joker
this article-
products. Anyways.
He's not
Love
looking too
that
good.
Joker.
He uses brand X.
He used brand X. I know.
I gotta find it. There was a TikToker that did that exact same thing, and it's the whole thing between. He does like a thing where it's Warner Brothers versus Disney. So he does it where it's. He literally does that whole bit from the Batman movie, the '89 Batman movie, like down to a T. That whole commercial sequence.
Nice.
I gotta find it and send it to y'all because it is insane.
Definitely send that to me when you find it.
All right. So this article from Variety by Patrick Frater says the Batman flies to slow start at China box office as COVID returns.
Dun, dun,
Dun,
dun,
dun, dun.
Yep.
The Batman flew into a worryingly slow start on Friday at the mainland China box office, where Hollywood films have struggled of late and where the latest coronavirus surge is threatening films of all origins. By the way, I am not a medical practitioner. I am not a medical professional. I am just reading this article from Variety. Okay, YouTube?
Or maybe he is a medical professional. Dun, dun, dun. Anyways.
By 3:30 p.m. on its first full day, the Warner Brothers Noir had earned a lowly RMB 12.1 million or 1.90 million at prevailing currency rates, according to provisional data from ticketing agency Moyen. Including previews from Thursday, the Batman had a total by early afternoon of 13.7 million or 2.15 million. On the plus side, the Batman ranked on top of the mainland China box office chart with 70% market share, more than 5 times greater than second place, The Battle in Lake. And I'm going to try this. Change in 2. Uncharted, which opened on Monday in China and had to pose the Lake Changjin Juggernaut, placed third on early Friday afternoon after a little more than 4 days in Chinese cinemas. It had accumulated 41.6 million or 6.52 million in domestic currency. Previous Batman films have scored reasonably strongly in China. The Dark Knight Rises earned $53 million in 2012. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice scored $97 million in 2016, and the Justice League, when China was the first country to premiere the film, earned $106 million in 2017. Maoyan has forecast that the Batman will achieve RMB 215 million or 34 million lifetime total in China. The early Friday provisional data makes that look unlikely. And that's all I'm going to read of this article, because I do have some updated information with the box office, not only there in China, but also in the States as well.
Hasn't it made probably over 300 million now or something?
Oh, I can show you what it's made, brother. Just give me 1 second to bring that information back up.
I'm gonna go see it Tuesday. So,
well, I enjoyed it. Is it the best Batman film ever made? No.
No, that's Batman and Robin. Come on.
Wow. You are
Batman and Robin.
Oh, what?
Jesus.
Okay. I need a new pain
The
medicine.
back card.
What
Never
is
leave
that
home
you're
without
on?
it.
No, do you know that there was actually, Captain Trek, a person in my college who said her all-time favorite movie, now she was about 25, 26 at the time, was Batman and Robin. I went, oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I know. It's something.
All right, so let's just do this. So these are the updated box office numbers, of course, here in the U.S. first. And for this weekend, the Batman topped the box office at number one once again with 36.8 million. And Jujutsu Kaisen, the movie, earned 14.5 million. Pretty impressive. Uncharted, which to me looks like a dumpster fire, earned 8 million. X earned 4.4 million, and Dog earned 4.1 million. Now, as far as the international numbers are concerned, in China, the Batman earned 12 million. In Spain, it earned 1.7 million. In Lithuania, it earned 71,000. Switzerland, it earned 6,064. And Belgium, it earned 4,298. And the totals just go lower and lower from there. And as far as its current worldwide total,
what's the total for the States?
Total for the States right now, domestic, is 391 million.
That sounds about right.
Well, 300,091,000. Sorry.
Yeah. But what I've heard, oh wow, yeah, that's still really good. What I heard about Uncharted is it's a fun movie, but I was like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure I want to see it, and if I watch it, it'll be on cable or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would wait for it to come on TNT or TBS or one of those cable channels and watch it then.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, one of the things that we were talking about last night on Tim Talk is, we were all guesstimating as to whether or not this movie can reach the $1 billion mark, and none of us on the panel thought it would reach the $1 billion mark.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not. I just, It's going to do very well, but is it going to be like Spider-Man numbers? I seriously doubt it.
Yeah, me neither.
I seriously doubt that, but
I think I heard it was on Midnight's Edge on Friday when I heard the back end of their live stream. That one of I can't remember which one of the guys on the panel. He actually did a video breaking down the numbers between the '89 Batman movie and this, and he said comparably, this movie's not actually doing as good numbers wise. If you adjust for various factors, it's actually not doing as well compared to the '89 Batman with Michael Keaton.
it's still a big hit though.
Like it
for
looks like it's
DC
doing good.
Warner Brothers, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. We don't know what things are going to be moving forward, and it's not like streaming services has helped these movies very much. So.
In a lot of cases, streaming services have hurt these movies.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They have.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So our next topic of discussion here is from Bound into Comics, and it says research shows the real-life inspiration for Zorro was Irish, not Spanish.
Really? Huh. Okay, so we're talking about Zorro here. Mask of Zorro. People haven't seen it. Go see that. See it 10,000 times. It's a very good film. There's some other Zorro movies too, and even the old black and white cartoon was a lot of fun. So, was there a cartoon? There might have been a cartoon. Black and white TV show. Yes.
Yeah, and I know Disney did some Zorro movies back in the 50s. All right, so this article is by J.B. Augustine. It was released on St. Patty's Day. That's right. He must have been drunk when he posted this. Sorry, I was trying to inject some humor.
Are we sure this research is correct, or is this just something somebody looked at?
That's why I wanted to read the article, because even I'm questioning this.
I'm quite sure Zorro's Spanish, but sure, all right.
The legend and Mask of Zorro conjure up a distinct image of a lion-hearted swordsman on horseback and dressed in all black, who underneath is Spanish nobleman and adventurer Don Diego de la Vega. Zorro is an Hispanic hero, one of the first, and that has stood true for a century. I tripped myself up on that one. However, its creator, Johnston Macaulay, based him on real historical figures, and while Macaulay's creation could be a composite of several individuals, one stands out as a clear and unanimous inspiration. To boot, he isn't exactly who you expect. Meet William Laporte, a 17th century red-haired Irishman of noble birth and oh crap, I tripped myself up again. Expatriate with chronicles of espionage, standing up for truth, justice, and the underprivileged, and with a fair bit of swashbuckling to go along. Were largely lost of history for a long time. Says his story was turned into a romance novel by a Mexican general in 1872. This served as a template for Macaulay's tales, but other than that, it took longer for Irish and Spanish historians to dig through Mexican Inquisition archives to discover more about Lamport. A Catholic, he got into trouble for promoting the faith in a time when that was forbidden and punishable by death as a crime of sedition. Escaping with pirates to Spain, he became part of an Irish regiment and found favor with the Duke of Olivares, Gaspar de Guzman y Pimento. Because of his fluency in Spanish and 14 other languages, the Duke sent Lamport, having changed his name by then to Gillian Lombardo, to Mexico to spy on a viceroy and the rebels against Spanish rules. As these stories tend to unfold, Lamport's sympathies soon turned toward the lower classes opposed to the establishment, and he became a political dissident, finding himself in and out of jail as well as on the wrong side of the Spanish and Portuguese crowns. In favor of Mexican independence, he tried to start a rebellion with the support of the native population and enslaved Africans. Lamport, an abolitionist who wrote on the who wrote on the moral indignity of the slave trade, abhorred the practice. It was one more disagreement he had with the elites of the time, and they pulled strings to see him sentenced to death by burning at the stake. Some accounts say during his execution, Lamport was able to undo his bonds and hang himself before he could be burned alive. Records of his life were arcane, but in Mexico, he is honored publicly. A statue of him stands inside the country's Monument of Independence in Mexico City as a reminder of his role in that fight. Given this information, should it be considered feasible to race Ben Zorro in the future as if that could actually happen? Absolutely not. The character of cinema, TV, and literature who leaves his mark is traditionally Spanish, Latin American, and should remain so. The life of William Lamport, on the other hand, would make for a thrilling historical adaptation in its own right. You can learn more about him in the book Irish Zorro, The Extraordinary Adventures of William Lamport by Gerald Ronan. So I am going to copy the link. I am going to put it in the public and private chat if anybody wants to check it out. When I first saw this story, I just thought it was an interesting story, and that's the thing that you're going to get here on Pop Talk. I'm not always going to go the same line as everybody else on YouTube that talks about pop culture. I'm going to try to find something that's different, something that, even grabs my attention. Not to say things don't grab my attention. They do. Just, go off the beaten path is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's very interesting how people are just like, well, we need a male version of this, or we need a female version of this, and it's like, well, we really don't. They're even more unique when there isn't a male or female, or a male and a female version of this character. But people are just so, I think it's a lot to do with social media. I really do. Yeah. Because I think people are always ready to arm their cannons and just start firing. But it's just very interesting about how people feel. Like, I know a lot of people were upset about how they changed the chest size of Lara Croft in the games, but it's like, dude, those models still look really good. They're not. But to me, like, I just find that stuff funny, but people are just so, how could they say those things? These people are creeps. They're this, they're that. It's like, I just find a lot of this stuff funny personally. I just like why they're so upset about this stuff, and they see the characters a certain way, and when they're changed, as you guys all know, it's always been throughout history, people don't always like change.
Well, in this particular case, I understand. I am old enough to have seen how things were back in the day. And I'm at the point now where I understand and go, oh, they only changed this. It's like, no. See, you're young. 40 years ago, it's like they start chipping away at it until it's garbage. So now people are going, no, they're starting that process on something else I love. Remember when they did that? Well, remember they changed this little bitty thing? Then they changed this little bitty thing, and we said nothing. That is why now people, when you change the little bitty thing, we're like, fuck no, I know how this movie ends. No, I'm not letting you do that to this. You do that to this, and this, but I see it coming. You guys did this shit for the past 20 years. Fuck no. That's why certain individuals were like myself. I go, fuck, because I know I've seen this repeat over and over and over again on franchises that I love, all being murdered, all being lined up like in the back of the gulag and shot in their heads one by one.
Yes, definitely.
Sorry, pardon my little rant.
You're forgiven.
That's what it is, and it's just like Zorro. That would be interesting. I might have to read that. That sounds interesting. They could do that, but as you guys know, I mean, look at Cyrano. They decided to change history with the new Cyrano movie, and we had 5 before that or something. It's weird.
I completely checked out when they made a Viking king into a black Viking queen. And I'm like, what?
Are you talking about that Viking series that's on Netflix?
Yes. Okay, I followed Viking history back in the day. When I saw that, I was like, nope. I couldn't even. I thought it was a Babylon Bee thing.
It's the same thing if you've either read the novels of The Witcher or you've played the games, and they changed Dandelion to this. He's not as interesting of character. He's just always annoying, and he's not as helpful. I don't know if you've got to watch the Witcher series at all on Netflix or any of it.
No, I have not yet.
But they've changed things, and I go,
not season 2.
Yeah, I haven't watched season 2 yet. And then, Triss, it's the same thing with well, guys, I know it's hard for you to believe, but as far as I know, Triss is a white redhead. I know it's shocking. It's okay. Just breathe, get your sippy cup, whatever. It's going to be all right. But it's just you wouldn't do it. I've made this comparison. I says, do you guys think I would want to see Family Matters with characters that are a different race? Absolutely not. Because the show was made to focus on a black family. I know that's shocking too. I know it's shocking. And white people are working with black people. I know that's shocking too nowadays.
Right? What am I even doing here on this panel? This is unacceptable.
I mean, it's funny because a lot of people, they want to try and remake stuff. Like if you try to make a modern day Sanford and Son, I would lose it. Like tables, I would tables. Tables would be flipped. I mean, it would look like World War III just happened, and you're like, why is he doing this? Oh, they're recasting Sanford and Son instead of a father and son in a junkyard, they are two. It's a gay couple who own a pawn shop, but they're calling it Sanford and Son.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be like, nope. It's supposed to be a black father, a black son who run a junkyard, and and their endeavors and everything, as they go through it. That is what Sanford and Son is supposed to be. I love Sanford and Son. I love Family Matters. There are shows that are iconic. Like there will never be another Steve Urkel.
No,
you cannot remake Steve Urkel. No. You can try, but you will feel so miserably. The Titanic will literally the Titanic will literally rise up from the ocean just to laugh at you and say, "You thought I was a disaster. I'm nothing compared to you."
But even people like you go back, Steve Urkel first, I think, popped up on Full House, and so people, I've seen these comments before in the comics. I've seen these comments before where they're just like, "You guys remember Values? What is that? Like in a show? You guys remember Values?" I'm like, "I know, right?" And it's just. There is just really good values in Family Matters, and personally, I like Family Matters overall better than Full House. But I do.
I got tired of Full House.
No, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I got tired of Full House too.
I
am sorry
remember,
Bob Saget has passed away, though. He was a funny guy.
Oh yeah. Oh god, that
but
guy.
like Family
wow.
Matters. I mean, I remember this one episode where I don't remember any of the characters' names except Steve Urkel, unfortunately. But the daughter, she goes up to a friend
Carl
at school.
Winslow, Harriet.
Yeah, Carl. It was the Winslows. Carl Winslow. I can't remember their names, but
Eddie.
Okay, you remember more than me. But I remember the daughter.
Don't forget about Stefan.
School.
Stefan Urkel.
And
that's still Steve Urkel.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still Steve Urkel. But I remember in this one episode, she comments to a friend like, "Wow, you got those really nice, expensive shoes. You know, what happens if somebody tries to take them from you?" And then her friend says, "Nope, ain't nobody gonna do that." And then she pulls up her shirt and she shows she has a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was like a mugging at school or whatnot. And then she goes to talk to this guy who's like sells guns on the black market. So he opens up his trunk and he's got multiple pistols and everything. And then eventually this one girl tries to go after the other girl and the one girl gets shot. And it was like this big thing about like violence at schools and like basically, it's not, why would you, I'm not saying it was a pro-gun message. It might've been a little anti-gun, but it was still that weight of like, hey, it was a very weighted episode, and then like there were Family Matters taught you values. You watch them nowadays, you can maybe see political spinning on certain things, trying to push certain little messages here and there, possibly. I haven't seen the show in a long time, but regardless of that stuff, it still pushed family unity. It still taught love, respect. Steve Urkel, this nerd guy who literally could create all these incredible inventions. And he wanted the one girl who he thought was beautiful. And she always thought, oh, he's a nerd, he's nothing. But what she didn't realize, and you finally see this at the end of the show, is that deep down she truly did love him, but never knew how to express it until he was getting ready to leave like Chicago and go off on his own. It took him getting ready to leave her life for her to realize, you know what? I need you in my life.
Yes, that's true. Yep.
Her back.
I mean, it was now again, you could say, oh, he's a simp or whatever. It was, to me, it was a very deep show, Family Matters. You had those shows. You had the comedies, the serious, the drama. And as a kid, you'd think Family Matters wouldn't be a big deal. It wouldn't be a big deal. But it was, when Carl Winslow,
it was a hit. The show was a hit.
So he's hand cranking it.
7 seasons.
It was 7 seasons, and that was a night. And again, that's why I say the 90s came out with so many great shows that you can never make nowadays.
No, they won't. They can't. They won't make them. They all have to, like you said, have a message. I would say, I would rather watch. I would rather watch Family Matters than Blackish. I've tried to watch Blackish, and I look at Anthony Anderson. Dude, what happened to you, man? You were a funny guy, and you can still be funny, but you let this whole political nonsense just destroy you, and like you feel you have to pander and do that. It's the same thing with Seth Rogen. The list goes on and on with these people. It's like, you guys have made entertainment that has been quality. Yeah.
Don't slam all of them, because like I said, I myself dabble around the edges of them, and the way they have that shit set up, because you know how crazy certain sides of the spectrum can be, is you gotta, even if you don't believe in it, you gotta pretend you do in order to stay in the It Club.
Right, the It Club. Which, who wants to be in that club? I know I don't.
I don't.
I mean, honestly, I want
I don't
to dip
either.
my toe in the kiddie pool, get a couple of things done where I have enough money to make my own shit, and then bounce.
Nope. Peter, I like to call him Peter Dinkleberry, but Peter Dinklage.
Yeah.
He's been saying some stupid stuff recently. He really has, especially about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Oh, and by the way, I just want to point out, her skin is white as snow. I know. It's offensive. I get it.
No, I figured out what they're doing.
Know. And
guys, I figured it out. Are you ready? This is actually a movie. It's pushing the message of climate change, because it's still Snow White, but it's snow that has been polluted with soot.
Really?
Yes, it's climate change. It's anti-climate change. I figured it out.
But that's the problem nowadays is you can't get good writing, good storytelling without a message being pushed.
And the
because
funny
everybody
thing
feels like
is-
they have to get their cut of the pie.
The funny thing about the whole thing is it's always one way and it can't ever be the other way. Let's
Right?
show this way, but we will not show this way. And that is a problem as well. It
The
really
biggest problem is their war on redheads. Redheads be gorgeous.
Hey,
Stop it, Hollywood.
I've already talked to Mike and
My
some
late
other
mother was a
people about
redhead.
this. And I think we need to start putting out a message on Twitter, justice for redheads, because once again, they're being attacked, and it's not cool. It's just not cool.
Make toys
Mhm.
great again and
Yes.
justice for redheads.
That's
Have you guys seen the show Castle?
Yes, I've watched some
Yep.
of Castle.
Well,
yes.
not all of it, but
All I gotta say is
I love that
Castle's
show.
daughter.
Nathan Fillion should have been in the Uncharted movie, just my opinion.
Yes, freaking daughter.
Yes, I agree. Nathan Fillion is to me a gem because I follow him on Instagram, and do you know one thing I usually do not? I don't even know if I've ever seen him. I'm not saying he hasn't done this. I've never seen him go out like a lot of these Hollywood people and TV and movie stars and try and push messages. He's always whenever he posts on Instagram, it's always goofy and funny stuff. He's like, "Hi, I'm on the set of I think it's The Rookie is the TV show he's on." He's like, "So here on The Rookie, you see this fire behind me? I just want it to be known, I did not cause this fire. Okay,
Yeah.
I did not cause this fire." He posts these random like stupid funny videos, and it's like, you're somebody I can get behind. Granted, does he probably believe in a lot of the stuff that Hollywood does? Probably, but guess what? He doesn't do. He doesn't spew it out there every little second he can.
Yep. Well, I'll tell
He
you
doesn't.
guys what Bryan Cranston said off. I'll tell you guys when we're done with the stream. When he said in a Los Angeles Times article recently, I was just like, really, you too, man, you too. Anyways, yeah,
They all get assimilated.
It's just bad. And then, of course,
that's why
Benjamin Cumberbatch with, it's like I like to call it because I watched it recently, Bore of the Dog, instead of Power of the Dog, Bore of the Dog. Yeah, that was a boring movie for me personally. My brother liked it a lot, but there was obviously some really good acting, but yeah. But it's a perfect movie for Hollywood to vote on. Perfect for them, just perfect.
Yep.
Well, that's why Jeremy Renner, I absolutely love Jeremy Renner because, he keeps to himself. He's quiet about his life. He lives his own life, and then he'll do roles and everything on occasion. And then, where he really won me over is when they were doing the whole, what was it? Endgame, the press tour. And then you hear Brie Larson talk about how she uses her position for activism and to push all this stuff. And then Jeremy Renner, he's just like, actually, I kind of just live my life. I don't use my position as an actor and my fame to push anything.
Right.
I just want to actually live my life with my family and, not try and force other people to think something that I don't either think or believe in or what. He's like, I just want to live my life and I'm not going to use my position and my power to do that. And I'm like, Jeremy Renner, fan for life. You literally just sold me on why I'm a fan of yours for life with that statement.
Yep, as
Two
long as
polar
they don't,
opposites right there.
as long as they don't go back on it and they stick to it, then yeah, it's all good.
I follow him on social media, and I have not seen him. He doesn't even post often to social media. Now, granted, I don't follow him on Twitter, so Twitter could be a whole different thing. But at least when it comes to like Instagram and all those, he rarely doesn't post loads. And when he does, it's normally of him at his home doing stuff. He actually does archery. He actually legitimately does archery. So he'll be there with his daughter doing archery, or he'll be there, stringing up his bow and everything. And he's just like, I'm going out to shoot some arrows. Have fun, y'all. Like he doesn't post anything. And that's what I love about those few actors and actresses. They don't push an agenda. They just they love to act. They love to do their roles, but at the end of the day, they just want to live a quiet, simple life. Chris Pratt doesn't want to, is forced onto the stage because the media and politicians and all that push him there.
Yep.
But he actually lives a very quiet life in Washington with his wife and kids. He lives a very quiet life in Washington. And I think more actors and actresses need to aspire to be like Chris Pratt. Live your life.
No, they won't. They won't,
okay?
Because
No, I know they won't.
They're going to attack him because he's a Christian. I mean, that's the reality. It's stupid,
Yeah.
but they're going to attack him. They're going to attack his church. They attacked him at least a few times. But Twitter is just a whole.
Oh, they still are.
Yeah,
Him and,
Twitter's been trying to
guy
catch him
married
for a while now.
Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
I mean,
Schwarzenegger's lost
he
his
married a
mind
frickin'
lately.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the point. He's lost his mind a bit lately.
Yeah.
He lost his mind a while back.
Indeed.
Yep.
Oh, come on. I'm going to lose my mind.
Bob Patterson, lol. Did you ever see that Mad TV skit, Mike, where he goes and Maria Shriver is there? He goes, Arnold, because he mentioned
Will
Bob
Sasso
Patterson.
as Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I miss that kind of comedy. I really do. It's just so funny. Ugh.
I mean, it's the days when you could mock an actor or an actress. Yes, Whoopa, I agree with you. I agree with you. He's the GOAT.
Yeah, Star-Lord is just a great character. So and he makes a great Star-Lord.
Great character, but I mean, but he was in the Tomorrow War, and again, love or
I
hate
heard
the
good
movie.
things about that. And watched it.
I loved it. It's granted, it's like any sci-fi action movie. The science in it and the plot, you're at some points you're like, what? But you really don't care because it's just a great action sci-fi movie with a great message of a father who loves his daughter and will literally travel into the future to fight a war against aliens to protect his family that he loves.
Yeah.
Like there's no messaging, there's no nothing. It's just a good, awesome sci-fi action that you can just literally shut your brain off for 2 hours and enjoy.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Actually, I want to watch it again, actually, now that we're talking.
What is it on? That's another movie that slipped by my radar.
Amazon Prime.
Okay.
Prime.
All right, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's I mean, that's the thing, is that we need to start as and I'm talking about this about the entire culture. We need to start pushing back, because I feel a lot of the times, like us, in the group of Geeks and Gamers and Gary and Doomcock and Comics Division and a lot of those guys, we bring up a lot of good points, but I don't feel like we push back any. Like, I feel like we're just holding the line, but the problem is you can only hold the line for so long before the line starts being pushed back against.
Only
and
way
you start retreating.
These people are going to. People don't even know, and since Whoopa's in here, the Lego movie was amazing. They did a really good job with that, for sure.
Oh,
the
that
Batman
was such a
one was
great
really
movie.
good too.
I never saw the Batman one.
The Batman was very good. I don't know if there was there might have
I
been
gotta
a
watch
sequel.
it. Yeah, because I know
to that.
Will Arnett, I think, voiced him.
Yes.
In that movie. Yeah.
Pushback. Pretty much fans already are doing pushback, but nothing is really going to change in Hollywood unless
money.
Okay, how do I explain this?
They lose money.
It doesn't even Hollywood. You can already. Oh, okay. For a while, I was wondering why does Hollywood keep putting out this garbage? Okay, right? And they're losing money. And then I finally figured it out. Okay, because Hollywood is pushing the BS message that the government is trying to get pushed into our heads. So Hollywood doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if they make money, because what's the government going to do? They're going to vote these stupid omni bills in office, and then they're going to subsidize Hollywood for their losses. So they keep spreading the message. It's not going to stop until the government stops bailing their asses out. But why would the government stop doing that when they're pushing the propaganda that the government wants them to push? Not going to change until they change.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have a point. Hollywood did get a massive bailout during the pandemic.
Oh yeah, they do. And people will
Yeah.
say,
They got a
"Well, we needed that
massive
entertainment because what would we do without that entertainment?" I'm like, "Well, there's YouTube."
We had plenty of entertainment that was created before that we watched, which
Exactly.
that's actually what I did. I
Yep.
watched older stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I was happy
Yep.
and I was content.
Yep. Yep. All these, we'll just see. I don't know. It's frustrating to an extent, and always is. But the only way these companies are going to wake up is if they keep losing money. But they have, and I think even Drunk 3PO said this on one of the streams, that part of a community that I am in, the Hangar Bay community, said, they found a group of people, or Jay said this, they found a group of people that loves this stuff. So this representation, they're this and that, and they don't care about the character development anymore as much. Sometimes, I mean, you get things like Cobra Kai. You look at what happened to Johnny, for example. He's like, Daniel Russo, I hate this guy. Like, of course, because of the history. But then he grew a lot as a character, and that's again, that's the kind of stuff you want to see. But when you have checkbox entertainment,
Exactly.
and speaking of entertainment, smoking, I remember you said a few weeks ago about Winning Time. I can tell you, Winning Time is quite enjoyable. And when you were saying sex and basketball, this is what I want. I'm like, I told Mike, I says, smoking's got to watch the clip, then he'll understand. Because I know when you heard that sex and basketball, that's just weird. I'm like, well, if you watch the clip, you'll understand. So if you want to give that show a chance, I will. It's interesting. I've watched about, was it 2 episodes now? It's about a 10-part series. So
Which platform is it on?
Winning Time, the
HBO Max,
the HBO Max, the Lakers.
Oh, HBO Max. Okay.
Dynasty.
Yeah, I actually want to get HBO Max again because I actually enjoyed having that.
Well, you can
actually
watch
enjoy it
Batman,
sometimes
Brave
more than
and the
Netflix.
Bold,
Actually,
and yeah. The thing is, I want to see. We know these companies can all do great entertainment again. The question is, will they? We know DC can do great entertainment. We know Disney can do great entertainment. We know all these gaming companies, all these people can do great entertainment. The question is, are they willing to be like, no, I don't care what you think about this. This is our vision. So if they can get back to that mindset, maybe we will get a lot more great entertainment, because we still have stuff like Better Call Saul, and I don't know if you guys have watched it, but it's still, this is will be the final season. It's great. It's a great show.
I haven't.
For your own
it
mental
didn't look
health,
like my kind of show, but hey, I mean, it sounds like it's doing great, so good on them. It just doesn't look like my particular cup of tea.
for your own mental health, guys, I would suggest you guys write Hollywood off. Okay, at this time right now, is like I said, they're too far ingrained in the politics of what's going on. They're too far gone. Okay, the only thing that's going to happen is going to be like things like, realistically, like Daily Wire. People are going to make parallel Hollywoods and start producing from there, and Hollywood will slowly just fade away into obscurity. They are never going to change. What have you seen? Say people who are fanatic in their beliefs stop and go, wait a minute, we should stop doing this. It never happens. They go down fighting. They cling on to it until they crash and burn. So I've written them off because human nature, they're not going to stop. Okay, and the only time they might stop is going to be too late, when there's enough parallel Hollywoods out there to compete against them that they're going to die anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reality of how the situation is. And people like us are going to make, you know what? Screw this. We're going to kickstart. Look at the comic book industry right now.
Yes.
The comic book industry, if you want to know. Yeah, if you want to know.
It's a mess, except for Spawn, but that's, what is that, Image Comics or whoever's doing that.
Okay. Now, look at them. Look at the comic book industry right now. And that is exactly how Hollywood is going to react. Hollywood is going to do the same thing. DC Comics losing subscribers, losing sales for a decade now. And what do they keep doing? Let's go woker. Let's go woker. So what's happening now? DC Comics and Marvel, all the big boys are dead. And indies, like Vine Skyver and all them, they're making money hand over fist. Manga's making money hand over fist,
Yes.
and they're just fading into obscurity. That is what's going to happen. A parallel Hollywood will be made when enough creators, such as ourselves, go, screw it, let's kickstart it and make our own.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, I'm writing a script, working on a script right now while I'm on this panel right now. Okay, I'm going over a sci-fi series one of those sci-fi series I'm creating on this panel right now because, like, you know what? They're not going to change. We're going to make our own shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the unfortunate reality of the situation. They're going to just, yes.
It is. And I've made this point to people before that what we have to do is it's like if you're offended by this entertainment or you don't like this or you want this changed, unless it's something like the remake of the remake design of Sonic or something, which that actually turned out really well. The fans were like, I'm not happy about this, so change this. And now it looks so much better.
Oh, yeah. Now it's
yes.
Hollywood didn't like that. Hollywood was not happy about that.
Oh, I'm sure
How dare you give the fans what they want to pay for?
Right.
Huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
This is bad. This is what. Wait, they changed it to fit the needs and wants of their customers, who they expect to give them money. Yeah, that's terrible.
I know.
Like, I swear. How dare you think your own thoughts with your own brain?
Even on this platform or on Twitch or on any other social media platform where you're doing live streams or videos, some people are going to watch your content because they like the content you give them, and then other people are going to turn away because it's not for them.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of YouTubers, like, when they're like on panels or whatever, and they're like discussing, Hollywood, I go, stop wasting your time discussing if Hollywood pulls its head out of its ass. Hollywood is not going to pull its head out of its ass ever. It's going to die with its head shoved up its ass. YouTube would, like, they should be concentrating on what alternate parallel systems can we support and create to just make the entertainment that everyone's thirsting for. Because trying to spend your time talking Hollywood, like I said, to remove its head from its own ass will not happen. Fans have been trying to do that with the comic book industry. If you want to know the end result of trying to, put out videos, tell them they're idiots, it's to stop doing what they're doing. Look at Hollywood. Look at the comic book industry. They tried the New Warriors crap. The fans said, no, they lost sales. You know what? We're going to put out a super inclusive new X-Men. Fans said, are you out of your damn minds? Now they're like, okay, none of that other woke crap work. You know what we're going to do? Let's turn Superman gay. No, they're just going to keep doubling, tripling, quadrupling down until they literally have. Now I heard was it DC or Marvel? One of them got kicked out of their offices, and now they're in some little
DC.
Shitty. Now they're in some little shitty office with having to share desks and shit. Do you think they're going to go, hey, let's go back to how we were doing in the 90s and make some money? Because a lot of people will go back to them still if they all of a sudden made good shit. But are they going to do that? No, they are not. One or two of them might try to squeak away with something that's palatable, but they're not going to put out anything good, like, holy balls, this is good. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, the thing is, there's still going to be stuff out there, luckily, but it's more about, these streaming services or HBO Max or Epics or whatever, that there's still going to be shows out there like Outlander. There's still going to be other shows like that people are going to enjoy. At some point, that J.R.R. Martin show, I guess, of the spinoff of Game of Thrones, he'll write that novel, and then maybe they'll make that. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Hoop was right, too.
Chaos,
their heads are up their bums.
Yeah,
well, because here's the thing, Chaos, is that in general, yes, I agree with you that, we need to stop doing stuff like that. The thing is that there are certain shows that in general are good, and they are few and far between, but they kind of keep people not wanting to leave the ranch altogether. They'll have like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, because they're like, well, this brand gives me 95% terrible stuff, but that 5%, I absolutely love when they do these things. So I'm going to stay in just enough just so I can watch and support that 5%, hoping that the 95% will change, even though it never will.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's
you know?
that I have no quarrels against that. What I'm saying is a lot of your more people's efforts should be in, like I said, hunting down alternate like platforms and whatnot. Like me, I try to watch a lot of content on Odyssey and Rumble and like the other platforms and stuff, because it's like, you know what, instead of sitting there bitching about this platform, because one of the things I like what Salty Cracker does, he'll do part of his podcast on YouTube. He'll be like, "Fuck off, Wojcicki. I'm doing the rest of the fun stuff on these other platforms. Meet me over there," and grabs people, and you'll see like a whole bunch of people log off of YouTube and pop over to the alternate platforms.
Sure.
So that kind of stuff, more proactive things that's going to affect change, because you're going to get more people off the shit platforms and on the better platforms. You have more people crowdfunding, putting out their own original content. That is how you do damage. Okay, because it's like. When people are making these videos, screaming at Hollywood, it's kind of like you're in a relationship and you're screaming at your partner. You're just screaming at her face, or you just say, "You know what? This isn't working. I'm going to go check someone else out." That's the difference. Sitting there screaming is never going to work. She will never change her ways. So you go, "Bye, girl. Hey, it's been real. I love you. I hope you find what you're looking for. But I'm not finding what I'm looking for here. So I'm going to go somewhere where there is what I'm looking for."
Yeah, that's what you tell people. And like, I have friends who will say, "You're so negative about this." I said, "Well, when the entertainment's quality, I'll let you know. If it's something like Arcane that I really enjoyed, I'll let you know."
You're a customer. You should be able to voice your displeasure of a product. If a product isn't performing the way it should, in this case, movies, TVs, comics, even games, then you need to voice your concerns about it. Say, "This isn't working." Sure, the companies, a lot of them have their heads up their bumps, and they don't want to listen to their paying customer.
Yeah,
which is stupid.
We shouldn't just sit there and take it and be silent about it. No, voice your displeasure. The more people who voice their displeasure, the more they're going to have to be forced to change.
I told you that's never how it ends. Tell me one time that is especially in the entertainment industry. I want one example. They don't. They just die. They stand on their hill.
Is always trapped
and they
in the
die.
past. Hollywood is always trapped in the past. They are slow to evolve.
Oh, wait. My bad. There are a few scattered what's it called, instances of them removing their head. Devil May Cry series, because when we're gonna reboot Devil May Cry, and instead of Dante being awesome, we're gonna make him some little emo. Everyone was like, "Nope, Devil May Cry." The next one, they pretended DMC didn't even exist and went back to Dante being a badass.
And even since Whoop was here, with like stuff like Pokemon, people were not happy because of the Pokédex. Why can't we capture more Pokemon? Why you let us before in these games? Why? And then Arceus came out. Arceus, yeah, that's what's called. And they did some things that are right. There's a few other things they could do better, but they're on another better track again. So if you would just listen to the fans about certain things, you don't have to listen to them about everything, but certain things. But what happened, of course, is once politics infected gaming, then everything really started going to shit. That's when it really
things went to shit when companies started hiring people based on the color of their skin and what is or isn't between their legs, instead of hiring based on their qualifications and talent. That is when it goes off a cliff. That is when everything went to shit.
And the vision too, like, if you're hiring people and you need somebody to draw, then let them see your artwork. And if the artwork looks great, hire those people. It doesn't matter what the color of their skin is or whatever. Just hire those people.
Seriously. It's like, I don't care what color your skin is. I don't care what's dangling or not dangling between your legs. I don't care what you like sticking what between your legs into. I don't care. Tell me a good story.
Do a search on YouTube. You'll find people that can draw very well.
Do such. I tell you, you can find full on like that. No, those guys making those Naruto live action movie trailers. I'm like, God, will someone give them a budget?
Yeah, it's amazing. Or these companies abandon this stuff, and people keep they're very confused. Like, I'll talk about stuff like Rayman. People like those games, and they were weird, and they were different, and the characters were fun, and they've abandoned that series. The same with like Splinter Cell, instead of being like, we're going to remake this game, it's going to be a reboot or whatever, or it's going to be a remaster of the original, fine, that can be fine. Why not just make a new Splinter Cell and give people the option of co-op, give people more options, and make it more like Blacklist, which a lot of people like. So
that TV show?
No, the game.
Oh.
Splinter Cell Blacklist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the TV show is good though.
Yeah,
I've never seen the. Well, I can't check that. I saw the first like 2 episodes of the TV show.
So the thing is, they're still doing stuff, but there's still a lot of hospital shows on. I think there's probably at least 4 or 5 still on TV. I don't know. I know. There's a lot of stuff, but even like you go back and watch just whatever. It's like, oh, is this a soap opera? You go, wait, this has deeper drama than a lot of these shows, even shows that are considered to be a drama. Well, that's weird. So they care more that some of these soap operas care more about their characters than some drama that you have on TV. Well, that's bad. It should be both. It should be equal. Yeah. So.
Well, I think that just means they're out of touch with the true viewership.
Yeah, I think so.
Because like you said, how many medical shows? How many first responder shows do we need? And I got nothing against first responders, medical community, or anything like that.
They can make any show where they want. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, hey, we have a medical show about this and this and this and this, and it's like, you could probably combine these into like 2 shows. So instead of having 6, you can have 2. Like. Yep. And then first responder, it's like we need fire department Chicago, fire department LA, fire department New York, fire department this, fire department that, cop this, cop that. And it's like,
well,
seriously,
even with Law and Order.
What?
You have the original Law and Order, then you have Law and Order Special Victims Unit, then you have Law and Order Criminal Intent.
Yep.
Yeah.
CSI,
Or like with
CSI Miami,
NCIS.
New York.
Yep.
NCIS. New Orleans is good though, but of course Scott Bakula is he's Scott Bakula. So.
Right?
What does that guy do that's wrong? Really, I mean, it's just
is
even
Richard
in
Dean
movies
awesome
that
in
aren't
anything?
that good, but I just
Richard Dean Anderson.
Yes, Richard Dean awesome. Is he in anything lately?
Richard Dean Anderson. Let me check, TK.
Not to my knowledge, at least.
But it's just.
But that's
Hollywood,
the thing. It's like I feel like they just keep pumping out the same stuff. I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. It's just this is just what they do. Like the video game industry is still doing things right to an extent, but even Sony, Nintendo, another way that they pander, and even Microsoft, they're all willing to help pander. I mean, there's some weird stuff in Forza 5 Horizon that I'm like, I don't care about this. And if they're give me an option so I don't have to do this with my character. But they want to force some kind of political agenda in here and always talk about how this is equal and this, and it's like, no, who cares? But the thing is, Hollywood, I will give them some credit. You've still got people around that are going to give us entertaining things to watch, even some shows. But I would say the majority of stuff is just not worth watching.
Nope.
It just isn't. There's a few things here and there, but there's not as much as it used to be. Obviously, things have changed because of streaming services and stuff, but I find myself watching a lot more older shows than a lot of newer stuff. I just don't care about these. I mean, we have shows like on TBS, Chad. It's basically about a 40-year-old woman who acts like a 17-year-old man. It's stupid. I've only seen clips of that, and I don't recommend that. And then we have stuff like Santa Inc., and the list goes on and on and on.
Oh, God.
I know. It's so bad.
Why did you say that? I just cringed so hard, my neck muscles physically hurt.
But
to answer your question, TKO, about Richard Dean Anderson, the last credit that I'm seeing here on IMDb is Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. That's his last credit, and that was almost 10 years ago.
damn.
Yeah.
All right.
There's also now people, because of the circles, the Twitter mobs, the whatever, like what we're looking at with My Hero Academia, who is like, well, this kid who seems like he's kind of a pervert, that's just part of his character, the one who throws the purple balls, I can't think.
Oh God, I can't stand him.
He, there was something about him and Deku that they were pushing for them to be lovers, or it said something in a manga that I've fallen for you, or I'm here for you, and people took that as the way that, oh, they must be in love. It's like, no, not at all.
These are people who don't understand Japanese culture.
Right, exactly. So they're interpreting things wrong ways, or what they want to see in their mind. But I've always said to these people, the social justice warriors, the other people, if you get in conversations with them, if you don't like what you're seeing from these mangas or this, start making your own creation. But man, that pisses them off. But yeah.
Well, they're like, no, we have to hijack your thing, because otherwise, if we make our own thing, no one will listen to us. No one will listen to you either way. Go away.
That's why it's
make
so
it interesting, and then maybe people will, but whatever. It's a lot of work. I know how terrible. Yeah, this stuff is work. I know. Amazing.
Activists don't put out good content. Okay. When has that ever been a thing? That was the beauty of Star Trek. Star Trek, thinking about it, was very damn progressive. Looking back at it, the next gen and whatever. But they always had the episodes where they presented both sides, and at the end of the episodes were the really good ones. Okay, you didn't know who was right. You were like, "Damn, who?" I don't know who I agree with. Yeah, you just I don't know who I agree with. That's good storytelling. That's telling a message and not being preachy and leaving lasting impressions on the people who watch them when they are done correctly. From both sides of the issue. Here's the good sides. Here's this person's perspective. Here's this person's perspective. You guys decide. Now it's like, this is bad. And you guys should think so too. We're telling you how you should think about this. It's like, no.
Look at going back, TK, about things like, I think it was an old, I remember it was an old review I was reading that had come out about Phantasy Star Online or something. It was like, oh, well, the female character's always being hit on and stuff. Yes, but what does the female character say to the male? Shut up. I don't care. And that's good banter. Shut up. Go away.
Yeah. Keep it in your pants, Bob. We got work to do.
Well, let's take a look at G4 before we get into this article. We all know.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Simply, you got to give me a moment. I got to go put on my gas mask because you've been having me breathing in too many dumpster fire fumes lately. Okay.
People and as people have pointed out, I'm sorry to break it to you people, but the reason that they hired attractive women is because guess what? Sex sells, but they were more than being just attractive. I know that's hard for people to comprehend, but they are. Olivia Munn is more than just being attractive. She had a personality on Attack of the Show.
Same with Morgan Webb.
She was having fun, yes, exactly.
Yep.
But look at G4. Frost gets on there, and she goes on her rant.
She goes lecturing people.
Oh, yeah.
I know.
But that goes course. They bring in Amaranth and another girl.
Not going to lie, Amaranth is fine, though. I have to give her that. I cannot deny that. It's like, fine. What was I going to say? Damn it. Nope, it's gone. Oh, God, what was I going to say? Oh, well, it'll come back to me at the worst possible time. It's like their target. Oh, that's what I was going to say.
What?
It's totally okay and fine for Chris Hemsworth and freaking Aquaman to walk around with their shirt off. That's totally fine.
Yep.
That's way okay. I'm like, really, people? Double standards gives me like orbital migraines.
Yep, and it's not just geeks and gamers who have been saying that. I've been saying that. I know other people online is saying that about the whole thing. About it's the same with the Mortal Kombat argument. It's like, oh well, the women can't show skin anymore, but the men can be all oiled up and buff and so on in Mortal Kombat. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, right.
You guys want to talk about equality? How is that fair?
Right? That's why I said, why do you think like Daily Wire? You go, Daily Wire. Make your own movies. Do it.
Yes.
Encourage more other people to make their own parallel companies.
Yep. Do it. I want to see what Daily Wire is going to do. I really want to do. I'm
going to watch Terror on the Prairie when that's available
like Gina
to watch.
Carano, she's got my 100% support. That woman, she's one of my favorite females on the planet. I'm like, oh god, beautiful, personality-wise, intelligence. She's perfect.
Yep.
See my thing is that when it comes to the Daily Wire, okay, they're kind of doing multiple things, but the one genre I know they will never touch is sci-fi. And that's a genre that's been so tainted as of late that it's like Daily Wire. You really wanna make a massive impact. Get a great sci-fi movie. Again, don't make it political, but just have it have good values, maybe some little morals. Or if you just wanted to just not even even push any morals or values, you just want to be a straight, honest, epic sci-fi action movie. Do it, but I know they're not going to touch it.
And if they really want to tick off a lot of the entertainment industry, make it so good and work on it with research. Make it so good that even the Oscars can't ignore it. Like they have to nominate something from that would just make Hollywood so upset. Oh,
look at Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Guys, okay, I forgot this whole Frost thing in G4. That is real time. What I said was going to happen, like in Hollywood, like that was like fast forward. They doubled down, they tripled down. It's burnt to the ground. Then they try to change, but it's too late. We've moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
that's how the entire industry is going to go. Just watch.
Pop Culture Mechanic asks question. So will that incident with Frost make producers check over their presenters from now on? It should.
No.
Yeah, but they won't.
It should, but it won't.
Exactly.
Frost is like, you can't sexualize me. You can't. Okay.
Like no one wants to.
Yeah, have you seen her? She's right. I mean,
how you doing, Whoopa?
Hey, how's it going?
Welcome.
Whoop! There he is.
Whoopa.
Whoop,
You
there
know
he is.
Do you know what I found out recently, dude? I from a friend of mine about Pokemon. Pokemon's dark, dude. I didn't know how dark Pokemon is.
Very dark.
Dark. It's so dark that the men trainers, the teenager boys, the teenager that are also boys that are trainers, if they fail, do you know what they do to themselves? I don't want to go into
what?
What the fuck?
Did you know? Do you know what they do? Do you know why there's more female trainers than males? Because the males, when they fail,
kill themselves.
I didn't want to say it on stream.
They swap certain body parts and join the other league.
When did this happen?
There's a video about it, dude. I'm not joking. It's some dark stuff, man. I was like, wow.
I know Pokemon's dark. I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah.
Wait, are you Babylon BB right now, bro? Are you Babylon being us?
No.
Oh, there was. No! Somebody actually did a video,
true, man.
breaking down and theorizing about Lieutenant Surge, because if you go off the original game, he makes comments about like the war and everything. So he actually
my Pokemon protected me during the war. It's the Pokemon war theory. I know I'm derailing. Look at this. I've been in the stream for like 5 minutes and I've already derailed it to Pokemon. I'm still...
Keep talking. I'm just looking for that Pokeball, man. Remember, I've been
you didn't derail anything. You just turned the bus around. Okay, you didn't derail anything. They're on Pokemon earlier. You just turned the bus around and we're heading back to the last station.
That's true.
But it's not going to matter because as long as Ash continues, then the teenager boys or whatever who are learning how to do Pokemon got to catch them all. They'll be okay.
And what is up with Ash?
I like Ash. I don't know why.
Okay, Japanese anime. The thing I liked about anime is unlike like the Simpsons and whatever. You know, Bart's been 10 years old for 40 years. It's like that. It irritates.
That's a show, dude. You know, that's part of the show. It's just like
but all the other animes that I watched, they age. You know, I remember Gohan, little Gohan. Then Gohan became a G. Then they made him a little B. So
well, it depends what the show wants to do. So yeah.
Yeah, that's just weird. I'm like, come on, we should be on Ash's grandkids by now, okay? Grandpa Ash should be, telling his grandson Cole or whatever I call him.
I knew about the Pokeball.
Little Soot, come here. Soot, come sit next to Grandpa Ash. I'll tell you about
it's the greatest challenge to catch.
Yes, I'll tell you about the first great Pokemon War.
Oh my god.
That's the crazy thing though about that whole theory, because it's pretty much one of the biggest game theories out there. The game theory. No, but the whole thing is it in that original game. You're like, how come you're running across a bunch of kids going out on their own? You don't have a dad, basically.
Right.
All this stuff. You've got this. Most of the men are kids and old people, and then you have the crime family, because they have a void that's been opened, and when you look into that, it's like, oh snap! Like,
yeah, and they're supposed to leave the homes. Like, I'll have to send you the video, but they have to leave their homes by the time they're age 10. It's part of their journey as being a Pokemon trainer. It's like, man, that is rough.
Parenting ever.
Right. That's
what got me. That is always what got me about. Like, I understand the culture now, but because it's the target demographics, and in Japan, you're supposed to get most of your adventuring and stuff out of your system before you graduate college and do the completely boring adulting thing. But they will be fighting whole ass wars, okay, against aliens. All right, it's like, all right, send out our battle fleet, send in the Gundam pilots. They're like 15, 16, 17. I'm like, I'm not gonna have 15, 16, 17-year-olds fighting piloting multi-trillion-dollar mechs. Can I get some 25-year-old veterans? Okay, the fate of our world is in Sally's hands. What? Where is she? She's celebrating her sweet 16. She'll be back after their celebration. What?
The sweet 16.
Well, it also makes me wonder, because you have this. I mean, in the games and the movies, you got Team Rocket, and they get beat by a 10-year-old. It's like, really, were they that big of a threat? Like, no one else could handle them. This 10-year-old just came in with this one Pikachu and just kicked their ass. What's going on?
It's like grown-ass players that have freaking Pokeballs older than these people are losing. It's like, what? I got 20 years of experience.
There was a fan theory I saw floating around that all the TV shows are the past, and it's and you're watching it all through the aspect of Pikachu reminiscing over his times with Ash, because Ash has already passed away from old age. So it's actually everything that happened during their adventures, and it's just Pikachu reminiscing.
Huh. Interesting.
Maybe Pikachu went crazy from that first movie. Ash turned to rock, and then all the Pokemon cried and brought him back to life. Maybe he never came back to life.
The big moment.
Yu-Gi-Oh makes a little bit more sense. He's a little boy too. He's got a whole ass 5,000-year-old pharaoh up inside. Wait, that sounds wrong. In his head. There we go. That makes more sense.
It's crazy.
Does that count as grooming? If it's a
no, okay. One of the things I'm writing is my own anime series. It is hard me having to try creative in any of the series where there are teenagers involved, trying to find an actual feasible reason for a child to be sent to do anything in part of a whole ass war. One of the things I'm writing is humans are humans that have dragon souls trapped in their bodies. They're very rare. So this nation needs help from another nation, and the nation's like, we have shit going down. Can you send one of your dragons? Now, the main character, he's still in the school. He hasn't awakened, so he can't transform into a dragon. They're like, okay, we can't send any of our actual powerful dragons out there, people who can transform into a dragon, so we'll send the kid. He's a kid. He's still 100 times stronger than a normal human. Yeah, let him go. So coming up with creative ways to explain why would they send a kid instead of a grown-ass man. But they still send the commanders of his unit are still a 25-year-old sergeant and the 36-year-old squad captain, that he's just, can run around and throw giant Kamehamehas out of his freaking hands. But, they're still adults in command.
Yeah. All right. Yep. We should get to
all right, let's
article, I guess.
Go ahead and move on and get to this article.
Wow. Derail much? Yes, I'm the king of derailing. Grail
So we
tremble
have
in
this
fear.
article here from Bounded in the Comics. And it says, My Hero Academia fans accuse My Hero 1's Justice 2 Season 2 DLC featuring Midnight of censorship. Why are you censoring Lady Midnight?
I don't know. It's not cool.
That's just nasty, Peter.
That's not on the PC version, is it?
I don't know.
I
Brian
have that
Pearson
game, but I haven't gotten this DLC.
posted this article, and it says My Hero Academia fans are accusing Bandai Namco My Hero 1's Justice 2 Season 2 DLC featuring Midnight of censorship following the release of her character trailer. All right. Nomori Kamiya, aka the R-rated hero Midnight, has the power or quirk to send her foes to sleep. In other words, she's an Orion slave girl.
What?
She does this through an aroma released from her skin. See? Proof. Right there. She's an Orion slave girl.
Sounds like
as such,
wait a minute.
Her costume features areas that can be torn away to release the gas.
Mm-hmm.
As part of her costume, this would be the white bodysuit she wears under dominatrix-style clothing, complete with being armed with a whip or flog.
Yep.
She's kinky.
Mm-hmm.
While she has explained the necessity of her costume being able to rip parts of it off mid-fight to use her powers, others highlighted how her first costume resulted in the creation of the hero costume regulations on how much skin a hero could show. In addition, Midnight has shown a sadistic and flirtatious personality, seemingly being aroused by any form of passion from her students. Yet, she has also shown intellect, kindness, and bravery in situations grew dire. In short, the character has shown more depth than mere fan service. As such, fans accuse Bandai Namco's My Hero 1's Justice 2 of censorship. Her leotard now covers her chest, and while it still somewhat exposes her hips, maybe closer to her belt. Oh, let's see. All right. Curiously, it also seems that Midnight is able to use her quirk without ripping off parts of her costume. What's more, this alleged censorship is not restricted to the Western market, as it is the same in the Japanese trailer.
Oh boy.
Not tearing chunks out of her costume, out of her own costume, may be due to budgetary restraints. Midnight would either need to tear away at the same patch of clothing again and again, repairing each time thereafter, or a different patch each time and reflecting the damage up to her costume through the fight.
Guys, you know what's ridiculous? All she has to do, why does she tear her thing? Just have a little patch of Velcro that she can just pull off and put back on. Or zipper. Unzip, zip back up. Unzip, zip back up.
Button, flap, whatever. Just
I mean,
open
there's an easy way that you just don't have to worry about that, every time.
You know, put clothes on her?
Yeah, exactly. just cut out, all that work. It's a lot of don't have to worry about laundry now. It's all together good deal.
All she has to do is worry about car accidents whenever she goes to check the mail, or she can't go to the store without causing some heart attacks.
I mean, hey. These things happen,
Changes to her outfit have not gone unnoticed, and fans expressed their displeasure and accused the company of censoring the character.
They've done stuff like this before, so I wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put
Got
that.
90s level Toonami censorship on her at the F King IX dismissed. I thought we learned the folly of such things. Looks like they gave her a breast reduction. Laugh out loud, mocked at Yellow Flash Guy.
Lol.
Of course.
So they censored her tits. Yeah.
Guys, I know there's not a webcam on, but can you see the lack of surprise on my face? Can you guys see it? See it? Mm-hmm. Yep. Here it is.
Huge shock. Huge, yeah.
Surprise to no one.
The Twitter user also shared how her quirk works as seen from the popular anime adaptation of My Hero Academia. The user wrote, I mean, look closely to this GIF, and I'm going to play the GIF.
Play it. Yep, that's it.
There we go. That's all it does. Come on.
It's pheromones. What the hell? Come on, people.
Yeah. Just like the Orion slave girls, they emit certain pheromones that distract the men.
Yeah. On our next episode of Pop Talk, we will talk about Orion slave girls.
Queen of Arachnia.
Careful, Cash. I may make a particular episode of Pop Talk dedicated to Star Trek female aliens. Careful.
Well,
Careful what you wish for.
She's got
Fire the death ray.
She's got the whip and the flog. I don't know if she's the slave girl. I think she's the master over there.
Watch your tongue. How dare you speak of Queen Arachnia that way?
Not buying this. It's censored. I wait for the rabbit. You're a kitty, steadfastly warned. The rabbit in this case is Yumi. Yeah, can't say it right now. But anyways, the rabbit hero Mirko. Several commenters across Facebook and Twitter hope she would be the next character, though she too has a leotard and skin-tight outfit. Yeah, well, what about Michelle Pfeiffer in Batman Returns? Anybody remember her costume? I sure as hell do.
Of course she does. That was her costume. I know it's shocking to people, but yeah.
Nope, she is censored. Sorry.
Well, I'm waiting for someone to say, what about the children, So at this point with this stuff.
Think about the children.
All I can think of is from The Hobbit when the one dude, he's like the crowd's turning around in Battle of the Five Armies. He's like, think of the children, and then the daughter he's holding just kicks him in the shin. Think of the children. Quack.
Anyways, the article continues by saying on Bandai Namco's Facebook post for the announcement, Aaron Quesada asked, so they edited her outfit. Laugh out loud, wow. It's the Sony check, man, proposed Joshua Horn, especially now that they're based in America. This would be Sony Interactive Entertainment's infamous global standard censorship policy for sexual scenes in games with anime art styles. And their HQ residing in California since 2016.
Yep. They don't care about live action stuff, so you can do all you want with Naughty Dog. But when it's anime, oh man, Microsoft and Sony, we're gonna get them. We're gonna censor those women. Dang it, those anime women.
Just Jesus Christ.
Well,
I can't believe this.
even with some anime, there are some companies before the anime gets in the hands of companies like Funimation, they're saying that we're going to be doing all the dubbing here. We're not going to let you get your hands on the script and rewrite the script. We're going to dub it, and then we'll send it to you, and it's going to air exactly as we send it to you.
Good.
I know. Man, Japan. Oh,
yeah.
Good shit, Japan.
Yeah, they would too. They would fly out those actors, dub it there. Sure, why not? Yep.
And the article continues by saying, Sony aside, Bandai Namco themselves have previously engaged in censorship.
Oh yeah.
Toza
Fairy Tale.
Syria.
Yes.
Oh really?
Had a scene censored of a child being impaled, as Bandai Namco stated it would not allow us to keep our current 16 rating. And there's another
That's a rough one. That's a rough one. Child impaled. Hey guys, we're gonna be showing this in the Tales game. Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah, you don't mind if we show
We
this
didn't get
kid
the raid.
getting killed, huh?
It'll be fine. It'll be good.
No, don't worry. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Yep.
It should also be noted that in My Hero 1's Justice 2, Momo. Yeah, I can't say it today. I can't say a lot of words today. I'll admit that. Momo's outfit seems entirely uncensored. This despite it featuring exposed cleavage with a plunging neckline that reaches her navel.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Spicy.
How terrible.
Oh, no.
People made female characters and male characters the way they wanted. Oh no. Here comes Twitter.
That's a
They're gonna
spicy
get you.
meatball.
That's exactly. It's too much for the people. Those anime girls. Some of them have big boobs. But wait a second, women in real life have big boobs, huh? That's weird. Huh?
Hey, and women in real life wear revealing clothing.
I know. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what about the
we stay around?
Statues and paintings from the Renaissance era?
Serious.
Oh my
exactly.
God.
Oh no. Yeah.
And I really don't understand like a lot of the mindset of these people. It's like, okay, why are you trying? If you don't want men being attracted to women, what are they expecting? I'm like, if we're not attracted to them, we're not going to give them our time and access to our wallet. So, I mean, what is the end goal here? It seems like a self-destructing thing. I'm confused.
Yeah, it's always confusing. But the funny thing is, like people have said, it's just like the whole Naughty Dog thing. Last of Us 2. They'll go full whatever with that game. But with anime, nope. We got to censor this. We got to censor the women. Is she showing her belly button? Is she wearing tight pants? They even did that with like Tracer. Like they didn't like the butt pose and stuff. This stuff is hilarious, but it's just
hilarious. It's more irritating than hilarious.
It's hilarious because they want to change this stuff, and it's just like how many people actually notice this really? Unless you guys are like focused on same with the slave one thing with Lego and Disney coming out. It's silly stuff. All this stuff. That's what I'm saying. So much to make fun of every day. These people do this to themselves. They really do.
They are.
Well, and you're talking about you were talking about that. It made me think of the Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition or whatever it was called,
yes,
where they removed the butt shots.
Yes,
which is funny because
Miranda. And then the modder
remember,
said, "That's cool. We're gonna just put it back in. Thank you."
I remember hearing that, and I'm like, I don't remember this. Like, I didn't remember this shot. And Miranda was a very good-looking video game character, but I didn't remember any shot where it's like, oh boy, look,
dude,
that's not what I'm playing the game for.
Yeah,
and the funny thing to me on top of that is like, don't ask me how I know this, but there's a lot of content that you can look for that'll show a lot more than a butt shot if you're looking for these things. So it's like, what have you done,
Robin?
Dude, every game nowadays, there's somebody with like Tifa, for example, recently that they were like, let's just make a nude model of her, just because. And they do it. I find it so funny because people get so upset about it. It's like I want to always ask them the question: you understand we were born nude, right? No, you don't get that. Oh, okay.
Well,
I mean, it's not my vision.
You've got it wrong, dude.
Oh, I got it wrong.
We're born with clothes on, dude.
Oh,
it also like
come on, man.
It's like know, like, and you do know if men stop finding women attractive, there'll be no new little humans, right?
You guys also know that some
right?
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. I just look. This is what they want to do. It's not my vision for if I was making a mod to make Tifa or these characters naked because I don't care about that. But these people want to run around with the mods, and people. One of my friends said I'm gonna look for it research purposes. I just couldn't stop laughing. It's just funny though that all these people, if it's not Naramata, if it's not Final Fantasy Remake, they want to make nude mods for these female characters for whatever, and then other people go, these guys are creeps and perverts, and It's just
They're
funny.
misogynist.
Yeah,
was
it's
just-
just funny.
You're an ist and a phobe and a thing. Okay, you're right. Yeah, bye.
I was just thinking of it too. When you think about it, most of the people, the same people who are like, "Oh, you can't show anything in these games," are the same
Yeah.
people that say we need to support these OnlyFans and whatever.
Yes.
And one of the
Yes.
like, I don't spend money on OnlyFans because I'm not
Me either.
I'm not.
No.
foolish.
Well, I mean,
but you
the
see
thing
like
is,
their
and this is-
promos. You see their promos and what they post. I would argue over 50% of them are video game characters. They're dressing as seductive video game characters.
Hey guys, I forgot where I saw it, but I saw a clip from Cheers where the guy's asking the I forgot what her name was, but the main female character, the pretty one, and then he's all like, "Wait a minute, you're doing it?" It's like when men do it, it's called their exploitation. When women do it, it's just good business. I'm like, really, Queen? That's really, Queen.
But yeah,
that sums it up right there. That sums it up.
This is just, to me, it's like this is somebody's vision. If they want Midnight looking like this, who cares? Like, it's just that's their vision. And then, but there's this group, man. They're like, oh, we're gonna get them. Like they're always at war with people, man. And of course, it's because of social media. It's like, if that's what your vision is, who cares? And not all the characters in My Hero look like that anyways.
No.
It's just, there's a lot of interesting characters in My Hero Academia. There really is. I've been watching a lot of One Piece recently with Crit, Mike. And I just, like, one of my friends, we had one of my friends was like her boobs just keep growing and stuff as the seasons go on. I'm like, are you
Nami or Nikos?
It's just funny. I just laugh at
It
this
makes
stuff.
Nami's a teenager when the
How-
show starts, so it makes sense
and-
she's getting more womanly as she gets older. You know.
I'm not going to use her name, but I told my friend, I said, you've got to stop paying attention to Twitter so much. It's going to drive you insane. It's just going to drive you nuts. But, you know, she would tell me, and I've heard this from other people, especially, and she's not one of these social justice warriors, but she's like, I didn't like the costumes of these females. They look slutty. They look this. And I keep explaining to her, I'm like, well, a lot of these comics were written by men, for men, or teenage boys. I know it's shocking, but they were. They just were. Amazingly, people don't even understand that these costumes that have come from these Japanese anime have actually been made by, wait for it, women.
Yeah.
I know, shocking. But that happens too.
Whoa, wait! I gotta sit down.
I know, man.
I gotta
Twitter
take a
is
load
yeah.
off. This-
Twitter
this-
is brain age because I read something that the guy who played Batman in a new movie, in order to prepare to play a what is it a I don't know, a depressed emo whatever, he opened a Twitter account. I'm like, what? He used Twitter to prep him for his role as depressed Bruce Wayne or whatever. I go, that checks the fuck out.
No, I saw a funny meme about that. They were saying to prepare for Robert Pattinson.
I saw that. I was like,
they were saying to prepare for his role as Batman. He's like to get into the mindset, like depressed Batman. He spent 16 years being known as the guy from Twilight.
Yep. I've had a
I saw
discussion
that one,
with some women about that, Pata. He's like, well, what if a woman hits a man? Well, then the man should hit her back. I said, okay. It's so funny.
Well, I mean, it was funny because I remember a while back, I was talking with a female friend of mine, and she's like, "Would you ever hit a girl?" I'm like, "Only if she hit me." They're like, "You'd hit a girl?" I'm like, "It's called self-defense." She's like, "Yeah," but I'm like, "But you women nowadays, the whole thing is be equal to men, equal rights for women. You want to be
Equal rights and equal lefts.
A man hits me, I'm hitting them." I said, "You know, you don't like it? Well, tough. Don't hit me. I don't go out of my way to hit
Or
people,
I'll
but
just
you
grab
hit me,
I'll just grab your arms and be like, no. Sorry.
Grabbing and shaking is effective.
It is.
I've always thought that's funny too, because it's like, what if someone holds me at gunpoint, but it's a woman? It's like, ooh, okay, take all my stuff. I can't hit you. That'd be wrong. Like, no.
Oh no!
Rob me,
out
I'm
of your
taking it.
hand.
I'm ex-military. You have a weapon. I don't care what you are a combatant. Okay.
Yeah.
You are no longer a civilian.
It's just, yeah.
All right,
it's just-
so
yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next article.
Okay.
By the way, how long have we been going for? We've been going for almost
5
I
hours.
just want that known.
Yeah.
God,
I just looked at the clock.
Hey, well, what are you complaining about, TKO?
Mental damage. I was like, oh, we'll do it for. Oh,
No,
God.
you've got it wrong. You've got it wrong. Wrong.
No, this is mental.
Emotional damage.
That guy's a national treasure.
Yes, he is.
That's the old YouTube days right there. He's bringing it back.
And you know what?
Oh, is that guy
For
not on
everybody who's
YouTube
watching-
anymore? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I think he still is. I was just saying, like,
You just
used
put
to
out
have all
Chinese
this stuff.
difficulty on video games. He just put that one out, and that one's ridiculous. He ragdolls pretty well. I mean, like it looks very realistic.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, you used to have the back in the old days when you had the, I don't know if you guys remember, like, how to be ninja, how to be emo, like random.
You
stuff
guys
like
remember Ask a Ninja back in the day?
I was
Yeah.
watching that the other day. He had like a conversation with Will Ferrell and John Heater when they did Blades of Glory. It was so funny.
What happened to him? He like just disappeared off the face
John
of YouTube.
Heater is just more doing Ask a Ninja or John Heater?
Ask a Ninja.
He's doing other stuff, I think. He was also the orange in one of those YouTube videos. I don't know. I think it's the same guy. Yeah, I'm not sure. Sometimes that stuff also gets stale, man. You do it for a few years. Like Chad Vader. I don't even know if that's still considered popular. Maybe it is.
Oh yeah, I remember Chad
I
Vader.
don't even remember that. Not gonna lie.
That was pretty damn funny. I don't think I ever finished all of it though.
He goes into a grocery store as Vader, and he gets fired.
He worked. Yeah, he works as a freaking night shift manager, and he just takes his
We'll
job.
have
way
to
too
look that
seriously.
up. I don't think YouTube.
Wait, hold on, hey, is that the one where the guy is just as Vader, and it's
Yes.
it's supposedly
Great
like after he
voice, too.
died, and then he's like,
no.
and then
No.
is that the one I'm thinking?
No.
Okay, so then there was an entirely different one I was thinking of.
No,
then.
he worked at a grocery store, if I remember, and then he got fired for things, or he was the manager or something like that. Yeah.
All right, so I've got a story here from Battling in the Comics. I'm gonna ask
Another
you
one?
guys
All right.
one question before I read it. Do you even care if Jared Leto comes back as the Joker?
No, I thought he was. I felt his Joker was just too flamboyant. That's just my opinion in Suicide Squad. So, yeah. I didn't really care for it personally.
I will say never plenty of times. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, according to Jared Leto, he says never say never to return as Joker.
Ooh.
I'd rather have Jack Nicholson back. I don't care if he's older.
Yeah, me too.
That would be kind of amazing.
Yeah, I actually would.
Suicide Squad
Just
actor
all of a sudden
Jared
he just
Leto's-
shows
But
up.
his Joker is dead, as far as we know. So.
Is he though?
As far as we
This
know.
is the Joker we're talking about.
I know.
mean,
He did fall from
you know,
a height, though, so I don't know. So
that is true.
he fell
Yes, but he
from
fell
quite a
laughing.
distance. He did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I know that was
actually gotta
bad.
get
I know.
going, y'all.
I'll see myself out. See you later, guys.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
But yeah, I gotta get going, y'all.
All right, brother. Thanks for coming on.
All right, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
Anytime, brother.
All right.
All right. So Jared Leto says never say never to return as Joker. Goes on to say Suicide Squad actor Jared Leto's chances of reprising his character in that film, the Joker, have arguably never been lower, with two new Jokers played by Joaquin Phoenix and Barry Keoghan, cornering the market in the DC multiverse. Let's see. It says, in case you're late to the party, yes, that is Eternal Star Keegan at the end of the Batman in the Shadow within an arc himself. Sorry, spoilers. And
oh no,
don't worry, it's not that impressive. I'll tell you that as someone who's seen it. And he is supposed to be the clown prince of crime, but I digress. Leto's performance in the 2016 Suicide Squad we got as a cut together by Warner Brothers may leave you less inclined to see Leto back with the green hair and red lipstick. However, his chilling makeover in Zack Snyder's Justice League won some of the doubters over. According to Leto and Suicide Squad director David Ayer, we were going to see more of the latter example on the screen if WB had left Ayer's cut alone and released it. There is still potential the Ayer cut could see the light of day, albeit fleeting, and might gin up a demand to restore Leto's Joker with the rest of the Snyderverse, but the question remains if the actor wants to return at all. As of press time, he is keeping the door open. Never say never. He told Variety recently. Leto added, too, that he has an attachment to the Joker and all characters he plays to some degree. For me, they're like living, breathing people, he said. I know they're not, of course, but I get attached. It's a shame to never do it again. Goes on to say that he feels that way makes sense when allegedly Leto wanted to do everything in his power to throttle and cancel Todd Phillips' Joker when it was announced. Of course, the film went forward and made a lot of money, winning accolades along the way in 2019. Yes, I have seen the Joker, and I thought Joaquin Phoenix did a very, very, very good performance.
Yes.
Can't say very too many times. And it says, shortly thereafter, Zack Snyder managed to give Leto his interpretation of Batman's merciless archenemy back. It was a secret I had to keep for so long. It feels funny to even talk about it, Leto explained in an Entertainment Tonight interview. And it goes on to say, Snyder knows that world like nobody else. He cares so deeply about the character. He continued, he cares so much about the fans. I was happy to be a part of his journey and retelling the story and telling it the way that he always dreamed of it. And it was fun to dip my toe into the character again. Leto jumped to the Marvel Universe via Sony Spider-Verse in the interim to tackle Morbius, the living vampire. After multiple delays, we shall finally see if this Ersatz lost boy has lost his bite on April 1st. April 1st. That seems to be a familiar date for me, at least. Because, no fooling, that's my birthday.
Really?
Oh, he had to slide that in there. He's like,
well, the date was there, Cash. What do you want me to do? Watch do you want me to stand in the batter's box and watch the pitch go by for strike three and walk back to the dugout, the walk of shame?
That's right. You do that. Yep. Get my camera out.
So, all I'm going to say, as far as Leto coming back as his Joker, I've seen him twice as his Joker in the original theatrical cut of Justice League and also the Snyder cut of Justice League. And I don't need to see him again as the Joker.
He's just, I don't know. They did a poor job in the Suicide Squad to make us really care about Joker in that. And I don't know about the Justice League Zack Snyder cut. So.
Yeah, I'm Like I'm kind of interested that air cut just because it sounds like they did a lot. It sounds like they really changed what Air's vision was, and I feel like when I watched, I did not like the Suicide Squad, but I felt like there were good moments. Like you could maybe make this into something good. So I'm a little interested, but like I'd have to see it first to really believe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even going to see Morbius, I don't know if I'm going to go see it or not.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, he's cool in the Spider-Man 1994 animated series, but I don't know if we need a movie of Morbius, but we'll see how it goes, I guess.
Yeah, we'll find out April 1st if it's a fool's joke or if it actually makes some money.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so one last thing to show, and it was the link that TKO had put in the private chat, and that's Naruto live action. So we will take a look at this, and
So this is a fan project, huh? Okay.
yeah. So 1 second while I get the right tab pulled up here with sound.
I tried a Naruto game, but it was okay. I don't know. I just can't get into this show. Are you into this show, Whoopa?
I have not watched it. I've watched like a couple episodes back on when it was like Cartoon Network or whatever. I think they had Cartoon Network, but I never really got into it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a couple episodes. It just hasn't grabbed me yet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. Not every anime or TV show or movie is gonna get your attention or have you sitting down and actually enjoying it. It's nowadays it's hit and miss. A lot of misses.
Yep, they do usually a poor job with these trailers too, where it's like some recycled idea. You're like, we've seen this like 400 times, but it's with a twist. Yeah. M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong. Yeah.
How many times can you twist it before you can't twist it anymore?
Exactly.
I know. Bad joke. I know.
See what you did
I'm
there.
full of them. I'm full of them.
I'm sure you are,
You're
dude.
full of something.
Oh, come on, Captain. It wasn't that bad.
You walked into that one, though. So, yeah. All you have to say is knock, knock, who's there? And then you go F yourself. Oh, funny.
Yo, you know what? I'm gonna play this clip just because.
Like a panther. Yes.
No. Okay, just another one to lighten the mood.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Never gets old. It's just
nope. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this trailer. TKO, you back? We're playing the trailer. He's not back, but we're gonna play it anyway.
こっちだ。罠などない。入ってこい。俺のこと殺し合いはしたくない。そうか。お前は向こうへ着いたか。
父さん、母さん、俺は。
分かっているわ、イタチ。
イタチ、最後に約束しろ。サスケのことは頼んだぞ。 わかってる。恐れるな。これはお前が決めた道だろう。お前の痛みに比べれば、我らの痛みなど一瞬で終わる。考え方が違っても、お前を誇りに思う。お前は本当に優しい子だ。
日立。お父さんも向こうで迎えたいの。
お母さん、お父さん、イタチ、どうしてこんなことに。
Thank you for rendering your assistance.
Thank you for rendering your assistance. Rendering. Have you ever played that game, Mike?
No, I haven't. I keep seeing the ad for it, but I've never played it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about trying it. I was watching some gameplay of it in tutorials. I was like, I don't know. Do I really want to try this? Have I lost my mind? Maybe.
Yeah, and as far as that video is concerned, it wasn't bad, but because I really have no
I don't know
real
the story.
framework on Naruto, I can't honestly get too excited about it. Sorry, TKO, but I can't.
It doesn't look bad.
No,
So
no.
That's a
No,
good
it doesn't
thing.
look bad. That's always a good thing, yeah. It's like, why does this guy have to kill his parents? He's obviously possessed by some power, but...
Yeah, if I had a better understanding of the series itself, then, I would go, yeah, this is terrific. This is great. But because I have no understanding at all, I can't give it high praise. Except that, the filming looked very well done, very professional.
It looked good. I can say that.
Yeah.
But without knowing the framework, I have no frame of reference. I can't say if it was... Well, it wasn't bad. So I can't say if it was good, though. That's sounds stupid, but...
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. I think it looked... the effect at the end was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I would have to know more to know if it was good.
Know more of the backstory of each and every character, and more specifically that character that was being depicted in that fan-made film. In other words, I want to know more. And I guess the only way I'm going to know more is actually by watching the series. But of course, if it's like, One Piece, where it has over 1,000 episodes, I might not even bother.
That's a lot, dude. It's like what happens is the guy in the dusty room who's just one dude, after something happens to him, then they just replace him. And it just keeps going. I don't know. But yeah, it has over 1,000 episodes now. It's crazy. That's a long, long anime. Yeah.
Yeah. So, is there anything you guys would like to plug?
No, I still have videos to finish, but after those are done, then I'll have them up on the Phantom Hooligans channel.
All right.
Yep.
I mean, I have my Whoopa Wednesday streams every Wednesday.
Yep.
Playing some Pokemon Red. I posted a video last Tuesday about the Pokemon Day and all the announcements. So you can check that out if you want.
Nice.
That's all I got.
I
so
have
far.
a confession to make. I have not checked it out yet. I have been a bad friend.
Dun, 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 dun. No, I'm just kidding.
And Captain, you have Morning Brew tomorrow, right?
Yes, that's correct. I do have Morning Brew tomorrow at 6 a.m. Central, assuming I set the time correctly, because I forget StreamYard is on European time, not on American time, and they've not gone to daylight time yet.
Yes, Captain Trek on Morning Brew. It's a great morning show. He has quite a few guests each and every day. I know Bird of Prey 5 is one of your regulars.
Oh, yes.
Cool.
It's always fun. Always have a different mix of people, so you never know what will end up happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I had the honor of being on your 658 subscriber stream not too long ago.
Yep.
I appreciate that invite.
You are more than welcome. And anyone is welcome to come. They're welcome to join. So
sweet.
It's always adds to the conversation.
Everybody's welcome to join from here. All right, so we can cause chaos. We say, "Oh, there's Captain Trek. It's time. It's time." I'm just kidding.
Mm-hmm. I'll behave myself.
Mm-hmm. Sure. This time.
When?
Yeah, exactly when.
Okay, who told you?
Yep.
Your mom. Yeah, bad joke. I know.
No, that is something she would have done. She would have given me such a hard time. Then she would have smiled at me and she would have said, "Love you, hon." And I would look at her and go, "I know."
Oh.
Yeah, she always liked, as she would say, "I like to bust your balls. I like to keep you on your toes." Thanks, Mom.
That's funny.
Yeah. She was a good woman.
That's cool.
Yeah. And of course, Cash, you and I will be on the Star Wars Guys channel on Tuesday, and I do believe that you're also invited to come on Tuesday, Captain Trek, to review the first 5 episodes of season 3 of Next Generation.
Yes, I was. Thank you for the reminder.
Not a problem.
I'm pretty sure you're part of the group, man, but yeah.
Yeah, I am.
I forgot. I don't remember much. It's like that line from Mighty Wind. The Mighty Wind. Have you ever seen that movie? It's very underrated.
Yes.
The Mighty
I've been
Wind
awake
is very funny.
since 3 a.m, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's rough.
I think I went to bed at about 5 a.m, so we're on a little bit different schedules here.
Too much Pokemon, right? You didn't catch them all that day. That's what happened.
I do. I took a break from playing Legends Arceus, and now I'm back in. And I got to finish the story. I'm almost done, I think.
I bought Skyward Sword recently and some other stuff, and I was like, oh boy. I've really gotten myself into it now again. Yeah.
Well, that's what I found myself doing with Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah,
Is
dude, you
I'll end the
certainly
stream,
put time
but
into that. Of course.
I'll keep playing after the stream's over. It's like I want to beat this.
It must be done.
I enjoy terrorizing you from time to time in those streams.
Yes, I know you do.
For sure you do, man. That's funny. To go back and watch some more of that stuff. Yeah, I know you want to always tell Mike, no, Mike, stop doing that. That's not the right way. Dang it.
No, I just like coming on after he's died, and it's like I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Or the other day, I see a comment. What difficulty level are you playing at? Normal. I'm not changing it from normal. I'll take my punishment.
Let's try hard difficulty. What you got to do is you got to play Uncharted 4, and then you got to play on crushing difficulty, and then you'll understand the pain. The pain. And then you can play Dead Space on hard difficulty as well. Do that as well.
Fun.
Yep.
I still need to beat Dead Space. I got all the games and I haven't played them because my backlog is ridiculous. So
Dead Space 3 is not very good even with friends. It just the story is pretty and there's repetitive garbage, but 1 is the best, I would say. 2 is still very good, but 3 has a lot of problems.
Yeah, one of the games I tried to beat on its hardest difficulty, and they actually called it Headmaster, was Transformers Devastation. I've gotten close a few times, but I've never been able to beat it.
That sounds like a good challenge. All right.
Only thing I can beat on hard mode is NHL. That's it. I've been working up though. I'm trying some games on. Hoping to try some games on hard difficulty. So
I've been playing Bravely Default recently on hard difficulty, and I found this raid boss that just a boss fight that I just keep killing over and over again. It's like, oh, look at all the levels I get. Oh, yeah, it's awesome. You just have to find the right pattern and stuff. And when things are too hard, even when hard difficulty, you're like, I'm not doing something right. So let's go back and figure out what happened.
Yeah. And I think I've been getting to the point, I can't play stuff on hardest difficulty because so many of these things have the impossible mode. And it's like, I don't know if I'm there yet, but I'm getting better at least. Oh, someone's got a phone call.
Captain Trek.
Must be Starfleet Command.
It is. Sure of it. Well, TKO was somewhere, but
he's gone. He's gone. He hasn't come back. So I want to thank you guys for coming on the stream. Really appreciate it. I know we've been going for over 5 hours.
It's all good.
We've been having fun. Yeah.
Yes. Wait till we do streams of Cowabunga collection. So.
Yes. TMNT Cowabunga collection.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll start with the original arcade,
yes,
and we'll move on to Turtles in Time.
And what I think we should do is we shouldn't move on until the whole group, if we have whatever group is buying this, that when they beat 1, then we won't move on until we beat 1, I guess, or at least on stream. And then when we beat 1, we move on to 2 and 3 and whatever. Yeah. What about the fighting games, though? Do we want to beat those? I guess we want
Tournament
to beat those
Fighters.
as well?
I believe the Super Nintendo version was online play, so I wouldn't mind doing that.
Okay.
In a stream, it'd be 1 versus 1.
Yes. Right.
So that'd be fun, and they also had said that Hyperstone Heist was going to be online play. Now I don't know if they're going to change it and go from only 2 players to 4 players.
Right.
But it'd be nice if they actually went into the game and made it 4-player capable, because they can do that if they wanted to.
Yep. Yes, definitely.
And Pop Culture Mechanics says, quite the marathon. Yes, but
it will be. Yep.
Good.
When does that game come out?
Difference.
Is there
Say. It
actually
just
a date?
says.
Oh yeah.
It just says coming 2022. So with Shredder's Revenge also coming out this year, I would think that they
hopefully that doesn't of course have a date either. I want to play the crap out of that game. 2 videos on it, whatever. Yeah.
Because that also has a 2022 release date, and hopefully they don't release the two games too close to one another.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Because like we were talking about last week, if Konami was smart, they would release the Cowabunga collection before Shredder's Revenge gets released. This way, as you said, Cash, kids and anybody who's ever been curious about the games or anybody who wants to play the games again can actually start playing them and, help build up the hype for Turtles games on console again, or even PC in this case, since it's going to be available through Steam, and then go to Shredder's Revenge.
Yep. Yep, that'd be nice.
Whatever TKO is ready for it, he and I still have to finish Streets of Rage 4.
And I think at this point, if you want to keep a franchise alive, do it through good video games. That's what that's what kids, like I was saying before I hopped on here, Gen Z, with the exception of some of the movies that, plug for Nerdporio, we were talking about Lord of the Rings, Fellowship, and we'll get to the other ones. Besides those movies, most of these Gen Z kids, what have they grown up with? A bunch of trash. But you look at games, and they're not doing the best now, but early 90s, mid to late 2000s, they had so many good games. So these kids, they've grown up with movies that are kind of besides the classics. But video games, they've had amazing ones. So that's what these kids are playing. So if you want to keep your IP alive, making good video games or bringing back the old video games that were great, that's something that'll definitely keep it going well.
Yeah. It's like when Konami released the Castlevania collection. I purchased that on my PS4. And same goes for when Capcom released the Mega Man collection on PS4. I purchased that, both Volume 1 and Volume 2.
Yeah.
Because I still have a lot of fun out of those games. Even playing Mega Man X, I still have a lot of fun playing those games.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the only ones of Mega Man X I've been able to beat are, Mega Man X 1 through 4. I've never tried to beat 5 because I haven't played 5 that much. Same with 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah, I mean, you won't have. I won't disagree with you. I'm here on my part 14 of my Pokemon Red series. So
very cool.
It's fun. I love it.
Yeah.
I love the something that people don't miss, because there's a lot of people who've been bad mouthing the first generations, and I'm pretty sure they're trolls, but it still bothers me. So I guess they're working. But they're like, "Oh, why would you want to play these games? Like, there's so much lore in them. It just feels so cool."
These are the same people who are like, "Why are the I always feel like they have some like voice because they're all just like, I'm so much better than you, and so like, why the graphics are the best. These graphics are terrible. I love when people are like, these graphics are awful. Like you're playing some game, you're showing a friend or something, you're streaming in some old game like Phantasy Star 4. It's like, these graphics are horrible. It's like, this game is so much more than the graphics, but all right.
Right. And they're like, oh, well, they don't have the same things that the newer games added.
Yeah.
And I think like sometimes it's annoying. Like I'll say I'm getting annoyed right now if they have that fixed inventory system. Like
Yeah.
you have limited bag space, limited box space, and it's like, oh, come on.
Yep.
But like other than that, it's like it's not a big deal. Oh, you can't use this stuff as much. Like, oh, you have to teach Pokemon HMs. Yeah, it was fun. Like, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. Oh wow, you get those people. Yeah, it's weird because people wanted that more challenging Pokemon game. They wanted stuff more like Pokemon X and even the older ones. They didn't want. You look at Shield and Sword, that it's just easier, and it shouldn't be easier. It should be more challenging because the Pokemon games are supposed to be challenging.
And I think what I see with people doing that too is like, oh, you just want to make it harder. Like Pokemon was never very hard. Like, it's a very fun game. I'm not bashing it, of course. Like, my whole channel is based on it pretty much. That's not me saying negative. It's just the Pokemon was never, it's not Elden Ring. It's pretty simple. If you know what you're doing, like you can win. So like, they're like, making these easier things. It's like, well, it's not hard to begin with if you're just smart. And
you need to learn to micromanaging, and if you're doing something wrong and your Pokemon is dying, then that means you're using the wrong skill. You're using the wrong you're looking for the weakness, so you're using the wrong weakness. So trying different attacks can be helpful. So
yeah,
well, it's like as you were saying, watching me play Final Fantasy VII Remake and going, you're doing it wrong. And me playing and knowing I'm doing it wrong and trying to figure out how do I do it right. And I finally figured out how to do it right on that boss and was able to beat it.
Yeah, you figured out you found the right skills to take down the armor, because I've noticed a lot of those bosses and other stuff that, like when you were fighting that wolf in the beginning, when it was part 1 or part 2 and you were having trouble with that wolf because you weren't taking down the shield bar, we'll call it the shield bar. So I'm guessing you learned how to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, that's what games have always been. It's been repetition and figuring out what the boss's weaknesses. I mean, we're talking all the way back to when that really became the forefront in the arcades.
Yes.
Popping in that quarter into the arcade machine and playing Pac-Man.
Yep, there's a arcade collection that you can get on Steam. I don't know, it's a Capcom arcade collection. I think I'm not sure, or I think it's on Steam, and I know it's on the Switch because I have it on the Switch. And I went and finished the original Bionic Commando, and it was like you kept putting quarters in, but I finished the game. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, there's a lot of improvements that we've made from older games. Yes. And a lot of like kind of the difficulty of it. Because a lot of older games, the difficulty of it really was sometimes just inconveniences but like that's why people liked it. Games were hard. You had to really think. You had to try, and people, all these, especially games journalists, because they don't know how to play video games.
Well, they don't want to, man. They want, when you have critics coming out in gaming journalism and saying they need an easy mode in Dark Souls, it's like, no, that's not, maybe this game just isn't for you. Oh, that ticks them off too. But it's like, they said there was some video I was watching about how Elden Ring needs to be more accessible to people who have disabilities, and other people are like, well, it's built a certain way, and so maybe it's just, find another game that is given. They don't understand that these games aren't just should be catered to everybody. They're set up a certain way.
People want the challenge. People want the difficulty.
Yes.
And these guys don't understand. Like, I mean, even me, I'm not exactly an older fella. But
what are you saying, whippersnapper?
Get my cane. Yeah.
But Like, games are fun when they're hard. I like playing these older games a lot because they're fun. And I'm glad that a lot of these things, they take away kind of the inconveniences. And sometimes it was like, oh, this was just kind of annoying after a while.
Yeah.
But just because you like that they progressed and, made some quality of life improvements doesn't mean you don't want the challenge. That's why people love them. That's why people kept playing them. Even if they had some issues. And Pokemon Generation 1 is filled with bugs. Oh my goodness. But
sure
people still love it. It's still the best selling Pokemon game ever. Best selling Game Boy game ever. It did well for a reason. People loved it, and like there's still a lot to go there. So
yeah, it's like Contra on NES. Sure, you can use the Konami code and get 30 lives. But you can also rough it and start with 3 lives that you get and try to get through the game with a few extra lives and without dying.
Yep.
It's
That's
not
why
easy.
I'm playing a lot. I mean, they give you the option now, which is cool if you want to rewind and you're doing something wrong in these Nintendo and Super Nintendo games on the Nintendo Online, but why not just see how far you get and then improve from there? I have noticed that the ducking mechanism in a lot of Nintendo games, especially platform games, still works very well. Just duck next to the boss and just start wailing on him.
There you go.
That's funny.
Or even if you're not ducking, you can get the boss stuck in a corner and again keep wailing at the boss.
Yep. After all the trouble, and I know these are videos, but after all the trouble that the angry video game nerd had with the original Turtles, I'm gonna be like, I never owned an NES. I never owned a Nintendo, the original Nintendo. I started with Super Nintendo, so I want to beat that game when it comes out. Because I know that game's going to be stressful, but I know it's going to be fun. So certain parts will be stressful. So, yep.
Well, it's like playing Turtles in Time on SNES and only being able to get so far in that game by yourself because of the difficulty level. So then you have to keep playing it through over and over again and say, okay, this is where you died before. This is what you need to do. This is what you were doing. Let's try not to do what you were doing and do what you need to do.
Yeah, and I was like, before, you had YouTube videos, everything, and all these walkthroughs, you'd go to your friend and like, hey, how the hell do you beat this? Like, what am I supposed to do?
I mean, you buy guides and stuff. I still have some of my old guides from like Final Fantasy X. It's just you're curious what this stuff is, but finding this on your own is just so rewarding.
Or did you guys ever go to a friend's house and you're both playing the game, your friend gets to the final boss and you're both coming up with some sort of strategy on how to beat that final boss?
Yep. Or you're switching off or whatever. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
With the controller. Yep.
Yep.
It's fun.
Yep. And on that note, I am going to finally wrap up this edition of Pop Talk.
There you go.
Thank you guys again for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Not a problem.
Again.
Anytime.
I enjoyed it.
It's always an open mic policy, both on Wednesdays and Sundays. Of course, Whoopa, I know you have Whoopa Wednesdays on Wednesday, so it's a little harder for you to get there, but you're always welcome to come on, brother.
Yeah, well, thank you.
And I know Captain Truck is on his phone call, but I want to extend that invitation to him anytime he sees me on. If he wants to come on Pop Talk, he's welcome. Of course, Cash, you're welcome. TKO's welcome. Everybody's welcome.
Mm-hmm. Very cool, dude.
And with that being said, I just have one last thing to say.
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.